Thank you for choosing to spend your time here with us tonight. As you settle in, we invite you to cozy up and let the gentle narration carry you away into a world of dreams and imagination. We're so grateful to share this peaceful evening with you. Allow the soothing sounds of this story to help you unwind and relax, setting the stage for a restful night. May your dreams be sweet and your morning bright as you wake refreshed for a wonderful new day ahead. Story 1. In the quiet village of Willowbrook, nestled between whispering pines and a silver-streamed river, there lived a young woman named Lyra who felt she didn't quite belong. While other villagers had talents that shone brightly, baking that warmed both belly and heart, weaving that captured rainbows in wool, or storytelling that made the very air shimmer, Lyra felt like a puzzle piece from a different box altogether. Her hands, though gentle, seemed to fumble at ordinary tasks, and her voice, though soft, often went unheard in conversations. As autumn painted the world in amber and gold, Lyra began noticing peculiar changes. One morning she woke to find tiny silver patterns like frost ferns tracing across her wrists. Another day her shadow seemed to ripple with colors not cast by any ordinary light. Most strangely of all, whenever she felt particularly uncertain or sad, small translucent seeds would appear in her pockets or hair, like tears turned solid and luminous. Bewildered by these changes, Lyra took to walking in the forgotten corners of Willowbrook, where the oldest gardens slept beneath blankets of moss and memory. It was there, beside a stone wall draped in ivy, that she first met the gardener. He wasn't there one moment, and then he was, as if he had grown from the dappled light itself. His eyes held the patience of ancient trees, and his hands, though wrinkled like bark, moved with the grace of flowing water. "Good morning," he said, his voice like the rustle of leaves. "The earth welcomes those who walk with quiet hearts." Lyra, startled, dropped the peculiar seeds she had been nervously turning in her palm. Where they fell, tiny shoots of emerald green immediately pushed through the soil, unfurling leaves that shimmered with dew despite the afternoon sun. The gardener smiled, not with surprise, but with recognition. "Ah," he said gently. "The seeds of feeling, they've been waiting for the right soil." Thus began Lyra's gentle metamorphosis. The gardener became her occasional mentor, appearing when her confusion threatened to overwhelm her, always bearing simple wisdom wrapped in ordinary words. He taught her that change was not something to fear, but a language the soul used to speak when words failed. "Notice," he said one afternoon as they sat by a patch of earth where Lyra's anxious seeds had grown into flowers that changed color with her moods. "When you feel calm, they bloom blue like a tranquil sky. When you're thoughtful, they deepen to violet. Your emotions are not weaknesses, they're brushes painting the world." Lyra began keeping a small journal, not of words, but of the changes she observed. She noted how on days she felt brave enough to speak her mind in the village square, delicate silver wings, like those of a lunar moth, would briefly shimmer at her shoulders before fading. When she comforted a crying child who had scraped their knee, healing blossoms with petals like crushed velvet sprouted where her tears fell. The gardener taught her about cocoons, not just the kind that housed caterpillars becoming butterflies, but the invisible ones people build around their hearts. "We all have seasons of wrapping ourselves in silence," he explained, tending to a chrysalis hanging from a willow branch. "But the wrapping is never the end. It's the sacred space where we gather the courage to become." As winter draped Willowbrook in frosty silence, Lyra's transformations became more pronounced. Patterns like constellations now traced themselves along her arms when she felt connected to others. Her footsteps left behind faint impressions that glowed with soft light before fading. The villagers began to notice, not with fear, but with wonder. Children would follow her not to mock, but to see what beautiful strangeness might occur. One particularly cold evening, as Lyra sat by her window watching the stars, she felt a deep loneliness settle over her. The silver patterns on her skin dimmed, and the usual seeds that appeared in her pockets felt cold and heavy. That night she dreamed of a great cocoon woven from moonlight and sorrow, and she was inside it, listening to the rhythm of her own heart. She awoke to find the gardener sitting by her hearth, though her door had been locked and bolted. He stirred a pot of tea that smelled of honey and forgiveness. "Even the most beautiful transformations feel uncomfortable while they're happening," he said, handing her a steaming cup. "A seed must break to grow, a caterpillar must dissolve to become wings. You're not falling apart, you're making space for what's coming." With his guidance, Lyra began to understand that her changes were not random, but responses to her emotional landscape. When she accepted her nervousness before speaking to the village council, instead of seeds of anxiety, she produced flowers that helped others find their courage. When she embraced her sadness about friendships that had changed, rather than cold stones, she grew gardens of understanding that helped heal other strained relationships. The turning point came during the spring equinox festival. The villagers gathered in the square to celebrate new beginnings, but a sudden sorrow had settled over them. Many were remembering loved ones who couldn't be there to see the blossoms unfold. Lyra felt their collective grief as a physical weight, and for a moment she feared her peculiar magic would fail her. Then she remembered the gardener's words. The most powerful transformations often begin when we stop trying to change anything at all and simply be with what is. Closing her eyes, Lyra let herself feel the community's sadness without resistance. She didn't try to fix it or make it beautiful. She simply let it move through her like a river moving through its bed. When she opened her eyes, everyone was staring, not at her, but at what had grown around them. Where her feet touched the cobblestones, a tapestry of flowers had blossomed, each one holding a different memory in its petals. There were forget-me-nots that shimmered with laughter, roses that bloomed with embraces, and lilies that glowed with shared stories. The air itself seemed to hum with comfort, and one by one, the villagers began smiling through their tears, sharing memories of those they missed. In that moment, Lyra understood her metamorphosis was complete, not because she had become something final, but because she had embraced being in process. The silver patterns on her skin settled into a permanent constellation that mirrored the night sky, and her shadow now danced with colors that changed with her breath. The gardener appeared at the edge of the square, leaning on his worn wooden staff. He nodded to her, his eyes sparkling with pride that needed no words. Then he turned and walked toward the forest, fading into the twilight between the trees. Lyra knew she wouldn't see him again, not because he was gone, but because his guidance had become part of her own understanding. That night, as Willowbrook slept beneath a blanket of stars, Lyra walked to her garden, the one that had grown from her emotional seeds. She sat on a bench that had woven itself from willow branches and moonlight, and she breathed. In the quiet, she noticed something new. Tiny cocoons hung from every plant and tree, each one pulsing with soft light. They weren't her creations, but those of others in the village who were beginning their own transformations, inspired by her journey. Lyra smiled, understanding that endings are simply beginnings seen from a different angle. Her metamorphosis had never been about becoming someone different, but about becoming more truly herself. And as the first rays of dawn painted the sky, she watched a cocoon near her hand begin to split open, revealing not an ending, but a beautiful beginning waiting to unfold. Story 2. The old house on Willow Lane held many secrets, but none so wonderful as the one waiting in the attic. Young Leo had always been told the attic was just for storage, a place where forgotten things went to gather dust and silence. But on this particular autumn afternoon, with rain gently tapping against the window panes like tiny fingers asking to come in, Leo felt an unusual pull toward the creaky staircase that led upward. With each step, the wooden stairs sighed beneath his feet, as if sharing a long-kept secret. The air in the attic smelled of cedar and memories, of old books and dried lavender. Dust motes danced in the slanted light coming through the circular window, swirling like tiny fairies in the golden afternoon glow. It was there, tucked beneath a quilt embroidered with constellations, that Leo found it, an extraordinary clock unlike any he had ever seen. Made of dark cherry wood with silver filigree that resembled frost patterns on a winter window, the clock had no numbers on its face. Instead, there were tiny painted scenes, a teapot steaming, a book open, a cat curled by a hearth, a pair of worn slippers. And where the pendulum should have been swung, a delicate silver key. As Leo reached out to touch it, the clock began to chime, not with the heavy bongs of ordinary clocks, but with the gentle tinkling of distant bells, like wind chimes carried on a soft breeze. The sound seemed to wrap around him, warm and comforting as a favorite blanket. From the shadows emerged a large ginger cat with eyes the color of amber. His purr rumbled like a tiny motorboat as he rubbed against Leo's leg. "That," said the cat in a voice like velvet, "is the clock of cozy hours. It doesn't tell time, it finds it." Leo blinked, not quite believing he was hearing a cat speak, but in the magical atmosphere of the attic, it seemed perfectly natural. "Finds time?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. "The best moments," purred the cat, whose name was Marmalade. "The ones that slip away too quickly. The clock can help you recover them, but only if you have the courage to look." Just then, a small mouse with spectacles perched on her nose scurried out from behind a stack of books. Oh dear," she fretted in a voice like rustling pages. "The midnight hour is stuck again. All the dreams are getting tangled up with the worries." Marmalade flicked his tail. "This is Matilda, the keeper of pages. She tends to the story hours." Matilda adjusted her spectacles. "You see, young sir, each hour in the clock holds a different kind of moment. The tea-time hour keeps conversations warm, the reading hour preserves the magic of stories, but the midnight hour, well, that's when dreams are supposed to float freely, but something has clogged the mechanism." Leo looked at the clock more closely and noticed that the painting of the starry night sky, the midnight hour, seemed dim and cloudy. The silver key pendulum swung sluggishly when it reached that section. "What can I do?" Leo asked, feeling both excited and nervous. Marmalade purred reassuringly. "You must journey into the clock and help unstick the hour. It's not about how far you travel, but how deeply you listen." With a deep breath that smelled of cinnamon and old paper, Leo reached out and touched the starry night painting. The world dissolved into a swirl of silver and blue, and he found himself standing in a landscape made of twilight. The ground beneath his feet felt like soft velvet, and above him swirled constellations that hummed gentle lullabies. But something was wrong. The usual peaceful darkness was tangled with gray, worried-looking clouds that muttered anxious thoughts. "What if I forget my lines in the school play?" whispered one cloud. "I hope nobody notices the hole in my sock," fretted another. In the center of this troubled landscape stood a small, distressed figure, the guardian of midnight, who looked like a tired child wrapped in a blanket of shadows. "They won't stop worrying," the guardian sighed, their voice like distant wind. "The worries keep clustering around the dream pathways, and the happy thoughts can't get through." Leo sat down on the velvety ground, feeling its comforting softness. "Maybe," he said gently, "the worries need someone to listen to them." So he did just that. Leo listened as each worried cloud floated down and shared its anxiety. To the cloud worried about the school play, Leo said, "Everyone gets nervous. What matters is telling the story." To the cloud concerned about the sock, he smiled, "Nobody will be looking at your feet when your smile is so bright." One by one, the gray clouds began to lighten as they shared their worries. As they did, they transformed into soft, glowing dreamlets that floated upward to join the humming constellations. But one particularly dark cloud remained, hovering stubbornly near the guardian. "I'm afraid of the dark," it whispered in a tiny voice. Matilda the mouse suddenly appeared, having scurried through the clockwork. "Oh, this one needs a story." She adjusted her spectacles and began to tell a tale about the friendly moon who watched over all sleeping creatures, and the stars who were really night-light fairies. The clouds shimmered, turning from fear-darkened gray to hopeful silver. "Really?" it whispered. "Really?" said Marmalade, who had padded silently into the scene. His purr rumbled through the twilight like a comforting engine. "The dark is just the world resting its eyes. Nothing truly scary happens in the dark, only dreams and rest and quiet growth." As the last worry transformed, the midnight hour began to function properly again. The velvet darkness deepened properly, the constellations hummed their lullabies more brightly, and dreamlets floated freely like glowing dandelion seeds on a gentle breeze. The guardian of midnight wrapped their shadow blanket more comfortably around themselves. "Thank you," they whispered sleepily. "You fixed it with listening and kindness rather than force. That's the only way to mend troubled hours." With a contented sigh that sounded like the rustle of pages turning, the world swirled again, and Leo found himself back in the attic. The clock of cozy hours now ticked with a steady, peaceful rhythm, and the midnight hour painting glowed with proper starlight. Matilda scurried up onto a nearby trunk. "You've done wonderfully. Now the stories will dream properly again." Marmalade purred and rubbed against the clock. "You measured your journey in courage rather than steps. That's the most important kind of travel." As Leo descended from the attic, the gentle ticking of the clock followed him like a comforting heartbeat. That night, as he lay in bed, he noticed his dreams felt clearer and brighter, filled with friendly constellations and purring comets. And sometimes, when the house was quiet and the moon shone through his window, Leo would hear the faintest sound of distant bells chiming from the attic, a reminder that the most extraordinary adventures often begin in the most ordinary places, and that courage comes not from facing dragons, but from listening with kindness to worried clouds and helping them find their light again. The rain continued to tap gently on the roof, the house settled into its nightly creaks and sighs, and somewhere in the attic, a magical clock kept perfect time. Not minutes and hours, but moments of comfort, courage, and cozy magic, forever preserved in the heart of a child who had learned that the greatest journeys are measured in kindness. Story 3. In the quiet village of Starlight Hollow, nestled between whispering pines and a babbling brook, there existed a peculiar sort of magic. Not the kind that roared with lightning or transformed frogs into princes, but a softer, gentler magic. The kind that made flower petals shimmer with dew long after sunrise, that caused wind chimes to play forgotten melodies on breezy afternoons, and that painted the night sky with more stars than any map could ever chart. Our story begins on an evening when the air smelled of rain-soaked earth and freshly baked cinnamon bread. A young girl named Lyra, who had a habit of tracing constellations with her fingertips and listening to the secrets whispered by old oak trees, noticed something unusual. As she lay on her woolen blanket in the meadow behind her cottage, counting the familiar patterns above, she realized that 3 stars from the Little Dipper were missing. Not hidden by clouds, simply gone, as if someone had gently plucked them from the sky like ripe blueberries. The next morning, the village buzzed with other strange happenings. Old Mr. Higgins' prize roses, which normally bloomed in shades of crimson and ivory, had turned a curious shade of violet overnight. The town clock tower, which had chimed every hour without fail for 200 years, now rang 13 times at midnight. And perhaps most puzzling of all, the creek behind the mill now flowed uphill every Tuesday at precisely 3 o'clock. Lyra, with her thoughtful gray eyes and a pocket always full of interesting stones, decided to investigate. She began by visiting the village elders, who sat on benches near the town square, their faces lined with wisdom and their hands busy knitting scarves that never seemed to end. "Stars don't just vanish," murmured Elder Alara, her needles clicking in rhythm with the distant clock tower. But then again, neither does time flow backwards without reason. Lyra next consulted the town librarian, a gentle man named Finian who spoke in whispers and smelled of old paper and lavender. He directed her to a forgotten book of nursery rhymes tucked away in the astronomy section. One rhyme in particular caught her eye. When the silver spoon points north, and the golden thread unwinds, seek what the clock tower forgot, in patterns that it finds. Meanwhile, the village was alive with theories. The baker insisted it was the work of mischievous fireflies who'd grown tired of their dim lights and sought brighter ones. The miller's daughter was certain a lonely giant was rearranging the stars to spell out messages to his faraway love. These red herrings led the villagers on delightful chases. They discovered a hidden patch of night-blooming jasmine while searching for the giant, and the baker accidentally created a new pastry filled with luminescent berry jam while investigating the fireflies. But Lyra noticed something others had overlooked. Every time something peculiar happened, she heard a faint, melodic humming, like wind through ancient chimes, coming from the direction of the old observatory on Willowridge Hill. She also observed that the strange occurrences always happened when the clock tower chimed, and that the violet roses only appeared when the moon was in its waxing phase. One drizzly afternoon, as rain tapped gently on rooftops and gurgled through rain chains, Lyra spread out an old map of Starlight Hollow on her wooden table. The map, drawn by her great-grandmother, showed not only roads and rivers, but also star alignments and seasonal wind patterns. She noticed that the observatory stood exactly where the Silver Spoon constellation pointed during the autumn equinox. That evening, with a lantern casting a warm golden circle around her feet, Lyra climbed Willowridge Hill. The humming grew louder, now intertwined with what sounded like soft, sad singing. At the top stood the abandoned observatory, its dome slightly ajar, with tendrils of ivy climbing its stone walls. Peering inside, Lyra saw not an astronomer, but a small glowing creature with wings like stained glass, desperately trying to balance a tiny, flickering star on the tip of its finger. "Oh," squeaked the creature, nearly dropping the star. "I didn't mean for anyone to see." Lyra approached slowly, her voice as soft as moth wings. "You're the one who's been moving the stars." The creature, who introduced herself as Nim, a star tender from the Twilight Meadows, explained with tears like liquid starlight. "The alignment between our world and yours is fading. The doorway is closing. I've been trying to realign the constellations to keep it open, but I keep making mistakes." She gestured to the mishaps around the village. The backward-flowing creek was her attempt to reverse time slightly to fix her errors. The color-changing flowers resulted from spilled stardust. The extra chimes occurred when she accidentally nudged the gears of time. "But why keep the doorway open?" asked Lyra. Nim's glow dimmed. "So the memories don't fade. Every time someone in your village remembers a loved one who's passed on, or shares a kind story, or watches the stars with wonder, it creates a bridge between our worlds. If the doorway closes, those connections might be lost forever." Lyra understood now. The real mystery wasn't about missing stars or backward streams. It was about preserving the invisible threads that connected memory to magic, people to places, hearts to the heavens. The next day, Lyra gathered the villagers in the town square as evening painted the sky in shades of lavender and peach. She explained what she'd learned, and instead of fear or frustration, the people of Starlight Hollow felt wonder. They decided to help Nim together. The baker created star-shaped pastries that glimmered with edible silver dust. The miller's daughter organized a choir to sing the old constellation's songs. Children collected fallen stardust, which looked like glittering pollen, to sprinkle on flower beds. Elder Alara brought out ancient star charts, and Mr. Higgins arranged his violet roses in the pattern of the Little Dipper. That night, as the clock tower chimed its proper 12 strokes, and the wind carried the scent of cinnamon and night-blooming flowers, the entire village gathered in the meadow. They held hands, bakers and librarians, children and elders, and shared stories under the sky. They remembered lost loved ones, recounted tales of kindness, and whispered wishes to the stars. One by one, the missing stars reappeared, burning brighter than ever before. The creek resumed its normal flow, the roses returned to their crimson hue, and the extra chimes faded into memory. But something new had been born, a permanent soft glow around the village boundaries, and wind chimes that now played the melodies of shared memories on every breeze. Nim, her wings now shimmering with renewed energy, flew happily among the villagers. "The doorway will remain open," she announced, "as long as you keep remembering, keep sharing, keep looking up with wonder." And so Starlight Hollow became known not just for its gentle magic, but for its even gentler people, who learned that the greatest mysteries are often solved not by searching alone, but by coming together, that the most important constellations are the ones we form with our hearts, and that sometimes the sweetest solutions are found not in answers, but in shared wonder. As the villagers returned to their cottages, the gentle patter of rain began again on rooftops, mingling with the contented sighs of a community woven closer together. And high above, the stars twinkled in approval, their light now reflecting in the rain-soaked streets like 1,000 tiny lanterns, guiding everyone home to peaceful dreams. Story 4. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the moon poured its silver milk through the canopy of ancient oaks and pines, there existed a world that only truly woke when the sun dipped below the horizon. Here the night was not a time of darkness, but of gentle revelation. The air hummed with the soft, rhythmic chirping of crickets, and the leaves rustled like pages of an old, well-loved book turning in a slow breeze. Moss-covered stones, plump and velvety, dotted the forest floor, cradling droplets of evening dew that glittered like scattered diamonds. It was in this realm of moonbeams and magic that a young fox named Lyra often found herself wandering. Her coat was the color of autumn leaves kissed by twilight, and her eyes held the curious glimmer of starlight. Unlike other foxes who hunted and played by day, Lyra felt most alive when the world was bathed in silver, when the secrets of the forest seemed to breathe just a little louder. On this particular night, a restlessness had settled in her paws. Summer was waning, the air carried the first crisp hint of autumn, a subtle shift that whispered of change. The flowers that had bloomed so boldly under the sun were now closing their petals, tucking themselves in for longer nights. Lyra felt it in her bones, a quiet longing for something she couldn't name. She trotted along a path only she could see, her steps muffled by a carpet of fallen pine needles. To her left, a stream babbled softly, its water clear and cool, speaking in a language of ripples and sighs. Lyra paused, dipping her nose to the surface. The water seemed to murmur to her, telling tales of distant mountains and hidden springs. Further into the woods she ventured, where the trees grew older and wiser. Their bark was gnarled and etched with time, and if one listened closely, really listened, they could hear the trees speaking to one another in low, resonant hums. They shared stories of seasons long past, of storms weathered, and of saplings that had grown strong under their watch. Lyra often pressed her ear to their trunks, feeling the vibration of their ancient songs travel through her. Tonight, however, the forest felt different. A soft, greenish glow began to pulse between the roots and under fallen logs. Bioluminescent fungi dotted the shadows like tiny lanterns, guiding her deeper into the heart of the woods. She followed their gentle light, her curiosity piqued. Soon she emerged into a starlit clearing she had never seen before. At its center stood the oldest tree in the forest, a great oak known to the nocturnal creatures as elderwood. Its branches spread wide and high, seeming to cradle the moon itself. And perched on one of its lower boughs was Orion, the great horned owl. His feathers were the color of night and shadow, and his eyes held the depth of the cosmos. He was the keeper of the forest's wisdom, a gentle guide who spoke not in commands, but in questions and observations. "You seem troubled, little one," Orion said, his voice a soft, low hoot that blended seamlessly with the sounds of the night. "The forest feels your unease." Lyra looked up, her ears twitching. "I feel a change coming," she admitted. "The air is different, the light is fading sooner. It makes me restless." Orion blinked slowly. "Change is the forest's oldest song. Each season has its magic, its purpose. Tell me, what do you hear when you listen to the stream tonight?" Lyra tilted her head. The babbling brook at the edge of the clearing seemed to chuckle softly. "It speaks of letting go," she said after a moment. "Of water flowing onward, never clinging to the stones it passes." "And what of the wind?" Orion asked as a gentle breeze stirred the leaves above, creating a soothing, whispery melody. "It speaks of movement," Lyra replied. "Of stories carried from far away, and of secrets shared between branches." "And the stones?" Orion nodded toward a cluster of mossy rocks near the base of elderwood. "What do they say?" Lyra padded over and placed a paw on the largest stone. It was cool and solid, and beneath the moss she could feel the steady, silent hum of the earth. "They speak of patience," she said softly. "Of standing firm through seasons, of holding memories deep within." Orion spread his wings slightly, catching a sliver of moonlight. "You see, little one, the forest is always speaking, always teaching. Your restlessness is not something to fear. It is the stirring of understanding, a readiness to learn what the turning season must show you." As if on cue, a soft rain began to fall. Not a storm, but a gentle shower, each drop tapping lightly on leaves, stones, and fur, creating a natural symphony of pitter-patters and drips. Lyra didn't seek shelter. Instead, she lifted her face, feeling the cool water kiss her nose and eyelids. The sound was hypnotic, calming the whirlwind in her heart. "Come," Orion said, gliding down to a lower branch just above her. "Let us walk a while." Together they moved through the forest, the rain softening to a mist. Orion led her to a part of the woods where the bioluminescent fungi grew thick and bright, casting an ethereal glow on everything they touched. Fireflies joined the display, drifting like living stars among the trees. "Watch," Orion murmured. As they stood in silence, Lyra saw how the fungi pulsed in rhythm with the rain's gentle percussion. The stream nearby seemed to hum in harmony, and the stones gleamed with wet, dark beauty. Even the trees seemed to sigh contentedly, their leaves collecting rainwater to drink deep into their roots. "Every element has its role," Orion explained. "The rain nourishes, the stones anchor, the trees shelter, the light guides, and you, little fox, you are here to listen, to learn, and to carry the forest stories in your heart." Lyra felt a warmth spread through her chest. Her restlessness began to melt away, replaced by a profound sense of peace. She realized that the change she felt was not an ending, but a transition, a natural cycle of rest and renewal. Just as the trees would soon shed their leaves to conserve energy for the colder months, she too could release her worries and trust in the wisdom of the world around her. They returned to the clearing as the rain ceased and the clouds parted, revealing a sky dense with stars. The moon, now clear and bright, silvered the wet leaves and moss, making the entire forest shimmer. "Remember," Orion said as he prepared to take flight, "the magic of this forest is not in resisting change, but in flowing with it. There is beauty in every season, in the vibrant growth of spring, the fullness of summer, the release of autumn, and the quiet rest of winter. Each has its song. You need only listen." With a soft beat of his powerful wings, Orion lifted into the night sky, becoming a silent shadow against the stars. Lyra sat alone in the clearing, but she did not feel lonely. She felt connected to the trees, the stream, the stones, and the countless creatures who called this forest home. She closed her eyes and listened. She heard the drip-drip of water from leaf to earth, the distant hoot of another owl, the rustle of a hedgehog shuffling through underbrush, and the steady, silent strength of elderwood itself. She understood now. Her restlessness had been a longing not for something new, but for deeper understanding. She had been seeking the language of the forest, and tonight she had begun to learn it. With a contented sigh, Alara curled up at the base of elderwood, nestled between its great roots. The moss beneath her was soft and damp, smelling richly of earth and rain. Above, the branches cradled the moon, and the bioluminescent fungi glowed softly, keeping watch through the night. As she drifted into a peaceful sleep, the forest whispered its lullaby, the gentle wind through leaves, the distant babble of the stream, the occasional call of a night bird, and the deep, resonant hum of ancient trees. And in her dreams, Alara ran through starlit clearings, spoke with stones, and danced with fireflies, forever part of the enchanted, ever-turning world of the whispering woods. And so, under the watchful eyes of the moon and stars, the forest embraced its children, teaching them always that even in change there is comfort, even in silence there is song, and even in darkness there is light. Story 5. In the velvet expanse where the stars hang like scattered dew, there drifted a small, forgotten moon, a place of quiet miracles and gentle solitude. It was here that two beings, as different as starlight from shadow, found one another, and in finding one another, discovered the truest meaning of home. The first was a being from the world of Lyra, a planet where thoughts bloomed as colors and emotions were a language all their own. His name was Kalen, and his form was soft and luminescent, like a walking constellation. His skin shimmered with a gentle internal light that shifted in hue with his mood, a calm blue for contentment, a warm gold for curiosity, a soft violet for contemplation. He did not speak in words, but in a silent, radiant poetry that flowed from his heart. The other was from the crystalline world of Xylos, a place of music and resonant harmony. Her name was Nissa, and she was slender and graceful, with skin that had the delicate, faceted appearance of rose quartz. When she moved, she emitted the faintest, most beautiful chimes, like wind singing through a forest of glass bells. Her voice was not made of sound that traveled through air, but of vibrations that could be felt in the soul, a symphony of gentle hums and resonant frequencies. Their meeting was one of startled wonder. Kalen had been drawn to the moon by its unique silence, a place where the constant color chatter of his own world faded into peace. Nissa had crash-landed her small, petal-shaped vessel in a valley of soft, phosphorescent moss, her own ship's song having gone quiet. They saw each other from across a field of glowing fungi, Kalen a shifting pillar of anxious silver light, Nissa a still, chiming figure of apprehensive pale pink. At first they could only observe one another, a dance of cautious circling. Kalen would glow a question in soft, pulsing yellow. Nissa would answer with a low, questioning hum that made the air around her shimmer. They soon realized that their ways of communication, though beautiful, were as foreign to each other as the far-off galaxies twinkling in the moon's sky. But loneliness is a powerful translator. Kalen, seeing Nissa trying to repair her vessel with tools that emitted harsh, discordant scrapes, glowed a deep, soothing indigo, the color of comfort and patience on his world. Nissa, feeling the gentle warmth of that color, responded by softening her movements, her own body emitting a calming, steady hum that vibrated through the ground and into Kalen's feet. It was a first, fragile understanding. He was offering peace. She was accepting it. They needed a place, a sanctuary away from the moon's occasional meteor showers and whispering winds. Together they found it, a great geode half buried in the side of a hill, its interior a cavern of enormous, dormant amethyst crystals. The entrance was narrow, but inside it opened into a cathedral of quiet beauty. This would be their shared shelter. Their work began. It was a comedy of errors, a ballet of miscommunication that slowly became a duet of cooperation. Kaelin, trying to be helpful, gathered luminous moss to line the floor, believing its soft green glow would be comforting. Nissa, for whom bright, unmodulated light was considered rude on Xylos, initially hummed a tone of such distressed oscillation that Kaelin's own light flickered in alarm into a confused gray. He dimmed his offerings, pulsing a gentle, questioning blue. She replied with a grateful, steady C-sharp that vibrated through the crystals, making them sing softly. They learned. He needed less light, she needed more resonant sound. Nissa tried to create a seating area by coaxing the crystals to grow into specific shapes with her harmonic frequencies. On Xylos, this was how furniture was made. But she accidentally hit a note that was a little too sharp, and a large crystal spire shot up from the floor where Kaelin was about to place a particularly lovely piece of moss. He jumped back, his light flashing a surprised orange. Nissa's chime of apology was so flustered and discordant it was almost a clang. For a moment they just looked at each other, a glowing orange being and a clanging, pink-toned one. And then something wonderful happened. Kaelin's light shifted, rippling through a spectrum until it settled into a warm, pulsating amber, the color of laughter on Lyra. The sound was silent, but the feeling was unmistakable. Nissa understood, and her own form began to chime with a clear, bell-like melody of amusement. Their first shared laugh, born from a clumsy mistake. They created a garden in their crystalline cave. Kaelin nurtured glowing fungi and starflowers that bloomed only in starlight, their petals releasing motes of soft light. Nissa cultivated singing vines that wound around the crystal spires, their leaves trembling to produce a constant, low, peaceful harmony that filled the space. It was neither a Lyrian nor a Xylosian home. It was theirs. Their favorite thing was to climb to the top of the geode hill, where the roof of their cave formed a natural observatory. They would sit there for hours, watching the celestial dance overhead. A nebula would drift past, a swirl of cosmic watercolors in violet and emerald. Kaelin's light would gently mimic its hues in a silent tribute. Nissa would hum a melody that mirrored its slow, graceful twirl, the vibrations a quiet song for the sleeping universe. In these quiet moments, they didn't need to translate. Watching a meteor streak a fiery path across the black velvet sky, they both felt the same awe. Feeling the gentle, magnetic pulse of a distant pulsar, they both felt the same profound peace. Their hands, one that glowed with a soft blue light, the other that chimed faintly at the touch, would often find each other. The contact created a new sensation, a warm, harmonious vibration that was a perfect blend of light and sound, a physical manifestation of their friendship. One evening, as they sat beneath a double-ringed planet that rose like a jeweled crown, Nissa felt a deep sorrow. Her ship was repaired. The melodies of Xylos, the familiar harmonies of her home, were calling to her across the light years. She turned to Kaelin, and without a single word or chime, she let her sadness flow into the quiet air between them. Kaelin saw it. Her usual soft rose quartz hue had dulled to a smoky gray. He glowed a deep, empathetic blue, the color of understanding on his world. He didn't try to stop her or make her stay. Instead, he glowed brighter, and from a pouch at his side, he brought out a small, perfectly formed starflower. It was the one they had planted together on the first day they met. He held it out. Nissa looked at the flower, then at her friend, his light a steady, loving gold. She reached out and placed her hand over his. The chime was soft, a minor key full of love and loss. Then from her own satchel, she brought out a small, dormant crystal. She held it to her lips and hummed one single, pure, perfect note. The crystal absorbed the sound and began to pulse with a soft, internal light, synchronized with the hum, a piece of her song forever tied to a piece of his light. She had to go. But as her petal ship ascended, its hull singing a farewell melody that brought tears to the eyes of the very stars, Kalen stood on the hilltop, holding their shared creation. He was not alone, and neither was she. For now, in the crystalline cave on the quiet moon, a garden grows. The starflowers bloom under the pulsing light of a Xylosian crystal, and the singing vines weave their harmonies through amethyst spires that sometimes glow with a faint Lyrian blue. It is a sanctuary for any traveler who finds it, a monument to a friendship that needed no common words. It speaks in the universal language of a kindness given, a patience learned, and the quiet, unshakable truth that across any divide, under any stars, a heart that glows with warmth can always find a heart that sings in harmony. And that perhaps is the most powerful magic in all the cosmos. Story 6. In a quiet village nestled between whispering pines and a murmuring river, there lived a young boy named Kalen, who carried a peculiar sadness in his heart. Though the world around him brimmed with warmth and laughter, he often felt like a single cool stone in a sun-warmed stream, present but separate. His grandmother used to say that every person carried their own light inside them, but Kalen worried his had gone out, for he could no longer feel its glow. One autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon like a golden coin dropped into a violet purse, Kalen sat by the hearth watching embers dance. The fire crackled and popped, telling its ancient stories in a language of light and heat. His grandmother's old stories whispered through his memory, tales of the Glimmerwood, where trees remembered every secret ever told to them, and of the Emberfolk, gentle beings who tended the world's inner fires. That night, as frost painted delicate patterns on his window pane, Kalen noticed something unusual among the dying embers. A single coal continued to glow with a persistent, ruby light, pulsing softly like a sleeping heartbeat. Drawn by its strange warmth, he reached carefully into the ashes and retrieved it. To his astonishment, the ember didn't burn his skin, but rested in his palm like a sleepy ladybug, radiating gentle heat. As he held it, the ember brightened, casting dancing shadows that seemed to form shapes, a winding path, tall trees, a creature with bright eyes. A soft voice, like the sound of leaves brushing together, whispered through the room, "When your own light falters, follow another's glow." With the mysterious ember cupped in his hands, Kalen wrapped himself in his warmest cloak and stepped into the moonlit night. The ember pulsed more strongly as he moved toward the forest edge, its light creating a small pool of warmth around him in the crisp air. Crickets sang their evening chorus, and the scent of damp earth and pine needles rose to meet him as he entered the woods. The forest felt different tonight, more awake, more aware. Trees seemed to lean in to observe the glowing visitor, their branches creating a cathedral ceiling above the path. The ember's light reflected in countless dewdrops, transforming the forest floor into a scattered constellation. After walking for what felt like both moments and hours, Kalen noticed the ember's pulse quickening. Its light stretched forward like a golden thread, pointing toward a massive oak with silver bark that shimmered in the moonlight. As he approached, he saw that the tree's trunk held an opening just large enough for a child to slip through, an opening that hadn't been there yesterday, he was certain. Taking a deep breath of the cool, pine-scented air, Kalen stepped through the doorway in the tree. The world transformed. Colors deepened, sounds clarified, and the air itself seemed to shimmer with magic. Luminescent mushrooms lined pathways that glowed with soft blue light. Leaves rustled with more purpose than ordinary leaves, occasionally arranging themselves into fleeting patterns before scattering again. This was the Glimmerwood from his grandmother's stories, a place where nature remembered its magic. Kalen's ember now glowed with renewed intensity, casting warm light that mingled with the cool blues and greens of the forest. As he walked deeper along the glowing path, he noticed something peculiar. Wherever his light fell, plants seemed to straighten, flowers turned toward him, and the very air grew warmer. His journey led him to a clearing where a small stream chuckled over smooth stones. There, sitting by the water's edge, was a creature unlike any he had seen before. It had the graceful form of a fox, but was covered in fur that shifted colors like opal, and its eyes held the knowing warmth of ancient hearths. It was nursing one front paw, which glowed with an unnatural blue chill. "Hello," Kalen said softly, not wanting to startle the creature. The being looked up, eyes widening at the sight of the glowing ember. "You carry hearth light," it said in a voice like wind through autumn grasses. "I am Corwin. Few humans find their way here anymore." Kalen approached slowly. "Your paw, it's hurt." Corwin nodded. "The frost sprites grow restless. They usually stay in the northern reaches, but something has disturbed their peace. One brushed against me, and its chill lingers." Remembering how plants responded to his ember's warmth, Kalen knelt and carefully brought the glowing coal near Corwin's injured paw. As the light touched the blue-tinged fur, the frost began to recede, leaving healthy, warm skin beneath. Corwin flexed their toes experimentally, a look of grateful surprise crossing their expressive face. "You have kindness in your touch," Corwin observed. "The ember responds to that. It's no ordinary coal. It's heart fire, a piece of the world's warmth given form." Corwin explained that the balance of the glimmerwood was shifting. The frost sprites, usually peaceful beings of winter beauty, had been spreading unseasonable chill through the forest, causing flowers to close and streams to slow. The emberfolk who maintained the warmth were growing weary, their lights dimming against the advancing cold. "Perhaps," Corwin suggested gently, "this is why your ember called to you. The forest senses those who need healing and those who can heal in return." So began an unexpected friendship between a boy who felt he'd lost his light and a magical creature who understood the language of the woods. Together they followed the ember's guidance deeper into the glimmerwood, toward the source of the disturbance. As they traveled, Corwin taught Kalen to listen to the forest's whispers, the meaning behind different bird calls, how to interpret the patterns of falling leaves, which mushrooms were safe to touch, and which would show you memories if you brushed against them. Kalen, in turn, shared stories of his world, of baking bread with his grandmother, of flying kites on windy hills, of the particular sound rain made on his rooftop. With each shared story, Kalen noticed his ember glowing brighter. The warmth spread through him too, thawing places in his heart that had felt frozen. He realized with wonder that the light wasn't just in the ember, it was awakening within himself too. Their journey led them to the crystal caves, where the emberfolk tended the underground fires that warmed the entire forest. The caves should have been radiant with warmth, but instead, Kalen and Corwin found the emberfolk moving slowly, their normally fiery forms dimmed to smoldering coals. The air held an unseasonable chill. The eldest emberfolk, her form flickering like a candle in a breeze, explained that the heartstone, the source of the forest's eternal warmth, had been growing cold. Without its radiance, the frost sprites felt unbalanced and were spreading cold unintentionally. "The stone needs a new kind of warmth," the elder said, her voice crackling softly. "It has been tended by the same fires for centuries, but now it requires something different, the warmth of connection, of stories shared, of kindness remembered." Kalen looked at the glowing ember in his hand, then at his new friend, and understanding dawned. The ember hadn't just been guiding him to help the forest, it had been guiding him to help himself too. With Corwin at his side, Kalen approached the heartstone. It was a magnificent crystal that should have been blazing with inner fire, but now shone with only a faint glow. Taking a deep breath, he placed his hand against its smooth surface and began to share, not just stories but feelings. The loneliness he'd carried, the warmth of his grandmother's kitchen, the joy of discovering this magical world, the gratitude for his friendship with Corwin. As he spoke, his ember flared brightly, and something wonderful happened. Tiny lights began to travel from his heart down his arm and into the stone. They were memories made visible, golden for joy, silver for comfort, copper for connection. The heartstone began to absorb these lights, its glow strengthening. Corwin joined him, placing their newly healed paw against the stone. Images flowed from them too, of running through sun-dappled forests, of conversations with ancient trees, of the moment Kalen had healed them with his ember's warmth. Other emberfolk gathered, adding their own memories to the growing light. The cave filled with a symphony of warmth, not just heat, but the emotional warmth that comes from being seen, understood, and valued. The frost sprites, drawn by the changing energy, entered the cave not as invaders, but as curious participants, their icy forms glittering in the renewed light. As the different warmth flowed into the heartstone, its glow changed from faint white to a rich, golden radiance that pulsed through the entire cave system. The frost sprite's chill softened into a pleasant coolness that balanced rather than overwhelmed. The emberfolk brightened, their forms dancing with renewed energy. The elder emberfolk turned to Kalen, her form now blazing with healthy fire. You came seeking light and brought us a new kind of warmth. The balance is restored because you were brave enough to share your own heart's fire. In the days that followed, Kalen stayed in the Glimmerwood, learning its ways and deepening his friendship with Corwin. He discovered that his own inner light hadn't been extinguished. It had only been waiting for the right conditions to glow again. The ember that had guided him now burned steadily in the Heartstone Cave, a permanent part of the forest's warmth. When it came time to return home, Corwin accompanied him to the tree doorway. "The forest will always remember you," they said, their opal fur shimmering. "And so will I." Kalen stepped back into his world just as dawn was painting the sky in pastel hues. The village was still sleeping, but something felt different, warmer, more connected. In his hand he found not the ember but a smooth, warm stone that pulsed gently with inner light, a gift from the forest to remember his journey by. That morning, as sunlight streamed through his window, Kalen didn't feel like a cool stone in a warm stream anymore. He had discovered that warmth isn't just something you find, it's something you create through connection, bravery, and open-heartedness. And though the magical world was now separated from him by a tree doorway, he carried its essence within him, in the memories, the friendship, and the rekindled light in his own heart. Now, as the fire crackles and night deepens outside your window, remember Kalen's journey. Remember that even when our inner light feels dim, it never truly goes out. It simply waits for the right moment, the right friendship, the right act of bravery to shine again. And in the quiet of this night, know that you too carry that same capacity for warmth and connection, ready to glow when the world needs it most. Sleep now, wrapped in the warmth of this story, and may your dreams be gentle and your rest be deep. The embers watch over the night, and tomorrow awaits with new possibilities for light. Story 7. In a little house at the edge of a sleepy village, where the roof slanted just so, and the windows winked with golden lamplight, lived a boy named Leo. His home smelled perpetually of cinnamon and old books, a scent that clung to the curtains and nestled in the corners like a contented cat. And on this particular afternoon, as rain whispered secrets against the window panes, Leo found himself with nothing to do but explore the one place he'd always been too timid to venture, the attic. The stairs creaked a friendly warning as he climbed, each step groaning like an old storyteller settling into a favorite chair. Dust motes danced in the slanted light that filtered through the round attic window, and the air tasted of memories and mothballs. Leo sneezed softly, the sound echoing in the quiet space. There, tucked beneath a cobwebbed rocking horse and behind a stack of yellowed newspapers, stood an old sea chest bound with tarnished brass. Its lock had long since given up its duty, and the lid lifted with a sigh. Inside, folded neatly atop a pile of embroidered linens, lay a compass, but not like any Leo had ever seen. Its face bore no ordinary directions. Instead, delicately painted where north should be was the word courage. Where south might have pointed, it read kindness, east was labeled patience, and west, wonder. As Leo lifted it, the compass warmed in his hand, and its needle, a slender sliver of moonlight, spun slowly before coming to rest squarely on Courage. Just then, a soft rustling came from a nearby hat box. Out peeked a small ginger cat with eyes the color of moss after rain. "That old thing," she purred, her voice like honey drizzled over warm toast. "Haven't seen it in an age. They say it doesn't point to places, you know. It points to possibilities." Leo jumped, nearly dropping the compass. "You can talk." The cat blinked lazily. "Only to those who are ready to listen. My name is Saffron, and you, I suppose, are about to go on a journey." "A journey?" Leo asked, his voice barely a whisper. "But it's raining, and supper will be soon." Saffron stretched, her tail curling like a question mark. "The best journeys aren't measured in miles, little one. They're measured in heartbeats." She nodded toward the compass. "Yours has already begun." The needle trembled, still fixed on Courage. Leo took a deep breath. "Where do I go?" "Wherever the compass leads you," Saffron replied. "But you won't be alone." No sooner had she spoken than a tiny, spectacled mouse scurried out from under a stack of sheet music, adjusting his wire-rimmed glasses. "Ahem, Bartholomew Q, mouse, at your service, navigator and note-taker extraordinaire." He carried a miniature clipboard and a pencil sharpened to a perfect point. And so, with Saffron padding softly beside him and Bartholomew perched on his shoulder, Leo followed the compass out of the attic and down into the garden, where the rain had gentled to a misty sigh. The compass led them to the old stone well at the bottom of the garden, a place Leo had always found just a little bit frightening. Its mossy stones were cool and damp, and from its depths came a soft, echoing drip, 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 like the ticking of a watery clock. "Courage," whispered Bartholomew, scribbling notes. "Fascinating. The needle hasn't wavered." Saffron twined around Leo's ankles. "Sometimes courage is just looking into the dark and saying hello." So Leo leaned over the well and called softly, "Hello." A faint, watery echo replied, but beneath it he heard another sound, a small, shivery whimper. Peering deeper, he saw a tiny, bedraggled bird clinging to a ledge just above the waterline, one wing bent awkwardly. "Oh dear," murmured Bartholomew. "A goldfinch, and in quite a predicament." The compass needle quivered and shifted, now pointing firmly to kindness. Leo didn't hesitate. He found an old bucket and rope beside the well, and with Saffron guiding him, a little to the left, dear, gently now, and Bartholomew calling out measurements, approximately 14¾ inches to starboard, he lowered the bucket until it rested beside the shivering bird. "It's all right," Leo whispered into the well. "You can hop in, we'll bring you up." For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, with a flutter and a soft chirp, the goldfinch tumbled into the bucket. Carefully, hand over hand, Leo drew it up. Back on solid ground, the bird trembled, its feathers plastered and dark with water. Saffron immediately began purring, a low, warm rumble that seemed to soothe the little creature. Bartholomew produced a handkerchief, surprisingly large for a mouse, and helped blot the bird dry. But the wing was still hurt. The goldfinch couldn't fly. The compass needle spun slowly once more, then settled on patience. So Leo made a nest from dried grass in his own softest scarf. He placed it in a sheltered nook under the lilac bush, where the air smelled of rain-washed blossoms. Every day he brought seeds and fresh water. Every day Saffron kept watch, her purr a constant, gentle melody. Bartholomew read aloud from his collection of poetry, excellent for convalescence, he insisted. Days turned into a week. The rain came and went, and the sun learned to weave its way through the lives again. And slowly, surely, the goldfinch's wing healed. It began to chirp little songs, snippets of melody that sounded like laughter and light. One evening, as fireflies began to blink their tiny lanterns in the dusk, the compass needle moved for the last time. It pointed to wonder. And wonder is what they all felt as the goldfinch, now strong and gleaming like a little sun, hopped to the highest branch of the lilac bush, spread its wings and flew, not away, but in a joyous, spiraling dance above their heads. It sang a song so bright and clear that the wind seemed to still just to listen, and even the distant church bells paused between chimes. Then with a final, sweet trill, the goldfinch soared up and away into the twilight, a speck of gold against the violet sky. Leo felt his heart swell, a warm, full feeling that had nothing to do with miles traveled and everything to do with the journey he had taken within. Saffron rubbed against his leg. "You see," she purred. "You had all you needed already." Bartholomew nodded, adjusting his spectacles. Indeed, courage to face the unknown, kindness to help another, patience to see it through, and wonder. He gazed up at the star-dusted sky where the bird had vanished. Wonder to appreciate the magic of it all. Together they walked back to the house, where the lights glowed warmly and the scent of cinnamon beckoned. Leo placed the compass on his bedside table, its needle now still and peaceful. That night, as he drifted to sleep, he heard the soft rustle of leaves outside his window, the distant hoot of an owl, and the contented purr of a ginger cat curled at the foot of his bed. And he knew deep in his heart that the greatest adventures weren't found in far-off lands, but in the quiet moments of bravery, compassion, and waiting, and that within every ordinary day lay the possibility of extraordinary secrets, just waiting for someone kind enough, patient enough, and brave enough to discover them. Story 8. In a little house at the edge of a sleepy village, where the roof slanted just so, and the windows blinked like kind eyes in the evening light, there lived a quiet boy named Leo. His favorite place in all the world was the attic, a treasure trove of forgotten things, smelling sweetly of old wood and dried lavender. It was here, one afternoon while the rain pattered softly on the roof, that Leo discovered something quite extraordinary. Tucked beneath a dusty blanket, behind a basket of yellowed letters and a stack of picture books with curling edges, was a small wooden music box. It was carved with delicate patterns of ivy and stars, and when Leo lifted the lid, it didn't play a tune. Instead, a soft, silvery light spilled out, and from within emerged the faint, chiming sound of distant bells. Curious, Leo wound the tiny key on its side. The light grew brighter, and the bells rang clearer, like those from a chapel hidden deep within a snowy forest. And then something magical happened. The dust motes dancing in the attic sunlight began to swirl and gather, forming the shape of a small, shimmering mouse with ears like rose petals and eyes like dewdrops. "You've found me," the mouse chimed, its voice like the gentle shaking of a silver bracelet. "I am the keeper of lost melodies." Leo, though wide-eyed, was not afraid. "Why are you lost?" he asked softly. "I am not lost," the mouse replied, its light flickering like a candle flame. "But my song is, a piece of it broke away long ago, frightened by a loud noise, and hid itself somewhere in this house. Without it, I cannot chime properly, and the world feels a little less musical." And so began Leo's journey, not across oceans or mountains, but through the familiar corners of his own home, guided by a creature of light and sound. His courage was not the kind that waved swords or shouted battle cries. It was the quiet kind that listens in the dark and offers a steady hand. Their first helper was an old tortoise-shell cat named Mabel, who spent her days napping on the sun-warmed rug in the parlor. When Leo whispered their quest to her, she stretched languidly, her purr rumbling like a tiny, contented thunderstorm. "Something lost, you say?" Mabel murmured, blinking slowly. "I did hear a faint, shivering note behind the grandfather clock yesterday. Sounded lonely." So they tiptoed into the hallway where the tall clock stood like a wise old sentinel, its pendulum swinging with a comforting tick-tock, tick-tock. Behind it, the air hummed ever so slightly. Leo got down on his hands and knees, and there, tucked between the wall and the clock's mahogany back, was a trembling sliver of silver light. It scared, chimed the music box mouse sadly. Leo didn't reach or grab. Instead, he began to hum, a low, warm tune his mother often sang while kneading bread. Mabel curled nearby, her purring harmonizing with his hum. Slowly, the fragment of melody floated out, weaving itself like a thread back into the mouse's shimmering form. One note had been found, but the melody was still incomplete. Their next guide was Barnaby, the house robin who nested in the wreath on the front door. He had a brisk, cheerful way of speaking, and a habit of tilting his head whenever he listened. A lost tune, he chirped. Why, I believe I saw something glimmering near the garden window this morning, right where the spider weaves her web each dawn. They made their way to the cozy kitchen, where the morning light poured in like honey. In the corner of the window, an elegant web glistened with dew, and caught in its strands was another shard of light, quivering like a captured star. The spider herself, whose name was Seraphina, was delicate and deliberate in her movements. It arrived with the dawn breeze, she said in a voice as fine as thread. It has been shivering ever since. This piece was not frightened, but stuck. Leo knew better than to tear the web, that would be unkind. So he waited. And while he waited, he told stories, about brave little ants carrying crumbs twice their size, and patient flowers that waited all winter to bloom. Barnaby added cheerful commentary from the windowsill, and Seraphina listened, weaving gentle patterns in the air. When the time was right, she carefully unwove a single strand, and the melody fragment drifted free, returning to the mouse with a grateful chime. 2 notes found. 1 remained. The last piece was the most elusive. The music box mouse grew quiet, its light dimming. The final note is the deepest and the softest, it said. It holds the memory of lullabies. Without it, I cannot rest. It was Grandpa who helped them then, though he didn't know it. From his armchair by the fireplace, where he whittled little birds from blocks of pine, he said, You know, the warmest sounds in this house hide where you feel them, not always where you hear them. Leo thought about that. Where did he feel sound? He felt the rumble of the tea kettle when it sang each morning. He felt the creak of the 3rd stair when he stepped on it just right. And he felt the vibration of his own heartbeat when the house was quiet. Then he knew. He carried the music box to his own bedroom, where the evening light stretched long and blue across the floor. In the corner stood his wardrobe, and from within came a very soft, very deep hum. It was the note, hiding among the woolen sweaters and folded blankets, where it had gone to keep warm. Leo didn't pull it out. Instead, he opened the wardrobe door, sat on the rug, and began to tell the note about its friends. How the first note was no longer scared, how the second was no longer stuck, and how the music box mouse waited patiently to be whole again. Outside, the wind rustled the leaves of the old oak tree. Somewhere in the village, a bell tolled softly. And inside the wardrobe, the deep, humming note slowly drifted out, weaving itself back into the melody with a sound like a contented sigh. The music box mouse glowed brightly, its form now solid and clear. Thank you, Leo, it chimed, its voice now rich and complete. You mended me not with force, but with friendship. Then it slipped back into the music box. Leo closed the lid gently. This time, when he turned the key, the box played the most beautiful tune, a melody that sounded like starlight, like kindness, like coming home. And from that day on, whenever someone in the house felt a little lost or lonely, they would wind the music box and remember that even the smallest courage, the courage to be patient, to be kind, to listen, could make broken things whole again. And as the fire crackled and the moon rose high over the quiet village, Leo fell asleep to the sound of distant bells, ringing softly in his dreams. Story 9. Story 10. The fire crackled softly, its golden light dancing across the room like memories given form. In that warm glow, a young woman named Amara sat with her grandmother's quilt draped across her lap. Its patches told stories in thread, a blue scrap from a wedding dress, a crimson square from a soldier's coat, a sunflower yellow triangle that once was a child's apron. Amara traced the stitches with her fingertips, hearing her grandmother's voice in her mind. Every thread holds a story, my dear, every patch a piece of someone's heart. She'd heard those words since childhood, but tonight they felt different, heavier, as if the quilt itself were whispering secrets the firelight could reveal. As she drifted to sleep with the quilt wrapped around her, Amara found herself walking through a misty meadow under a sky brilliant with unfamiliar stars. A woman with her same dark eyes and silver-streaked hair appeared, holding a lantern that cast no shadows. "The threads are tangled where memories sleep," the woman said, her voice like wind through pines. "Follow the pattern, child, find what was lost." Amara awoke with a start, the quilt's embroidery imprinted on her cheek. In the moonlight, one patch seemed to glow, a small square of midnight blue embroidered with 7 silver stars. As she touched it, the room filled with the scent of lavender and old paper, and she heard a faint melody, a lullaby her grandmother used to hum. Threads of silver, threads of gold, stories waiting to unfold. That day, Amara visited the attic, where trunks held generations of memories. In an old cedar chest, she found a journal tied with faded ribbon. Its pages contained sketches of constellations and stories written in a graceful hand. One entry read, "The Night Weaver's Pattern, 7 stars that guide our hands when memory fails." Below it was drawn the exact constellation from her quilt. That night, Amara dreamt again. Now she stood beside a rushing river, where a young man with kind eyes mended a fishing net. "Some stories are like rivers," he said without looking up. "They flow through time, and we are but stones shaping their course." He pointed to the water where reflections showed faces, her great-grandmother singing to a sick child, her grandfather planting an orchard, her own mother baking bread at dawn. The lullaby whispered through the reeds, "In every stitch, in every seam, flows the water of the dream." She awoke knowing what she must do. Taking needle and thread, Amara began repairing a frayed edge of the quilt, her hands moving with unfamiliar certainty. As she worked, memories not her own flickered behind her eyes, a woman stitching by candlelight during a storm, a man adding a patch from his daughter's first dress, her own grandmother humming as she reinforced the binding. The following full moon, Amara spread the quilt in the garden where the starlight could touch it. As the constellation from the patch aligned with the stars above, the air shimmered. The ancestral guides appeared not as dreams but as gentle presences, a hand on her shoulder, a whisper in the breeze, the scent of specific flowers she'd never planted but now recognized as her great-grandmother's favorites. They showed her stories within stories, how the blue wedding dress patch came from a marriage that healed a family rift, how the soldier's coat square held a letter that never reached its recipient, how the yellow apron triangle remembered a child who saved her village with a basket of seeds. And with each revelation came the understanding that these weren't just tales of the past, they were patterns waiting to be continued. The deepest story emerged last, a misunderstanding between her grandmother and great-aunt that had left silence where there should have been laughter. The quilt held both their stitches, sometimes overlapping, sometimes pulling apart. As Amara ran her fingers over the contested section, she understood the pattern of their conflict and the shape of its resolution. The next morning she visited her great-aunt, bringing the quilt and a basket of warm bread. Without needing to explain, she spread the quilt across the older woman's knees. Tears welled in her aunt's eyes as she touched the patches she'd helped sew 6 decades earlier. "We let pride unravel what love had woven," she whispered. Together they added a new patch, a swatch from the curtained fabric of the kitchen where they now sat talking, drinking tea, and weaving new memories. Amara understood now that heritage wasn't just preserving the quilt, but continuing its story with their own hands and hearts. That night, as firelight danced across the newly mended quilt, Amara hummed the lullaby to herself. Threads of silver, threads of gold, stories waiting to unfold. She realized the ancestral guides had never been ghosts. They were the love that lingered in actions repeated across generations. The comfort of baked bread, the wisdom of planted seeds, the healing power of mending what was torn. And as she drifted to sleep, she felt not the weight of history, but the gentle strength of countless hands guiding hers, not to recreate the past, but to weave her own thread into the everlasting pattern. A pattern that grew more beautiful with every act of kindness, every moment of connection, every stitch made with love. Story 11. In the cozy little town of Topsy-Turvy, where the river flowed backwards and the trees grew with their roots waving cheerfully in the air, there stood a most peculiar tea shop. The shop was quite upside down, with its pointed roof buried in the soft earth and its front door perched high up in the sky, reached only by a spiraling staircase made of cinnamon sticks. Inside this unusual establishment lived a kindly dragon named Pumpernickel, who had rather unusual habits for a dragon. Instead of hoarding gold or jewels, Pumpernickel collected teacups. Not just any teacups, mind you, each one had to tell a story. There was the chipped cup that chimed when moonlight touched it, the speckled cup that always smelled of peppermint, and his favorite, a cup painted with clouds that drifted slowly around its surface. Pumpernickel's best friend was a cloud shepherd named Nimbus, who spent his days tending to fluffy white clouds with a crook made of rainbow. Nimbus had the wonderful job of guiding clouds to where they were needed most, sometimes for shading picnics, sometimes for making shapes for children to guess at. His third friend was a professional dream painter called Somnia, who traveled each night adding just the right colors to people's dreams using brushes made of dandelion fluff. One Tuesday afternoon, as Pumpernickel was organizing his teacup collection, something most peculiar happened. Nimbus popped in for tea, bringing with him a tiny, excitable cloud that had been misbehaving all morning. The little cloud kept hiccuping, and with each hic, it would puff out tiny silver sparks. Having trouble with this one, Nimbus sighed, sipping from a cup that changed patterns with every tilt. It got into the giggle grass patch this morning, and hasn't been the same since. Just then Somnia arrived, yawning widely, as she always did after a long night of dream painting. "I need something to settle my imagination," she said. "It's been particularly active today, kept painting polka dots on everything." As Pumpernickel poured tea for his friends, the hiccuping cloud let out an especially large hic that sent silver sparks dancing around the room. One spark landed right on Somnia's brush, which immediately began to paint everything it touched with swirling, silver patterns. Whoosh went the teapot as it became covered in silver swirls. Boing went the sugar bowl as polka dots bounced across its surface. And most concerning of all, F-whoop. Pumpernickel's entire teacup collection began to float gently upward, each cup trailing silver sparkles as they drifted toward the ceiling. "Oh dear," said Pumpernickel, watching his precious cups bob against the upside-down floor, which was really the ceiling. "This is quite the teacup-tastrophe." The friends put their heads together. Nimbus tried to shepherd the cups down with his rainbow crook, but they simply danced around it. Somnia attempted to paint them back to normal, but her brush just added more silver designs. Pumpernickel's gentle puffs of air only made them spin in cheerful circles. The hiccuping cloud, seeing the trouble it had caused, began to hiccup even more, hic, sending more sparks flying. One landed on a cup painted with clouds, and suddenly the painted clouds began to rain tiny drops of lemonade inside the cup. That's when Somnia had a most wonderful idea. "Nimbus," she said, "what happens when clouds get too full of rain?" "Why, they need to let it out, of course," said Nimbus. "And what makes you let out a good sneeze?" she asked Pumpernickel. "Why, a bit of pepper at shoe," said the dragon, proving her point. Somnia quickly painted a tiny pepper shaker on the wall. Nimbus guided the hiccuping cloud toward it, while Pumpernickel gave a gentle puff to send pepper dust dancing through the air. The little cloud twitched its fluffy edges, wiggled its misty middle, and then let out not a hiccup, but a tremendous, yet dainty, chew. The sneeze sent a shower of silver sparks harmlessly up toward the ceiling, which was really the floor, where they dissolved into tiny, twinkling stars. The magic lifted from the teacups, which gently floated back down to their proper places, each now decorated with a beautiful silver pattern that told the story of their great adventure. The friends smiled at each other, sipping their tea from the newly bedecked cups. The little cloud, now cured of its hiccups, curled up contentedly in a sugar bowl, purring like a tiny thunderstorm. And as the backwards river flowed past the upside-down tea shop, carrying leaves upstream and fish swimming tail first, the friends realized that sometimes the simplest solutions are right under your nose, especially if that nose needs to sneeze. So remember, dear listener, that even the most topsy-turvy days can end with everything right side up in your heart, especially when you have good friends and a nice cup of tea. Story 12. Story 13. Story 14. In the heart of the ancient forest, where moonlight wove silver threads through the canopy and the air hummed with quiet magic, there lived a small, wide-eyed creature named Finn. Finn was a dormouse, soft-furred and gentle, with ears that twitched at the faintest whisper of the night. His home was a cozy burrow nestled between the roots of a great oak, lined with thistledown and dried lavender. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars blinked awake, Finn would emerge, ready to explore the world that came alive under the cover of darkness. Tonight, the forest seemed especially alive. The trees swayed gently, their leaves rustling like pages turning in an old, beloved book. Finn scurried along a familiar path, his tiny paws barely making a sound on the mossy ground. All around him, the forest spoke in its secret language, the murmur of the stream weaving stories over smooth stones, the creak of ancient boughs sharing memories of seasons long past, and the soft sigh of the wind carrying messages from faraway clearings. But Finn felt a restlessness in his heart. Lately he had noticed the days growing shorter, the nights stretching longer and cooler. The vibrant greens of summer were giving way to the gold and crimson of autumn, and though the forest was beautiful, Finn couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. He loved the warmth and abundance of summer, and the thought of the cold, quiet months ahead filled him with unease. He decided to seek counsel from the eldest and wisest of the forest's inhabitants, an old owl named Thuron, who made his home high in the hollow of a silver birch. Thuron was known throughout the woods for his gentle wisdom and kind eyes, which held the light of countless moons. He never lectured or scolded, but instead offered guidance wrapped in stories and patience. Finn found Thuron perched on a low-hanging branch, his feathers dusted with starlight. The owl's large, knowing eyes softened at the sight of the little dormouse. "You are troubled, little one," Thuron said, his voice a low, soothing rumble, like distant thunder or the deep hum of the earth itself. Finn nodded, his whiskers trembling slightly. "I am worried about the turning of the seasons," he confessed. "I don't want summer to end. I don't want to say goodbye to the long, warm nights and the bounty of berries and blossoms." Thuron blinked slowly. "Come," he said gently. "Walk with me. There is something I wish to show you." Together they ventured deeper into the forest, where the trees grew closer and the air grew thick with enchantment. As they walked, Finn noticed the world around him transforming. Bioluminescent mushrooms glowed softly along the path, casting an ethereal blue light that guided their way. Fireflies danced in the shadows, their tiny lanterns blinking in rhythm with the heartbeat of the night. Overhead, the moon shone full and bright, painting everything in shades of silver and pearl. They came upon a clearing Finn had never seen before, a wide, open space carpeted with velvet moss and surrounded by ancient stones worn smooth by time. In the center of the clearing stood a magnificent willow tree, its branches trailing like liquid silver in the moonlight. Beneath the willow, a small spring bubbled up from the earth, its water clear and cool, singing a soft, continuous melody. "This," Thuron said, settling on one of the moss-covered stones, "is the Heartwood Glade. It is a place of great magic, where the cycles of the world are felt most deeply." As if on cue, a gentle rain began to fall, not a storm, but a soft, whispering drizzle that pattered lightly on the leaves above and trickled down to the moss below. The sound was like 1,000 tiny bells, soothing and rhythmic. Finn curled up beside Thuron, listening to the rain's gentle percussion mingling with the babble of the spring and the sigh of the wind through the willow's branches. "Watch," Thuron murmured, and Finn watched. As the rain fell, something miraculous began to happen. The bioluminescent fungi brightened, their glow intensifying until the entire glade was awash in soft, pulsating light. The droplets of rain caught the moonbeams and the fungal glow, glittering like falling stars. Then from the willow tree, delicate filaments of light began to drift downward, seeds of magic, carrying with them the essence of the seasons. One of these seeds landed on Finn's paw. It glowed with a warm, golden light, and as he gazed at it, he felt a wave of summer memories wash over him. The taste of sun-ripened blackberries, the feel of warm earth beneath his paws, the sound of crickets chirping in the tall grass. But as the light faded, it transformed into a cool, silvery blue, and now Finn felt the crispness of autumn air, the rustle of falling leaves, and the comforting darkness of his burrow lined with nuts and seeds for the winter. "The forest does not say goodbye to summer," Thuron explained softly. "It simply welcomes autumn in its turn. Each season has its own magic, its own gifts. Summer gives us growth and abundance, but autumn teaches us rest and preparation. Winter offers quiet reflection, and spring brings renewal. They are all part of the same great story." As he spoke, the creatures of the night began to gather in the glade. A family of badgers emerged from their set, their stripes glowing in the bioluminescent light. A fox with a coat like burnished copper padded silently to the water's edge to drink. Even the trees seemed to lean in closer, their leaves whispering in agreement. One of the ancient stones near the spring began to hum, a low, resonant vibration that traveled through the earth and up into Finn's very bones. It was the stone's way of speaking, sharing wisdom older than memory. The stream, too, seemed to chuckle, its water forming patterns that told stories of rivers that had flowed since the world was young. Finn understood then. The sadness he had felt was not because summer was ending, but because he had not yet learned to see the beauty in what came next. He looked around the glade, at the rain-kissed moss gleaming like emeralds, at the fireflies weaving constellations in the air, at the gentle, wise faces of the nocturnal creatures, and his heart swelled with a new kind of warmth. "How do I learn to love the turning?" he asked Thuron. The owl ruffled his feathers contentedly. "By listening," he said. "Listen to the forest, listen to the rain, to the stones, to the trees. They will teach you their rhythms, and when you feel lonely or afraid, remember that you are never truly alone. The forest is always with you, cycling through its seasons just as you cycle through your days and nights." Finn closed his eyes and did just that. He listened to the delicate pitter-patter of the rain, now slowing to a drizzle. He listened to the wind rustling the willow leaves, a sound like soft, distant applause. He listened to the stream's endless song and the deep, steady hum of the stone. And in that symphony of night sounds he found peace. When he opened his eyes again, the glade was even brighter. The bioluminescent fungi had spread their glow to the raindrops clinging to every leaf and petal, so that the entire clearing sparkled like a treasure chest of light. Overhead the clouds parted and the moon shone down, bathing everything in a serene, silver glow. Thuron spread his wings. "It is time for you to rest, little one, but remember what you felt here tonight. Carry it with you always." Finn nodded, his heart full. He bid farewell to the wise owl and the other creatures of the glade, and began the journey back to his burrow. This time he walked slowly, savoring every sound and sensation. The crunch of leaves underfoot, the cool kiss of the night air, the distant hoot of an owl, all of it felt like part of a beautiful, endless cycle. When he reached his home, he curled up in his nest of thistledown, feeling more content than he had in a long time. Outside, the forest continued its gentle murmuring, the soft rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, the distant melody of the stream. And as Finn drifted into sleep, he dreamed not of summer alone, but of autumn's golden fields, winter's silent snows, and spring's first blossoms, each season a beloved chapter in the story of the ancient, magical forest. And high above, the moon watched over it all, a silent, smiling witness to the endless, beautiful dance of rest and renewal. Story 15. Story 15. Story 16. Story 16. Deep within the heart of the world, where the moon pours its silver milk upon the earth, there lay the ancient forest of Elderglow. Here time moved not in hours but in breaths, not in days but in dreams. The great pines stood as silent sentinels, their boughs heavy with the wisdom of centuries, and the air itself hummed with a quiet, thrumming magic felt more than heard. On this particular night, when the moon hung full and heavy as a ripe pearl, a young hedgehog named Thistle felt a peculiar stirring in her heart. The cozy burrow she shared with her family, usually a haven of warmth and soft snuffling sounds, felt suddenly too small. A whisper like the rustle of 1,000 leaves all speaking at once seemed to call her name from the world outside. Pushing aside the curtain of woven roots that served as her door, Thistle ventured into the luminescent night. The forest floor was a tapestry of cool shadows and liquid moonlight. Moss-covered stones, soft and velvety to the touch, glimmered with a faint, ethereal green light. Delicate fungi pulsed with a gentle, rhythmic glow, like tiny, sleeping hearts. This was the forest's own starlight, a bioluminescent wonder that only revealed itself under the moon's generous gaze. Thistle's small paws made no sound on the carpet of fallen needles as she followed a path she felt more than saw. It led her to a babbling brook, its water dark and shiny as obsidian, yet singing a crystal-clear song over smooth, polished stones. She paused to listen, and as she did, the water's babble seemed to form words. "Step lightly, little one, step true. The old magic is awake tonight, and it watches over you." It was the secret language of the stream, a language not of words, but of feelings, impressions, and melodies that settled directly into the soul. Heart beating a little faster, Thistle carefully crossed the water on a bridge of a fallen, mossy log. Beyond the stream opened a vast, starlit clearing. In its center stood the oldest inhabitant of Elderglow, a magnificent silver oak named Grandfather Bough. His bark was etched with patterns more complex than any map, telling stories of forgotten storms and long, sunny summers. High in his branches, nestled in a crook where the wood had grown soft and gentle with age, sat Orin, the great horned owl. His feathers were the color of twilight, and his eyes held the deep, patient knowing of the moon itself. He was the elder, the keeper of stories, the silent guide. Orin did not speak, not with a voice such as Thistle possessed. Instead, he blinked slowly, and a wave of calm understanding washed over the hedgehog. She felt his question before she formed her own. "I felt a call," Thistle whispered, her voice small in the immense quiet of the clearing. "A restlessness, like the forest is holding its breath, waiting for something." Orin swiveled his head almost all the way around, his gaze taking in the entire clearing, the surrounding trees, the sky. From his perch, a single downy feather drifted down, spinning and twirling in the still air, until it landed softly on Thistle's nose. As it touched her, a vision filled her mind. She saw the forest not as it was now, in its vibrant, nocturnal glory, but asleep under a thick blanket of snow. The streams were silent, frozen mid-song. The glowing fungi were dormant, their light buried. The great trees stood bare and still, their energy drawn deep into their roots, dreaming of spring. It was a time of profound rest, of renewal gathering its strength in the deep, dark quiet. The vision shifted. She saw the first thaw, the trickle of water finding its voice again, the brave green shoots pushing through the frost, the forest waking in a spectacular explosion of life and light. The cycle was beautiful, necessary, and endless. The feather's magic faded and Thistle blinked. Orin was still watching her, his meaning clear. The stirring she felt was the first whisper of the great turn, the shift from the season of growing to the season of dreaming. The forest was preparing to rest. As if on cue, a soft, sighing wind moved through the clearing. It wasn't a cold wind, but a gentle one, carrying the scent of damp earth and distant rain. It rustled the leaves of Grandfather Bough, and they whispered their ancient language, a sound like a mother hushing her child to sleep. Shh, all is well. It is time to slow, to dream, to be still. Then came the rain. It began not as a downpour, but as a delicate pattering on the broad leaves above, a natural, soothing ASMR melody that gradually filled the air. Each drop was a tiny note in a lullaby composed by the earth itself. The drops gathered and fell from the leaves in fat, glistening pearls, plinking into pools on the mossy ground with soft, percussive notes. Thistle watched, mesmerized, as the bioluminescent fungi seemed to brighten with each drop of rain, their gentle pulsing glow reflecting in the countless tiny water droplets until the entire clearing was awash in a swirling galaxy of emerald and silver light. The tension she had felt, the restless energy, began to melt away, replaced by a deep, encompassing peace. She understood now. The magic wasn't in constant motion. Its greatest power was knowing when to be still. She wasn't being called to do anything. She was being called to witness, to be part of the quieting. To learn that rest was not idleness, but a different kind of work, the sacred work of renewal. Orin gave one soft, low hoot, a sound that vibrated in the chest more than the ears, and took flight. His silent wings carried him up through the glimmering rain, a dark shape against the starry sky, before he disappeared into the deeper woods, his duty of gentle guidance complete. Thistle knew it was time to return home. The journey back felt different. She heard the forest's language everywhere now. The drip, drip, drip from the pine needles was a rhythmic drumbeat of comfort. The distant hoot of another owl was a reassurance. The soft squelch of the damp moss under her paws was a familiar, friendly sound. When she reached her burrow and slipped inside, the world felt perfectly right again. The restlessness was gone, soothed away by the wisdom of the ancient oak, the silent lesson of the owl, and the gentle, sleeping breath of the forest. She curled into her nest of dried ferns and soft thistledown, listening to the soothing patter of rain on the earth above. As she drifted into dreams, she felt the same deep, quiet magic gathering in her own heart. She understood the cycles now, not just of the forest, but of her own spirit. There was a time for exploring under the moon, and a time for resting in the warm, dark earth. Both were equally magical, equally important. And outside, Elderglow slept on, wrapped in a blanket of glistening rain and moonlight, its secrets safe, its magic dreaming, waiting patiently for the turning of the great, gentle wheel once more. All was well, and all was deeply, profoundly at peace. Story 17. Story 17. Deep within the heart of the world, where the soil remembers the footprints of the first dawn, there lay an ancient forest known as the Whispering Woods. It was a place where moonlight pooled like liquid silver in the clearings, and the very air hummed with a gentle, ancient magic. The trees here were not merely wood and leaf. They were living libraries of time, their bark etched with stories only the patient could hear. On this particular night, when the moon hung full and heavy as a pearl in the velvet sky, a young barn owl named Thuron perched on the limb of a great oak. His feathers, usually the color of cream and cinnamon, were painted silver by the moonlight. Thuron was restless. Though he knew the forest well, every hidden burrow, every secret path, he felt there was a deeper song humming just beneath the surface of things, a melody he could not quite grasp. A soft breeze stirred the leaves above, and they rustled like pages turning in a great book. As I trach, they seemed to say. Listen. Be still. Thuron tilted his head, his large golden eyes scanning the forest floor below. Fireflies drifted like living embers, tracing delicate patterns in the dark. Moss-covered stones gleamed with a faint, moist sheen, and a nearby stream murmured secrets over smooth, water-worn pebbles. It was then that Thuron noticed a soft, golden glow emanating from a cluster of mushrooms at the base of an ancient, towering cedar. The fungi pulsed gently, as if breathing in time with the forest itself. Curious, Thuron spread his wings and glided silently downward, landing as softly as a falling leaf beside them. You hear it too, don't you? A voice said, so deep and resonant it seemed to rise from the earth itself. Thuron turned. It was the cedar tree, Grandfather Cedar, as the forest dwellers called him. His trunk was wide and gnarled, etched with the wisdom of centuries. His branches reached toward the stars like open arms, and his needles shimmered with dew caught in the moonlight. I hear something, Thuron admitted softly. A whisper, a song I can't quite understand. Grandfather Cedar gave a low, rumbling sigh that vibrated through the ground. That is the language of the woods, little one. It is not spoken in words, but in feelings, in moments. The trees speak through the rustle of their leaves, the streams through their gentle babble, the stones through their patient silence. To understand, you must learn to listen not with your ears alone, but with your whole being. Thuron blinked. How does one listen with their being? Come, the cedar said kindly. Walk with me, or rather let me show you. Though the great tree could not move his roots, his presence seemed to stretch through the forest, guiding Thuron along a path dappled with moonlight and shadow. They moved slowly, pausing here and there so Thuron could truly see, and hear and feel. First, they stopped beside the chattering stream. Listen, Grandfather Cedar murmured. Hear how the water laughs over the stones. It tells stories of far-off mountains and hidden springs. Each ripple is a sentence, each bubble a breath. Thuron closed his eyes. He heard it then, not just noise, but a language. The water gurgled with joy, sighed with contentment, whispered of journeys yet to come. Next they approached a large, mossy stone half buried in the earth. Place your wing upon it, the cedar instructed. Thuron did so, and to his surprise he felt a deep, steady hum, a vibration that spoke of age and endurance. It was the stone's way of remembering. It held the warmth of the day's sun and the coolness of the night's dew, and in its silence it spoke of patience. Now watch the fireflies, Grandfather Cedar said gently. Thuron looked up as the tiny lights swirled and danced, writing patterns in the air. They flickered in a rhythm, sometimes slow and graceful, sometimes quick and playful. It was a dance of joy, a language of light. They are telling the story of the stars, the cedar explained. How each star is a distant cousin, and how their light travels so far to greet us. As they continued, a soft rain began to fall. Not a storm, but a gentle shower that kissed the leaves and tapped lightly on the forest floor. Pit-pat it went, like 1,000 tiny drumbeats. The sound was soothing, rhythmic, and Thuron felt his restlessness begin to melt away. They came at last to a starlit clearing, where the moonlight lay so thick upon the ground, it looked like a pool of mercury. In the center stood a circle of ancient stones, their surfaces glowing faintly with bioluminescent lichen. This is the Heart Glade, Grandfather Cedar said, his voice full of reverence. Here the magic of the seasons gathers. It is a place of cycles, of growth, abundance, release, and rest. Thuron perched on one of the stones, feeling its gentle thrum beneath his claws. "Why does the forest need to rest?" he asked. "The night is so alive." "Ah," the cedar replied, "even magic must sleep. Just as the sun must set to rise again, the forest must dream to remember. In autumn the trees release their leaves not because they are tired, but because they are making space for new stories. In winter they stand bare and silent, gathering strength beneath the snow. Then spring comes, and with it new life, new words in the great story." As if on cue, a family of foxes emerged from the shadows, a mother and 3 little kits, their fur the color of autumn leaves. They moved with such grace and quietness that they seemed to be part of the night itself. The mother fox dipped her head in respect to Grandfather Cedar. "The little ones wish to see the moon-drenched glade," she said softly. "They are welcome," the cedar rumbled. "All who come in peace are welcome here." The fox kits tumbled playfully in the silver grass, their movements silent but full of joy. One of them approached Thuron, eyes wide with curiosity. "Do you know the story of the first acorn?" the kit asked. Thuron shook his head. "It is a story of hope," Grandfather Cedar said. "Would you like to hear it?" Everyone gathered closer, the foxes, the fireflies drifting near, even the wind seemed to still its whispers to listen. "Long ago," the cedar began, "when the world was new and the stars still practiced their shining, there grew a mighty oak at the edge of the woods. She was the first of her kind, and her acorns were treasured by all. But one season, a great sadness fell over the forest. The rains did not come, and the earth grew hard and dry. The oak tree knew she would not survive the drought. But instead of weeping, she used her last strength to produce one final acorn, smaller than the others, but filled with all her hope and love. She entrusted it to a passing breeze, who carried it to a soft, damp patch of earth near a stream. There it slept through the long drought, dreaming of rain, and when the showers finally returned, the acorn sprouted, not into just any oak, but one that glowed with a soft, golden light on moonlit nights. That tree became the guardian of the forest's hope, and its descendants still grow among us, reminding us that even in hardship, life finds a way. As the story ended, the rain ceased, and the clouds parted to reveal the moon once more. The clearing seemed to sigh in contentment. Thuron felt something shift inside him. His restlessness had vanished, replaced by a deep, warm peace. He understood now the forest was not just a place of trees and creatures, but a living, breathing story. Every rustle, every ripple, every silent stone was part of a grand, gentle narrative of cycles and renewal. "Thank you," he said to Grandfather Cedar. "I think I understand now how to listen." The ancient tree gave another soft, rumbling sigh, this one full of warmth. "Remember, little owl, you are part of this story too. Your flights under the moon, your silent watch over the woods, they are sentences in the great tale. And when you feel lost or alone, come here. Listen to the stream, touch the stones, watch the fireflies. The forest will always speak to you." One by one the foxes slipped back into the shadows, their steps silent on the damp earth. The fireflies dimmed their lights slightly, settling on leaves and petals like living dew. The stream seemed to hum a lullaby. Thuron spread his wings, feeling the cool night air beneath his feathers. He took one last look at the heart glade, now peaceful and shimmering, before lifting into the sky. As he flew homeward, he heard the forest not as noise, but as a symphony. The wind's gentle exhale through the pines, the distant hoot of another owl, the soft drip 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 of rainwater from leaf to fern. He knew that come autumn, the leaves would fall and carpet the earth in gold and crimson. In winter, a blanket of snow would hush the woods into dreaming. And when spring returned, new leaves would whisper the story all over again. But for now, under the soft silver moon, the whispering woods was wide awake and singing, a gentle, endless song of magic and memory, waiting only for those who knew how to listen. And high above, Thuron flew on, his heart full of the forest's quiet wisdom, forever part of the story. Story 18. Story 18. Deep within the whispering woods, where the moon poured its silver milk through the canopy of ancient oaks and pines, there existed a forest older than memory. Here the night was not a time of darkness, but of gentle revelation. The trees spoke in soft creaks and rustles, the streams hummed lullabies over smooth stones, and the very moss that carpeted the forest floor seemed to breathe in time with the stars. In this realm lived a young badger named Bramble. His fur was the color of shadow and earth, and his eyes held the curious glimmer of one who listens more than he speaks. Unlike other badgers who were content to dream in their cozy sets, Bramble felt a pull in his heart each time the moon rose, a longing to understand the secret language of the night. One evening, as a soft summer rain began to fall, each drop tapping a different note upon the broad leaves above, Bramble decided he would not sleep. He stepped out into the glistening world, his paws sinking into the cool, damp moss. The air smelled of wet pine and blooming night flowers. He soon found himself beside the crystal brook, which babbled and giggled over stones worn smooth by centuries of gentle persistence. Bramble dipped his paw into the water and listened. To most, it was simply the sound of moving water. But if one listened with patience, the brook seemed to whisper stories, of snowmelt from distant mountains, of minnows that danced in its current, of roots that drank deeply from its banks. "Why can I hear but not understand?" Bramble murmured to himself. A voice, soft as velvet and deep as the earth, answered from above. Understanding requires not just ears, but time. Perched on a low-hanging branch was an owl with feathers the color of bark and moonlight. Her eyes were great golden pools of knowing, and when she blinked, it was as slow and peaceful as a cloud passing before the moon. This was Olivine, the oldest wise one of the woods, who had watched over the forest's dreams for more seasons than the oldest tree could count. "You seek the language of the woods, little one," Olivine said, not as a question, but as a gentle observation. Bramble nodded, his heart beating a little faster. "I hear the trees sighing, I hear the stones humming, I hear the brook singing, but I don't know what they're saying." Olivine spread her wings silently and glided down to rest on a mossy log beside him. The rain had softened to a mist, and each droplet caught the moonlight like tiny diamonds. "Come," she said. "I will show you, but you must listen with your whole being." She led Bramble to a clearing where the trees parted to reveal the star-strewn sky. All around them, tiny mushrooms and threads of mycelium glowed with a soft, blue-green light, painting the forest floor with constellations of their own. The air thrummed with the chirrup of crickets and the distant hush of wind moving through the highest branches. "Every being here speaks," Olivine began, "but not with words. The trees speak of patience. Their rings hold stories of droughts and storms, of sunny years and gentle springs. They teach us that growth is not always swift, but it is always sure." As if on cue, a great oak groaned softly, a sound that was not of pain, but of contentment, like someone stretching after a long rest. "The stones," Olivine continued, nudging a smooth, dark rock with her beak, "they speak of memory. They remember when they were part of great mountains. They remember the touch of glaciers and the caress of rivers. They teach us that change is slow but constant, and that there is strength in stillness." Bramble placed his paw upon the stone. It was cool and solid, and he fancied he could feel a very faint vibration, like a heartbeat that beat once every 100 years. "And the water," Olivine said, turning her head toward the brook, "it speaks of journey. It does not cling. It flows, it adapts, it nourishes everything it passes. It teaches us that sometimes we must let go to move forward." They sat in silence for a time, listening to the symphony of the night. Bramble began to hear not just sounds, but feelings. The rustle of leaves was the forest breathing. The patter of rain was its heartbeat. The distant call of a fox was a verse in its endless song. But as the night deepened, Bramble noticed something that troubled him. In a far corner of the clearing, a cluster of the bioluminescent mushrooms had begun to fade. Their light, usually so steady and soft, flickered weakly. "What's wrong with them?" he asked Olivine, his voice hushed with concern. The owl regarded the fading glow with her wise, golden eyes. "They are not sick, little one. They are remembering." "Remembering what?" "The turn of the season," she explained. "Even magic must rest. As autumn approaches, these lights will dim. The forest prepares for its long slumber. The mushrooms store their energy deep within the earth, dreaming of the spring when they will shine again." Bramble felt a pang of sadness. "But the forest will be so dark without them." Olivine nodded slowly. "And quiet but necessary. Tell me, Bramble, do you sleep each day?" "Yes," he replied. "And do you dream?" "Sometimes." "What happens in your dreams?" Bramble thought for a moment. "I explore, I remember. Sometimes I solve problems that puzzled me when I was awake." "Exactly," Olivine said softly. "Rest is not nothingness, it is renewal. The forest, too, must dream. The trees shed their leaves not because they are dying, but because they are gathering strength for new growth. The streams slow their song to a whisper, conserving their energy under blankets of ice. The stones sleep deepest of all, holding the warmth of the summer sun within them like a secret." As she spoke, a gentle wind stirred the leaves, creating a sound like 1,000 soft sighs. It was a lullaby for the waking world, a promise that rest was a gift, not an end. Bramble looked at the fading mushrooms with new understanding. Their dimming was not a failure, but a part of their wisdom. They were teaching him about cycles, about how everything has its time to shine and its time to rest. "Will they come back?" he asked. "When the days grow longer and the earth grows warm again," Olivine assured him. "They will push through the soil, bright and full of stories from their long sleep, and you will be here to greet them." Together they watched as the mist curled around the tree trunks like silver ribbons. The rain had ceased completely, and now the only sounds were the drip-drip dropping of water from leaf to fern to moss, and the distant, comforting murmur of the crystal brook. Bramble realized he no longer felt the anxious need to understand everything. He simply felt a part of it all, the patient trees, the remembering stones, the journeying water, and the resting mushrooms. He was a note in the forest's nightly song, and that was enough. Olivine, seeing the peace settle over him, spread her wings once more. "Remember this night, little badger. The forest speaks to those who listen not with their ears alone, but with their hearts, and its greatest lesson is this: there is a time for wonder and a time for rest. Both are beautiful, both are necessary." With that, she lifted into the air without a sound, disappearing into the shadows between the trees. Bramble made his way back to his set, as the first hints of dawn tinged the eastern sky with soft rose and gold. He curled up in his bed of dry leaves and fragrant herbs, and for the first time he did not dream of exploring. Instead, he dreamed of deep roots, of slow-moving stones, of water sleeping under ice, and of tiny lights waiting patiently in the dark earth for their time to shine again. And outside, the whispering woods settled into its own daily slumber, holding within its heart all the magic of the night, resting and renewing, ready to share its secrets again when the moon returned. Story 19. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Deep in the whispering woods, where trees hummed lullabies and streams giggled over polished stones, lay the village of Twinkle Hollow. Its cottages nestled inside toadstools with candy-striped roofs, and cobblestone paths glimmered with crushed stardust. Here lived Pip, a sparrow-sized boy with ears that wiggled when he was excited, and pockets always full of talking acorns. His best friend was Fig, a bashful badger who wore a waistcoat embroidered with snoozing snails and sneezed clouds of glitter when surprised. One dewy morning, Pip discovered the village's heart, the gleaming gear garden, in disarray. Giant clockwork sunflowers drooped, their petals rusted shut. The giggling gears that powered Twinkle Hollow's twilight dances lay silent, coated in sticky, purple goo. Without their nightly waltz, the fireflies couldn't weave their luminous stories across the sky, and gloom settled like a damp quilt. Fig sneezed a nervous puff of silver glitter. "Oh crumbs, the Moonberry Festival is tomorrow. Without the gears, the fireflies' ballet will be a soggy pancake." Pip's ears did a frantic jig. "Fear not, Fig will find the source of this gummy gloom." Their quest began at the Sugar Spruce Library, run by Mistress Nettle, a tortoise with a monocle and a hat made of teapots. She tapped a map with her cane. "The goo comes from the sorrowful swamp, dear beans, but beware, it's guarded by the moat monster, who sighs so deeply he blows his own hat off." Armed with feather dusters for tickling troubles away, and jars of Fig's sneeze glitter, guaranteed to spark giggles, they tiptoed into the swamp. Trees wept caramel tears, and the air smelled of forgotten birthdays. There sat the moat monster, a shaggy, blue-furred creature with rain clouds for eyebrows, sobbing into a puddle. Each tear splashed as sticky purple goo. "Nobody likes my lullabies," he wailed, accidentally inhaling a passing butterfly. Pip's ears wiggled merrily. "Why, we adore music. Sing for us." The moat monster hiccuped, then crooned a tune so off-key, frogs covered their ears. But Pip and Fig applauded wildly. "Bravo, encore." Encouraged, the monster belted out a ballad, his tears turning clear and sweet as lemonade. The goo vanished. "You're brilliant." Fig cheered, sneezing a rainbow over the swamp. Flowers burst into bloom, singing backup. Back in Twinkle Hollow, the gears whirred to life, spinning faster than ever. Pip had a twisty idea. Let's invite the moat monster to conduct the fireflies. At the festival, under a sky dusted with peach-colored stars, the monster waved a licorice baton. Fireflies spiraled into giggling constellations, while clockwork sunflowers clanged cymbals made of cookie tins. Villagers waltzed on marshmallow clouds, and Fig sneezed a finale of diamond dust that settled over everyone like cozy pajamas. As the last note faded, Pip curled in a hammock woven from moonbeams, Fig snoring softly beside him. The moat monster, now the maestro of merriment, conducted the stars in a soft, humming lullaby. Twinkle Hollow shimmered, a promise that even the bluest sighs could become songs, and friendship was the stickiest, sweetest magic of all. And with that thought, dreams bloomed like shy violets in the heart of the night. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Title: The Whisper of the Willow. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and the edge of a vast, whispering forest, lived a gentle young girl named Lyra. Her days were filled with the hum of bees in the meadow, the scent of wildflowers on the breeze, and the comforting embrace of her grandmother's stories by nightfall. Lyra's world was one of serene beauty, yet she harbored a yearning for something more, a spark of magic to ignite her heart's deepest dreams. The village was surrounded by legends of the Enchanted Forest, a place where the old trees told tales to those who would listen, and the streams sang lullabies to the moon. But the heart of these stories was the ancient Willow of Whispers, a tree said to hold the power to reveal one's true path in life. Many sought its wisdom, but few returned unchanged. for the forest had a way of showing each visitor not only who they were, but who they could become. Lyra often wandered to the forest's edge, her fingers brushing the soft moss that clung to the trunks of the trees. Her grandmother's stories painted images in her mind, of brave explorers and wise creatures, but the Willow of Whispers remained an enigma, a mystery she longed to unravel. It was on one such day, with the sun dappling through the leaves and a gentle breeze rustling the branches, that Lyra felt the forest calling to her more strongly than ever before. With a heart full of anticipation and a small satchel packed with essentials, bread, cheese, and her grandmother's knitted shawl, Lyra stepped into the forest. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of pine and damp earth. As she ventured deeper, the trees seemed to lean closer, their boughs whispering secrets that only the forest knew. Lyra felt a tingling at the back of her neck, a sensation both thrilling and comforting, as if the forest was welcoming her into its embrace. As the path wound deeper into the forest, Lyra met a curious friend, a small, bright-eyed squirrel named Pip. His fur was a tawny gold, and he chittered merrily as he bounded from branch to branch beside her. "Where are you headed, young traveler?" Pip asked, his voice a soft, musical note in the forest's symphony. Lyra smiled, her heart lightened by the squirrel's friendly demeanor. "I'm seeking the Willow of Whispers," she replied, her eyes alight with determination. Pip twitched his whiskers thoughtfully. "Ah, the willow," he said, nodding. "Many have sought its wisdom, but it is not easily found. The forest has a way of testing those who desire its secrets." "I am ready," Lyra declared, her voice steady with resolve. "I believe the willow will guide me." With Pip scampering alongside her, Lyra continued her journey. The forest was a tapestry of colors and sounds, each step revealing new wonders. Birds sang sweetly in the canopy above, their songs weaving through the leaves like a gentle lullaby. The sunlight danced across the forest floor, painting patterns of light and shadow that seemed to shift with every breath of wind. As they walked, Pip told Lyra tales of the forest's inhabitants. A wise old owl who knew the stars by heart, a family of foxes who danced under the moon, and a mischievous sprite who played tricks on unwary travelers. Lyra listened with delight, her imagination painting vivid pictures of these magical creatures. Yet, as the day wore on, the path grew more tangled and overgrown. Vines draped like curtains across their way, and the underbrush thickened, whispering against Lyra's legs as she pushed forward. The air grew cooler, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. "Do not be discouraged," Pip chirped, sensing her unease. "Every journey worth taking has its trials." Lyra nodded, brushing aside a strand of ivy. Her determination was unwavering, her heart guided by the stories her grandmother had woven, a tapestry of courage, kindness, and the endless potential within. At last, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the forest in hues of gold and amber, they arrived at a clearing. In its center stood the Willow of Whispers, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, its branches sweeping gracefully to the ground like a curtain of leaves. The air around the tree shimmered softly, as if infused with magic. Lyra approached the willow with reverence, her steps slow and deliberate. She felt the weight of the forest's silence, a sacred hush that enveloped the clearing. Pip perched on a nearby rock, watching with bright, curious eyes. With a deep breath, Lyra reached out to touch the willow's bark, her fingers brushing against its rough, ancient surface. As her hand made contact, a gentle warmth spread through her, and she closed her eyes, allowing the magic to wash over her. In the stillness, Lyra heard the whisper of the willow, a soft, melodic voice that seemed to come from the very heart of the tree. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, a tapestry of memories and dreams. She saw herself as she was, a young girl filled with wonder and longing. But she also saw glimpses of what could be, a future shaped by choices and courage, by kindness and discovery. The willow showed her paths that twisted and turned, each leading to a different version of herself. As the visions faded, Lyra opened her eyes, her heart brimming with understanding. The willow had not given her clear answers, but it had shown her the possibilities, the power of choice, and the strength within her to forge her own path. Pip hopped to her side, his eyes gleaming with approval. "You have the heart of a true adventurer," he said, his voice full of warmth. Lyra smiled, her heart light with newfound clarity. I see now, she said softly. The journey is as important as the destination. It's not just about finding answers, but about discovering who you are along the way. With the willow's wisdom nestled in her heart, Lyra and Pip began their journey back through the forest. The path seemed brighter now, the forest's secrets a little less mysterious. As they walked, Lyra felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that she was not alone, that the forest, with its whispers and wonders, would always be there to guide her. As they emerged from the trees, the village lay before them, bathed in the soft glow of dusk. The familiar sense of home wrapped around Lyra like a comforting embrace, and she knew that she was forever changed by her journey. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of 1,000 stories. Lyra embraced her, feeling the warmth of love and belonging. That night, as she lay beneath the stars, Lyra closed her eyes and listened to the forest's lullaby, her heart full of gratitude and dreams yet to be realized. The willow of whispers had shown her the way, but it was her journey to walk, her story to write. And so, with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the night, Lyra drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the forest and the endless possibilities of tomorrow. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. The salt-kissed wind whispered secrets through Finn's unruly brown hair as he shuffled along the damp sand. Dusk painted the sky in bruised purples and fiery oranges, reflecting on the retreating tide that left behind a glistening tapestry of treasures. Finn, a quiet boy with eyes the color of storm clouds, preferred the company of the sea's leavings to the boisterous games of the other village children. His pockets were always heavy with smooth stones, fragments of pearlescent shell, and the occasional piece of sea glass worn soft by the ocean's embrace. Today, however, felt different. An unusual stillness hung in the air, thick with the scent of kelp and distant rain. He paused, drawn by a faint, rhythmic humming that seemed to vibrate up through the soles of his worn boots. It wasn't the wind, nor the distant gulls. Kneeling, he brushed aside damp sand near a cluster of barnacle-crusted rocks. There, half-buried, pulsed a shell unlike any he'd ever seen. It was no larger than his palm, a spiral of deepest midnight blue, swirling with veins of shimmering silver that seemed to shift and dance like captured moonlight. As his fingers brushed its cool, impossibly smooth surface, the humming intensified, resonating deep within his chest. It felt warm, alive. He carefully pried it free, cradling it in his hands. The silver veins flared brightly for a moment, then settled into a soft, steady glow. Finn felt a strange pull, a magnetic yearning towards the vast, whispering expanse of the ocean. That night, tucked beneath his patchwork quilt with the shell resting on his bedside table, its soft glow painted shifting constellations on the ceiling. The rhythmic humming filled his small room, a lullaby sung by the sea itself. Sleep claimed him, deep and profound. He dreamed not of flying, but of sinking gently into cool, welcoming water. He could breathe easily, the salt tang fresh and clean. Around him the ocean bloomed with impossible colors, corals like frozen fireworks, fish darting like living jewels, forests of kelp swaying in unseen currents. He felt weightless, peaceful, utterly at home. When he awoke at dawn, the dream clung to him like seawater, vivid and real. The shell lay silent and dark on the table. The pull intensified over the next few days. The shell remained inert during daylight hours, but its presence was a constant, quiet hum in the back of Finn's mind. He found himself drawn back to the shore each twilight, the shell tucked safely in his pocket. One evening, as the last sliver of sun dipped below the horizon, painting the waves in molten gold, Finn stood at the water's edge, the shell held tightly. The humming crescendoed, vibrating through his bones. The silver veins blazed with light. Tentatively, heart pounding like a trapped bird, he waded into the cool surf, holding the shell before him. As the water reached his waist, the light from the shell enveloped him in a shimmering bubble. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and stepped forward into deeper water. Instead of the expected chill and resistance, he felt only a gentle pressure, like stepping through a curtain of cool silk. He opened his eyes. He was suspended in a world of liquid light. Sunbeams, refracted through the surface far above, painted dancing patterns on the sandy floor below. Schools of tiny, iridescent fish parted around him like a living river. Gigantic ancient sea turtles glided past with slow, deliberate grace. The humming wasn't just in the shell now. It was the ocean itself, the sigh of currents, the crackle of distant reefs, the song of whales echoing from the deep. The shell pulsed warmly in his hand, its light a soft beacon. He was in the meridian depths. He drifted, awestruck, until a gentle bump against his shimmering bubble startled him. A large sea turtle, her shell patterned with intricate swirls of mossy green and gold, peered at him with ancient, intelligent eyes. Her gaze held a deep, calm wisdom. She nudged the bubble again, then turned, swimming slowly towards a towering forest of kelp that swayed like emerald giants. The shell hummed encouragingly. Finn understood. He willed himself to follow, finding that within the bubble, he could move with surprising ease, propelled by thought alone. The turtle led him through the kelp forest, where shafts of light pierced the gloom, illuminating fish that looked like shards of stained glass and anemones that pulsed with soft, internal light. They emerged near a cluster of colossal coral structures, forming arches and caverns that pulsed with their own bioluminescent glow. Creatures Finn had only seen in faded book illustrations darted amongst the formations. Seahorses like tiny, armored knights, octopuses changing color like living rainbows, and schools of fish that moved as one glittering entity. The turtle guided him towards a vast, open amphitheater formed by coral, its floor covered in smooth, multicolored pebbles. Here, nestled amongst giant clams that opened to reveal pearls glowing like captured moons, were the merfolk. They weren't the humans with fishtails of legend, but beings sculpted from the sea itself. Their skin shimmered with scales in every conceivable hue, deep abyssal blues, vibrant reef oranges, pearly whites. Their lower bodies flowed into powerful, elegant tails, while their upper bodies were more humanoid, adorned with intricate patterns of living coral and trailing strands of glowing seaweed. Large, luminous eyes, adapted to the dim light, regarded Finn with open curiosity and a hint of wariness. One merfolk larger than the others, with scales the deep indigo of the midnight ocean and a crown woven from phosphorescent kelp, swam forward. Her presence radiated calm authority. She placed a webbed hand against Finn's bubble. A warmth spread from the contact, and Finn felt a strange sense of understanding bloom in his mind, not words, but feelings and images. Welcome, shell-bearer. I am Queen Thalassa. We felt the deep stars awakening. Her thoughts flowed into his mind, clear and resonant like bells heard underwater. She gestured to the shell in his hand, the deep star. Finn, overwhelmed, tried to project his own jumble of thoughts. I found it on the shore. It brought me here. It's beautiful. Thalassa smiled, a gentle ripple of light across her face. The deep star chooses its keeper. It has slept for many tides. Its return signals a need. She projected an image, a section of the vibrant coral reef Finn had seen earlier, but now gray, brittle, lifeless. A creeping shadow seemed to cling to it. The gloom spreads. It silences the songs, dims the lights. We know not its source, only that it weakens the meridian depths. Finn felt a pang of sorrow for the dying coral. Can I help? The question formed instinctively, fueled by the deep star's warm pulse against his palm and the profound peace he felt in this hidden world. The queen's luminous eyes held his. The deep star sensed a kindred spirit, one who listens to the quiet things. Perhaps your eyes, unused to our depths, can see what ours cannot. But the gloom is perilous. You would need a guide. She turned her gaze towards the large sea turtle who had brought Finn. Cora has watched over these reefs longer than memory. She will swim with you. Cora nudged Finn's bubble gently with her beak, her ancient eyes conveying steadfastness. Finn felt a surge of determination mixed with trepidation. He was just a quiet boy who collected shells. How could he help save an entire hidden world? But the image of the dying coral, the fading light, and the deep star's unwavering warmth in his hand steeled his resolve. He nodded. I'll try. Their journey began the next tide cycle. Guided by Cora's steady presence and the deep star's soft light, Finn ventured deeper into the meridian depths towards the afflicted area. The vibrancy gradually faded. The water grew colder, the light dimmer. Fish were scarce, and those they saw moved sluggishly. The coral structures, once bursting with color and life, stood like skeletal ghosts, coated in a slimy, dark gray film that seemed to absorb the gloom. The constant, soothing hum of the ocean was replaced by an unsettling silence, broken only by the mournful creak of dying coral. Cora swam close, projecting images of the reef as it once was, teeming with life. Finn concentrated, trying to see beyond the decay. He noticed things the merfolk, accustomed to the reef's normal rhythms, might overlook. Strange, faintly glowing tendrils, almost invisible against the gray slime, snaked from the dying coral towards cracks in the seabed below. They pulsed with a sickly, greenish light. He pointed them out to Cora, projecting the image. The turtle's eyes widened slightly. She nudged him towards a particularly large fissure, hidden beneath an overhang of dead coral. The fissure exhaled a plume of unnaturally cold water. The gloom seemed thickest here, clinging like tar. As Finn peered closer, the deep star in his hand flared brighter, its silver veins blazing. The light cut through the murk, revealing the source of the tendrils. Nestled deep within the fissure was a cluster of dark, spiny urchins, unlike any Finn had ever seen. They were the size of his head, their spines oozing the viscous gray slime. The sickly green light pulsed from within their bodies. They weren't feeding on the coral, they were poisoning it, draining its life and light, spreading the gloom. The stone-sick urchins, Cora projected, a deep sorrow in her mental voice. Thought lost to the deep trenches. Their poison brings silence and cold. Finn felt a chill that wasn't from the water. How do we stop them? He remembered something his grandmother, a healer in the village, once said about ailments. Sometimes the strongest poison needs the gentlest cure. Cora projected an image of a specific luminous plant, a kelp with fronds that glowed a soft, healing blue. Moonlace. Its light purifies. But it grows only in the sunken gardens, guarded by the razorback clams. They snap shut at the slightest tremor. The sunken gardens lay on the far side of the gloom-ridden reef. Getting there meant navigating treacherous currents and the suffocating silence. Cora led the way, her powerful flippers moving with silent grace. Finn concentrated, using the deep star's light to illuminate safe paths through fields of sharp, dead coral and around hidden crevices where more stone-sick urchins lurked. The silence pressed in, heavy and unnerving. Once a massive razorback clam, disturbed by their passage, snapped its jagged shell shut with a sound like thunder, mere inches from Finn's bubble. He gasped, heart hammering, but Cora nudged him onwards, her calm presence a steady anchor. Reaching the sunken gardens was like stepping into a forgotten dream. Here, untouched by the gloom, giant anemones bloomed like underwater flowers in neon hues. Fish shimmered like scattered gems, and growing in sheltered grottos were clusters of moonlace. Its long, ribbon-like fronds emitted a soft, ethereal blue light that seemed to hum with gentle energy. But true to Cora's warning, each cluster grew within the reach of enormous razorback clams, their shells partially open like hungry jaws, revealing pearlescent interiors and sensitive, frilled edges. They feel vibrations, Cora cautioned. One wrong move. Finn watched the clams. He noticed tiny, glowing shrimp cleaning their shells, moving with exquisite slowness and care. The clams remained open for them. Gentleness, Finn thought, remembering his grandmother's words. Not force. He projected the image of the cleaning shrimp to Cora, then an idea formed. He needed to move like the shrimp slowly, deliberately, radiating calm. Holding the deep star close, he focused all his will on projecting a feeling of peace, of harmless intent, just as the shell seemed to radiate warmth and safety. He imagined himself not as an intruder, but as part of the gentle rhythm of the garden. Slowly, inch by painstaking inch, he drifted towards a cluster of moonlace, keeping his movements fluid and minimal. He felt the deep star amplify his intent, its light softening, becoming less a beacon and more like the dappled sunlight filtering through the surface. Cora watched utterly still, her ancient eyes filled with hope. A large razorback clam loomed beside the moonlace. Its frilled mantle rippled, sensing his presence. Finn held his breath, pouring every ounce of calm he possessed through the deep star. The clam's shell tensed slightly, then relaxed. It remained open. Heart pounding with quiet triumph, Finn carefully reached out and gently harvested several fronds of the glowing moonlace. They felt cool and resilient in his hand, pulsing with soft blue light. He retreated as slowly as he had approached. Back at the poisoned fissure, the task was even more delicate. They had to get close enough to the stone-sick urchins without triggering a defensive spray of their toxic slime. Finn again relied on the deep star, projecting feelings of calm and harmlessness, while Cora used her immense patience and knowledge of currents to position them. Finn held a frond of moonlace towards one of the urchins. As the soft blue light touched the oozing gray spines, a remarkable thing happened. The sickly green glow within the urchin flickered. The gray slime seemed to recoil, sizzling faintly as the moonlace's light washed over it. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, the darkness receded from the spines, replaced by their natural, dull purple. The urchin stopped pulsing its toxic light and became still and dormant. Working with painstaking care, Finn and Cora treated each stone-sick urchin in the cluster. The deep star warmed in Finn's hand, its light blending with the moonlace's blue glow, amplifying the cleansing effect. They worked until the fissure was clear, the cold plume ceased, and the last traces of the sickly green light vanished. Exhaustion washed over Finn, deep and profound, but it was mixed with a soaring sense of accomplishment. They returned to the coral amphitheater. Queen Thalassa and her people awaited them anxiously. As Finn presented the remaining moonlace and projected images of their mission, the discovery of the urchins, the perilous journey, the gentle application of the cure, a wave of profound gratitude washed over him from the gathered merfolk. Their luminous eyes shone with renewed hope. Work began immediately. Guided by Finn's descriptions and Cora's wisdom, teams of merfolk carefully harvested more moonlace, using Finn's method of stillness and projected calm, and applied its light to the afflicted areas of the reef. Where the gloom had been thickest, the moonlace's gentle blue glow spread, pushing back the gray slime. Color began to seep back into the bleached coral, first faint pastels, then vibrant reds, oranges, and yellows. Tiny polyps tentatively extended their delicate arms. Fish, drawn by the returning life, darted back into the recovering areas. The oppressive silence lifted, replaced by the tentative clicks, pops, and chirps of returning reef life, gradually swelling back into the familiar, comforting hum of the meridian depths. Finn watched, tears mingling with the seawater inside his bubble. He had helped heal this wondrous place. The quiet boy who listened to shells had found his voice in stillness and observation. His bond with Cora, forged in shared purpose and silent understanding, felt deeper than any surface friendship. The Queen approached, placing a webbed hand against his bubble once more. Her gratitude flowed into him, warm and profound. The Deep Star chose wisely, Finn. You saw with new eyes and acted with a gentle heart. You have reminded us that true strength often lies not in force, but in quiet understanding and the courage to act with kindness. The meridian depths will remember the shell-bearer. The time came for Finn to return. The Deep Star pulsed softly, its journey complete for now. Queen Thalassa presented him with a small, woven pouch made of iridescent seaweed, containing a single, perfect pearl that glowed with its own soft, inner light, a token of their gratitude and a reminder of the light within the depths. Cora nudged him gently one last time, her ancient eyes conveying a farewell that needed no words. Holding the Deep Star, Finn swam towards the surface, guided by the fading light above. He breached the waves just as the first stars began to prick the twilight sky. He stood on the familiar shore, dripping, the shell cool in his hand, the glowing pearl pouch tucked safely in his pocket. The world above seemed both the same and utterly changed. The rustle of the wind in the dune grass, the cry of a distant gull, the sigh of the waves, they all held a deeper resonance, a secret melody he now understood. Back in his small room, the Deep Star sat on his bedside table, dark and silent once more. But Finn knew its secret. He held the glowing pearl, its soft light, a comforting echo of the meridian depths. He was no longer just the quiet boy who collected shells. He was the shell-bearer, the boy who had befriended an ancient turtle, helped heal a hidden world, and learned that the greatest magic often lies in listening, observing, and acting with gentle courage. He knew the Deep Star would sleep, but its connection, like his bond with Cora and the memory of the shimmering depths, would remain, a warm, secret light within him. As he drifted off to sleep, the rhythmic sigh of the ocean outside his window sounded like a lullaby sung just for him, a promise of hidden wonders and the enduring strength found in quiet friendship and a kind heart. The world was vast, filled with mysteries both above and below, and Finn, holding the glowing pearl, felt a profound sense of peace and belonging, cradled in the gentle embrace of the known and the wonderfully unknown. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering, winding river, lived a young lad named Finn. With tousled auburn hair and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, Finn was known throughout the village for his boundless curiosity and gentle heart. Finn often wandered to the edge of the village, where the Whispering Woods began. These woods were a place of legends, filled with tales of enchantment and wonder. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, for it was said to be a realm where the ordinary met the extraordinary. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky and painted the world in hues of amber and rose, Finn felt a tug at his heart, a call to explore the unknown depths of the Whispering Woods. Clad in his favorite cloak, as soft as the down of a fledgling bird, Finn set off with a sense of excitement bubbling within him. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth, mingled with a hint of something sweet and unnameable. As he ventured deeper, the trees stretched taller, their leaves whispering secrets to one another. Shafts of sunlight danced through the branches, creating patterns on the forest floor that seemed to guide Finn onward. Before long, Finn came upon a glade bathed in a gentle silvery light. In its center stood a tree unlike any he had ever seen. Its bark shimmered like mother of pearl, and its leaves were delicate as lace, whispering with the softest breeze. At the foot of this magnificent tree, a circle of toadstools formed a perfect ring, each cap a brilliant shade of violet. As Finn marveled at the beauty around him, a soft rustle caught his attention. Out from the underbrush hopped a creature so whimsical it seemed plucked from a dream. It was a rabbit, yet not quite. Its fur sparkled as if dusted with stardust, and its eyes twinkled with an intelligence that belied its small size. "Greetings, young adventurer," the rabbit said in a voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "I am Thistle, keeper of the Whispering Woods. What brings you to our enchanted glade?" Finn, though surprised, felt a warmth in his heart at Thistle's gentle demeanor. "I seek to explore and learn, dear Thistle," he replied, his voice soft and sincere. "I wish to understand the wonders of this place." Thistle nodded, his whiskers twitching with delight. "Then you shall," he said, "but remember, true exploration requires courage and a willingness to see with more than just the eyes." With that, Thistle bounded away, leaving a trail of twinkling lights in his wake. Finn followed, his heart beating with a mix of anticipation and joy. The path wound through the woods, leading Finn to a series of gentle challenges. First, he encountered a brook, where stepping stones gleamed like polished gems. As he crossed, each stone played a note, creating a melody that filled the air with a tranquility that soothed his soul. Next, a clearing opened up before him, where flowers of every hue swayed in a harmonious dance. Finn paused, admiring their beauty, when a breeze carried their soft voices to him. "To find your path, you must listen to the whispers of your heart," they chimed, their petals brushing against him like a comforting embrace. Finally, Finn arrived at a misty meadow where the air shimmered with anticipation. There he met an elder turtle named Sage, whose shell was etched with stories of time long past. "Ah, young Finn," Sage greeted, his voice deep and resonant as a distant drum. "You have journeyed far and learned much. But tell me, what is it you seek most?" Finn pondered Sage's question, feeling the warmth of the sun and the coolness of the grass. "I seek to understand the courage within me," he answered, realization dawning in his eyes like the first light of dawn. Sage nodded, a wise smile gracing his features. "Then know this, dear child," he said. "Courage is not the absence of fear, but the strength to face the unknown with an open heart." With those words, the meadow began to glow softly, as if the very earth was smiling upon Finn. He felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that his journey had revealed the courage that had always resided within him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with stars, Finn made his way back home, his heart a tapestry of wonder and newfound wisdom. The Whispering Woods had shared their magic with him, and he carried it in his heart, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in exploration and the courage to embrace the unknown. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Finn drifted into a slumber as deep and serene as the night itself, dreaming of adventures yet to come and the friendships formed along the way. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. Milo had always wondered about the old oak tree at the edge of Willowbrook Meadow. Its branches twisted like silver ribbons under moonlight, and his grandmother once whispered that on midsummer nights its hollow trunk shimmered with doorways to hidden realms. Tonight, as fireflies painted the air with golden speckles, young Milo noticed an unusual glow pulsing from the oak's roots, soft as a heartbeat, warm as fresh bread. Taking a deep breath of honeysuckle-scented air, he stepped through the shimmering archway into a place called the Glimmer Grove. Instantly, the world transformed. Trees towered like cathedral spires, their bark etched with glowing runes that shifted like liquid starlight. Instead of leaves, their canopies dripped with crystal dewdrops that chimed when breezes passed, filling the air with a lullaby of tiny bells. Mossy paths unfurled before Milo, carpeted in velvet-soft lichen that glowed emerald beneath his feet. The very air tasted of rain-kissed mint and melted honey, and warmth radiated from glowing stones nestled among ferns. His first friend appeared near a brook where water flowed upward in spirals, defying gravity. A creature no taller than his knee hopped forward, a mossling with fur like spun moss and eyes like polished acorns. It chirruped, offering Milo a luminous blue berry that burst with flavors of cloudberries and stardust. "Thank you," Milo whispered, and the mossling trilled happily, guiding him along a path lined with whispering lilies whose petals hummed gentle advice. Brave steps find bright paths. Deeper in the grove, Milo encountered the sky whale, a creature woven from twilight mist and constellations. It drifted soundlessly above a meadow of floating islands, its belly glowing with captured auroras. When Milo hesitated before a chasm spanned only by stepping stones of light, the sky whale exhaled a ribbon of shimmering fog that solidified into a bridge. "Courage builds its own road," rumbled the sky whale's voice, like distant thunder softened by velvet. Crossing it, Milo felt his own fears dissolve like sugar in tea. But the grove held gentle tests. In the valley of echo flowers, blossoms repeated every sound with mischievous twists. Milo's nervous gulp became a lion's roar, making him jump. Yet when he laughed at the absurdity, the flowers echoed joyous bells. Nearby, he found a starlight fox tangled in vines of glowing thorns, its silver fur dimming with distress. Remembering his grandmother's knitting lessons, Milo patiently untwined the vines, whispering kindness. Freed, the fox nuzzled his hand, and its tail scattered light like fallen stars, illuminating hidden footholds up a quartz cliff. At the grove's heart stood the lumina tree, its trunk swirling with every color ever dreamed. Here, the mossling, sky whale, and starlight fox gathered. "You helped without being asked," chimed the luminous leaves. "Now let wonder reward you." The tree parted its roots, revealing a pool where liquid moonlight swirled. As Milo gazed in, he saw not just his reflection, but all the kindness he'd offered, the shared berry, the fearless crossing, the careful rescue, glowing brighter than the grove itself. He understood then, exploration wasn't about conquering the unknown, but befriending it with an open heart. When Milo stepped back through the oak's archway at dawn, Willowbrook Meadow seemed unchanged. Yet in his pocket nestled a single dewdrop from the lumina tree, cool and radiant against his skin. That night, as he drifted to sleep, the dewdrop glowed softly on his windowsill, a reminder that courage blooms in curious steps, that every kindness returns as light, and that the world holds enchanted corners for those brave enough to look. And in his dreams, crystal bells chimed him back to the Glimmer Grove, where friends awaited his next adventure. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight fell in dappled coins through ancient oaks, there existed a village unseen by human eyes. Mossy cottages with roofs of woven ferns clustered around a clearing, where moonflowers bloomed by day and fireflies scribbled stories in the dusk. Here lived Marlowe, a hedgehog with quills like frosted cinnamon sticks, who tended the library of roots, a labyrinth of tunnels where stories grew as living vines, their blossoms releasing tales when touched. One crisp autumn morning, Marlowe noticed the amber leaves falling too fast, piling knee-high before their time. The forest's breath, a breeze that usually carried the scent of pine and petrichor, now tasted metallic like a storm with no rain. High in the cedar spire, an old badger named Thistle stirred from her slumber, her silvered muzzle twitching. The season threads are fraying, she murmured, recalling legends whispered by her grandmother. Long ago, elemental sprites had woven the fabric of the seasons on looms of starlight, but now their magic waned, neglected by creatures who'd forgotten the old songs. Marlowe approached Thistle, acorn cap clutched in his paws. The maple saplings are shivering, he said, and the river's song has gone flat. Thistle nodded, her claws tracing a map in the soil, a path to the sylvan glade where the last weavers of seasons dwelled. We must mend the threads before the solstice, she declared, but the way is perilous. The bramble wastes guard the glade, and shadows have teeth there. Their journey began at the hour of dewfall, when spiderwebs glimmered like constellations. Fireflies lit their path through valleys, where mushrooms glowed with bioluminescent sighs. Marlowe marveled at ice-blue lichen that chimed when brushed, while Thistle taught him to read the stories written in bark grooves and birdsong cadences. Every creature holds a verse in the forest's poem, she said, her voice blending with the creak of ancient trees. In the hollow of echoes they met Juniper, a fox whose fur held the russet hues of sunset. She'd been stranded when the autumn winds stalled, leaving her without the zephyrs that usually guided her home. The air's gone still as a held breath, Juniper fretted, her tail stirring eddies of crimson leaves. Together they devised a plan. Juniper would use her knowledge of hidden trails, Thistle would navigate by star moss patterns, and Marlowe would coax directions from the library's story vines, now twined through his satchel. The bramble wastes rose before them, a snarled sea of thorns that hissed like angry serpents. Marlowe spied pale blossoms among the spikes, moonclery flowers whose nectar could soften even the cruelest bramble. But the blooms shriveled at touch, their healing essence lost unless harvested with perfect care. Like stories, Marlowe realized, they need gentle hands. Holding his breath, he plucked a petal, singing the lullaby his mother had hummed when he was a kit, a tune older than the oldest oak. The thorns stilled. As twilight painted the sky in lavender washes, they reached the sylvan glade. There, beneath a cathedral of interlocked branches, 3 sprites hovered over a crumbling loom. Spring's sprite flickered weakly, her hair a wilted cascade of cherry blossoms. Summer's flames dimmed to ember glow, autumn's crown of wheat had unraveled into straw. We've forgotten the rhythm, sighed the autumn sprite, her voice like rustling parchment. The dance requires 4. Thistle's eyes widened with understanding. From her pouch she produced a vial of hoarfrost collected from the first winter morning, a memory preserved for generations. Marlowe added a story vine blooming with tales of snowfall, while Juniper offered a tuft of her fur, imprinted with the scent of crisp air. The sprites wove these into the loom alongside fallen leaves, sunbeam fragments, and raindrop pearls. Suddenly, the glade shimmered. Winter's sprite emerged from the frost vial, a being of crystalline breath and snowflake lace. The loom hummed as seasons flowed anew. Spring buds pushed through thawing soil, summer rains danced in prismatic arcs, autumn's harvest swelled golden, and winter's quiet wrapped the world in reflective peace. The sprite's laughter tinkled like icicles in sunlight, weaving harmony into every thread. Returning home, the forest greeted them with restored balance. Maple leaves drifted lazily, each descent a waltz. The river's song bubbled with renewed vigor, carrying echoes of the sprite's loom. Juniper found her zephyrs waiting, playful gusts that tousled her fur like old friends. Thistle retired to her cedar spire, content that the old wisdom had taken root in Marlowe's heart. That winter, when the first snow blanketed the whispering woods, creatures gathered in the moonflower clearing. Marlowe unspooled a new story vine, this one glittering with frost patterns, and shared the tale of how fragile threads hold the world together. Fireflies traced the words in the air as he spoke, their light reflecting in countless dewdrop lenses. And high above, unseen but deeply felt, the seasons turned in their eternal dance, not as rulers but as partners, each giving way to the next with grace. The lesson of the loom became hearthside lore, that balance is not stillness but the art of harmonious surrender, and that even the smallest creature, with gentle paws and a listening heart, could mend the frayed edges of the world. As the final words settled like snowflakes, the forest sighed contentedly. Somewhere a sprig of moonclory bloomed through the frost, its petals holding the soft glow of stories yet to be told. The crackling fire paints dancing shadows on the walls as the chill wind whispers against the window pane. Tonight, little one, let me tell you of Finn, a boy whose heart held a quiet ache, and the journey sparked by a single, impossible ember. Finn lived in the village of Hearthwood, nestled where the whispering pines met the rolling meadows. It was a place of warm bread, chimneys puffing steady smoke, and laughter echoing from sturdy wooden houses. Yet Finn often felt like a puzzle piece that didn't quite fit. While other children raced through the frost-kissed lanes preparing for the Frost Festival, he lingered near the ancient boundary stone marking the edge of the Oldwood forest. The Oldwood was vast and deep, a place of tangled roots and hushed secrets, where villagers ventured only in the brightest daylight. Finn felt a strange pull towards its shadowed depths, a pull he couldn't explain, a quiet yearning that mirrored the low, mournful wind sighing through the pines. One crisp afternoon, just as the weak winter sun began its descent, Finn wandered closer than usual to the Oldwood's edge. The air held a bite sharp and clean, carrying the scent of snow yet to fall and the rich, damp perfume of decaying leaves beneath the trees. A flicker of orange light, low amidst the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, caught his eye. It wasn't the steady glow of a hearth, nor the sharp spark of flint. It pulsed softly, warmly, like a tiny, living heartbeat nestled in the gloom. Curiosity, a stronger force than caution, drew him forward. He knelt, the frozen moss crunching faintly under his knees, and gently brushed aside a layer of crisp, brown leaves. There it lay, an ember, but no ordinary ember. It was the size of a robin's egg, perfectly round, and glowing with a deep, internal warmth that seemed to breathe. Its light wasn't harsh, it was the soft, inviting glow of a banked fire promising comfort. Hesitantly, Finn reached out. Instead of searing heat, a gentle, profound warmth radiated from it, seeping into his chilled fingers, spreading up his arm like a comforting embrace. It felt alive. As his fingers closed around it, the ember pulsed brighter, bathing his face in its soft, amber light. A faint, melodic hum, like the lowest note of a wind chime kissed by a breeze, vibrated against his palm. And then the ember rolled. It rolled purposefully away from his hand, deeper into the shadowed embrace of the Oldwood. Finn's breath hitched. He knew the stories. The Oldwood was wild, untamed, home to things best left undisturbed. But the ember's warmth lingered on his skin, and its gentle hum resonated in his chest, quieting the lonely ache he carried. It felt like an invitation, a thread of light in the gathering dusk. With a final glance back at the safe, familiar glow of Hearthwood's chimneys, Finn took a deep breath, the scent of pine resin and cold earth filling his lungs, and stepped beneath the canopy of the Oldwood, following the pulsing glow of the little ember. The forest swallowed the fading daylight whole. Beneath the dense evergreen boughs, twilight reigned. Sounds shifted, the wind became a sighing chorus high above, the crunch underfoot was muffled by thick layers of needles and moss. The air grew stiller, colder, except for the sphere of warmth radiating from the ember Finn, now carried cupped in his hands. Its light painted the gnarled bark of trees in shifting patterns of gold and amber, revealing intricate carvings of frost on leaves and the watchful eyes of hidden creatures. He saw a badger pause at the entrance to its set, its dark eyes reflecting the ember's glow with intelligent curiosity before it vanished. A family of deer, ghostly shapes in the gloom, watched him pass with liquid dark eyes before melting silently into the undergrowth. The ember led him deeper, along paths only it seemed to know, paths that twisted around moss-covered boulders, crossed whispering streams on stepping stones slick with ice, and wound through thickets where bare branches reached like skeletal fingers. The silence wasn't empty. It was filled with the soft rustle of unseen life, the drip of melting frost from high branches landing with a soft plink in pools below, and the constant, reassuring hum of the ember itself. Finn felt a strange sense of peace settle over him, deeper than any he'd known in the village. The loneliness receded, replaced by a quiet wonder at the ancient, sleeping world around him. After what felt like hours, the ember's glow intensified, pulsing faster. It rolled forward with renewed purpose, leading Finn into a small, hidden clearing he never would have found alone. The air here was noticeably warmer, smelling of damp earth and something sweet, like crushed juniper berries. In the center of the clearing stood the stump of a colossal, long-fallen tree, wider than Finn's cottage back home. It was hollowed out by time, forming a natural bowl. And nestled within that bowl, radiating a soft, steady light that illuminated the entire clearing, was the source of the ember's pull. It was a creature woven from living flame. No taller than Finn's forearm, its form was fluid and graceful, like a dancer glimpsed through heat haze. Its body shimmered with shades of gold, soft orange, and deep crimson, constantly shifting and flowing. 2 points of brilliant white light, warm and intelligent, shone where eyes might be. It pulsed gently, radiating a profound, comforting heat that banished the forest chill. As Finn approached, holding the small ember out, the creature stirred. A soft crackling sound, like dry leaves gently burning, filled the air. The little ember in Finn's hand vibrated, then leaped, not falling, but floating through the air like a soap bubble, merging seamlessly into the creature's chest. The creature glowed brighter for a moment, its form solidifying slightly, and a wave of pure, gentle warmth washed over Finn. "Thank you, Walker of the Edge," a voice resonated, not in Finn's ears, but directly within his mind. It was the sound of logs settling in a hearth, of sparks dancing upwards, warm and ancient. "You have returned a piece of me that was lost to the cold winds. I am Emberkin." Finn stood frozen, awestruck. You speak, inside my head." The Emberkin's light pulsed, a gentle ripple of amusement. "Thought and warmth are kin, little one. Words are simply sparks given shape. You felt the call of my lost ember. Few beyond the roots of the world can hear such whispers." It shifted, flowing closer to the edge of the great stump. "You carry a quietness within you, Walker, a space where the forest sigh can be heard." Finn found his voice, small in the vast quiet. "I'm Finn, I just followed the light." It felt warm. He hesitated. "Why was it lost? Why are you here?" The Emberkin's light dimmed slightly, the comforting warmth ebbing just a fraction. "I am guardian of this hearthstone." It gestured with a flickering limb towards the massive stump. "A place where the deep earth's warmth meets the forest's breath, but the great chill comes earlier, bites deeper. The roots grow colder. The sustaining warmth weakens. A gust fiercer than any before tore that piece of me away. Without it, I cannot hold the balance. The hearthstone cools." As it spoke, Finn noticed the light within the hollow stump wasn't as steady as before. It flickered occasionally, like a candle in a draught, and the circle of warmth it cast seemed smaller, less potent. The sweet scent of juniper was tinged with the faint, cold smell of damp stone. A pang of understanding struck Finn. The fading warmth. The struggle to hold on. It echoed his own quiet loneliness. "But your fire, can't you just burn brighter?" The Emberkin's form shimmered, a soft sigh echoing in Finn's mind. "Fire needs fuel, little Finn, not just wood but connection, belief, the shared warmth of life. The forest forgets. The deep roots sleep too soundly. The creatures huddle alone against the cold, forgetting the old ways, the shared hearth. My strength wanes with their fading memory." Finn looked around the clearing. In the Emberkin's wavering light, he saw frost creeping further onto the moss, saw the stillness of the air, heavy and cold. What can be done? The heart fire must be rekindled, the Emberkin pulsed. Not just mine, but the memory of warmth within the forest itself. The source lies deep at the wellspring of roots where the earth's first heat still sleeps, but the paths are forgotten, grown cold and treacherous, and I am bound to this stone. I grow dim. Finn felt the warmth of the little ember that had merged back, still a faint echo in his palm. He thought of the village, preparing for the frost festival, celebrating warmth together. He thought of his own quiet ache. I could go, he said, the words surprising even him. I could find this wellspring. I'm good at finding things, quiet things. He remembered the badger, the deer, the hidden paths the ember had shown him. Then Birkin's light flared, a surge of warmth washing over Finn. You offer this, walker, the journey is long, the old wood holds mysteries and shadows, the cold bites deep where the wellspring sleeps. Finn met the creature's brilliant gaze. The loneliness in his chest wasn't gone, but it was changing, warming into something else purpose. You helped me feel less alone, he said simply. Even just your little ember did that. Maybe I can help you feel warm again too. He looked at the flickering light in the hearthstone. The forest needs you. A profound silence fell, filled only by the soft crackle of the Birkin's form and the distant sigh of the wind in the pines. Then a warmth, deeper and more grateful than any before, emanated from the creature. Then a bond is forged, Finn, finder of lost warmth. A tiny tendril of flame, no bigger than a candle's wick, detached from the Birkin's core. It floated towards Finn, not hot, but radiating a gentle, steady heat. Take this spark, it will light your way, ward off the deepest chill, and guide you towards the heart's heat. Remember the warmth you carry within. It is your true compass. Finn carefully cupped the spark. It nestled against his palm, humming softly, a miniature echo of the Birkin's presence. Its light was small but unwavering, pushing back the encroaching shadows of the clearing. He felt a connection, thin but strong, stretching back to the guardian at the hearthstone. He took a deep breath, the scent of pine and cold earth now mixed with the faint, comforting smell of wood smoke from the spark. Which way? Then Birkin's form flowed, pointing a shimmering limb deeper into the forest, towards where the land began to slope downwards into even deeper shadow. Follow the sigh of the stones, listen for the water that runs warm beneath the frost, trust the spark and trust the quiet knowing that led you here. With a final look at the Birkin, its light flickering bravely in the cooling hearthstone, Finn turned. Holding the spark aloft like a tiny lantern, he stepped beyond the clearing, leaving the circle of fading warmth and venturing into the deeper, colder embrace of the old wood. The spark's light painted a small, golden path before him, illuminating frost ferns on fallen logs and the watchful eyes of owls high above. The journey had truly begun. The descent was slow and careful. The path the Birkin had indicated wasn't a path at all, but a way through thickets of holly that scraped against his coat with a sound like dry whispers, across ravines spanned by fallen giants of trees, their bark rough and icy under his hands, and down slopes where frost-slicked roots threatened to send him tumbling. The spark's warmth was a constant comfort against the deepening cold that seeped through his clothes, a cold that felt ancient and heavy, pressing in from the shadowed earth. The air grew stiller, damper, smelling less of pine and more of deep, cold stone and undisturbed loam. The usual forest sounds faded, replaced by an immense, watchful silence broken only by the drip of icy water somewhere in the dark and the soft, steady hum of the spark in his hand. He walked for hours, guided by the spark's unwavering glow and the subtle pull in his chest, that quiet knowing the Birkin had spoken of. He learned to read the forest in the spark's light, the way frost patterns thickened where the cold was deepest, the faint mist that curled from cracks in the earth where hidden warmth might linger. He paused by a cluster of frozen berries, their red stark against the white, and the spark pulsed gently, its light reflecting off the ice like tiny scattered rubies. His first true test came as dusk began to settle permanently beneath the ancient trees. He reached a wide, fast-flowing stream, black water churning over smooth, dark stones, its surface crusted with brittle ice at the edges. Mist rose from its surface, cold and clinging. The spark's light reflected on the rushing water, showing no easy crossing. The opposite bank was steep and slick. Finn shivered, the cold gnawing at him despite the spark's warmth. Panic fluttered in his chest. How could he cross this? As he stood pondering, a soft, chittering sound came from the bank beside him. He lowered the spark, its light revealing a small, sleek creature with dark, intelligent eyes and fur the color of wet slate. An otter. It regarded him curiously, tilting its head, then slipped silently into the icy water, vanishing beneath the dark surface. Finn watched, feeling a pang of despair. Then a moment later the otter resurfaced further upstream, near a tangle of half-submerged roots that formed a natural, if precarious, bridge across the narrowest point of the stream. It chittered again, looking directly at Finn, then dove once more. Finn understood. Holding the spark carefully, he scrambled over the slippery rocks towards the roots. They were slick and uneven, but strong. Taking a deep breath, he began to cross, using his free hand to grip the cold, wet wood. The water roared below, sending sprays of icy mist onto his face. Halfway across, his foot slipped. He cried out, scrabbling for purchase, the spark held high. Just as he felt himself falling, something nudged his leg firmly from beneath the water. The otter. It braced him, giving him the precious second he needed to regain his balance. Heart pounding, Finn scrambled the rest of the way to the far bank. He turned, breathing heavily, steam puffing from his mouth in the cold air. The otter popped its head up, gave one final, soft chitter, and vanished downstream. "Thank you," Finn whispered into the gloom, his voice small but sincere. The spark pulsed warmly in his hand, as if acknowledging the otter's help. He felt a flicker of something new, not just gratitude, but a sense of belonging within the forest's intricate web. He wasn't entirely alone. The land sloped ever downwards. The trees grew taller, their trunks massive and twisted, draped in curtains of gray-green lichen that glowed faintly in the spark's light like ghostly lace. The air grew thick with the smell of minerals and deep earth. The cold intensified, a dry, penetrating cold that seeped into his bones despite the spark's valiant efforts. Frost coated everything in thick, feathery crystals that sparkled like diamonds in the tiny lantern's glow. Finn's breath plumed white, and his steps became slower, heavier. Doubt began to creep in, cold and insidious. What was he doing? A boy lost in the deepest woods, chasing a fire sprite's dream. The wellspring seemed like a myth. The quiet ache of loneliness threatened to return, colder than the air around him. He stumbled into a small, icy hollow, ringed by sheer walls of frozen rock. Exhaustion washed over him. He sank down onto a frost-covered boulder, pulling his knees to his chest, holding the spark close. Its light seemed dimmer now, struggling against the oppressive, ancient cold of this deep place. The silence was absolute, heavy, suffocating. He felt very small, very lost. A tear, hot against his frozen cheek, traced a path downwards. Was the Birkin fading away even now, alone at the hearthstone? Had he failed before he'd even truly begun? Remember the warmth you carry within. The Birkin's words echoed softly in his memory. Finn closed his eyes, shutting out the oppressive gloom. He focused not on the biting cold, but on the small, steady warmth of the spark against his palm. He thought of the otter's helpful nudge, its sleek head popping up in the black water. He thought of the badger's curious glance, the deer's watchful eyes. He thought of the Birkin's profound gratitude, its light flaring when he offered to help. He thought of the village, yes, even the village, the smell of baking bread, the sound of laughter during the frost festival preparations, the warm glow of hearths seen through windows. He didn't quite fit there, but the warmth was real. It existed. It was part of him, too. He focused on that feeling, not the absence of belonging, but the presence of connection, however small. The warmth of kindness offered, of purpose accepted. He poured that feeling, that memory of warmth, into the spark cupped in his hands. He imagined it feeding the tiny flame, strengthening it with his own quiet courage. A soft gasp escaped him. The spark flared. Not violently, but significantly. Its light, which had been dwindling to a faint amber glimmer, suddenly brightened, pushing back the shadows of the hollow. Its warmth intensified, a wave of comforting heat washing over him, banishing the chill that had settled in his core. The hum grew stronger, clearer, a resonant chime in the silence. And as the light grew, it illuminated something on the far wall of the hollow he hadn't seen before, a narrow fissure in the rock, barely wider than his shoulders. From within that fissure drifted the faintest whisper of air, warm air. And beneath the roar of his own pulse in his ears, he heard it, the sigh of stones the Emberkin had spoken of, a low, deep, resonant hum coming from the earth itself, and the faint, musical trickle of flowing water. Not icy water, but water carrying the promise of warmth. Hope, warm and bright, surged through Finn, stronger than the spark's renewed glow. He scrambled to his feet, renewed energy coursing through him. The path wasn't gone, it was hidden. He had found it not just with his eyes, but with the warmth inside him. He approached the fissure. The warm air flowing from it smelled different, like wet stone, yes, but also like minerals and something ancient and comforting, like sun-warmed rock from a deep place. The spark pulsed eagerly in his hand, its light streaming into the dark crack. Taking a deep breath of the surprisingly warm air, Finn squeezed into the fissure. The rock was cold and smooth against his back and chest, but the air flowing past him was blessedly warm. He edged forward, the spark held before him, illuminating damp, glistening walls that narrowed and then widened. The sigh of the stones grew louder, a deep, resonant vibration he could feel in his bones, mingling with the growing sound of trickling water. The air grew warmer, damper, smelling strongly now of minerals and heat. After a tense, cramped journey, the fissure opened abruptly. Finn stepped out into a cavern. His breath caught. The wellspring of roots was not a roaring fire, but a place of profound, deep earth warmth. The cavern was vast, its ceiling lost in darkness beyond the reach of the spark's light. The walls and floor were smooth, dark stone, glistening with moisture. In the center bubbled a pool, not of water, but of thick, viscous liquid that glowed with a soft, internal light, molten earth, perhaps, or some primordial spring. It shimmered with hues of deep gold, burnt orange, and rich crimson, casting shifting, warm reflections on the cavern walls. Steam rose gently from its surface, curling in the still air, carrying the scent of hot stone and ancient minerals. This was the source, the deep heart fire the Emberkin needed. But the warmth here felt dormant, sleeping, like a banked fire waiting for a breath. The pool bubbled sluggishly. The light it cast was gentle, but not vibrant. The cavern, while warm compared to the frozen hollow outside, held a stillness, a sense of waiting. Finn approached the edge of the pool cautiously. The heat radiating from it was intense but not scorching. It was the deep, penetrating warmth of a healing stone. He looked at the spark in his hand. The Emberkin's instructions echoed, rekindle the heart fire. Rekindle the memory of warmth. He understood. It wasn't just about bringing the spark here. It was about awakening the connection. He needed to share the warmth. He carried the warmth of the Emberkin's hope, the otter's kindness, his own quiet courage, and the memory of all warmth he had ever known. He knelt by the glowing pool, the heat warming his face. He cupped the spark carefully, feeling its eager pulse against his skin. Closing his eyes, he didn't just think of warmth, he felt it. He felt the comforting heat of the spark. He felt the profound gratitude of the emberkin. He felt the sturdy helpfulness of the otter. He felt the watchful presence of the forest creatures. He felt the cozy glow of Hearthwood's hearths, the laughter of children, the smell of baking bread. He felt his own determination, the quiet strength that had brought him here. He gathered all these feelings, all these sparks of connection and kindness, into his heart, a glowing constellation of warmth. Then, gently, reverently, he lowered his hands towards the shimmering surface of the wellspring. He didn't plunge the spark in, he let it hover just above the glowing pool. He poured all that gathered warmth, all that feeling, down through his arms, through his hands, and into the spark. He offered it not as a demand, but as a gift, a reminder. The spark flared brilliantly, its light dazzling in the cavern, painting the steam gold. Its hum rose to a clear, resonant chime that echoed off the stone walls. Then it detached from Finn's hands. It floated down, a tiny, brilliant star, and touched the surface of the wellspring. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then a ripple spread out from where the spark touched, a circle of brighter, more vibrant gold. The sluggish bubbles in the pool became more vigorous. The molten light within surged, glowing brighter, hotter. The deep, resonant sigh of the stones intensified, becoming a powerful, welcoming hum that vibrated through the entire cavern, shaking loose tiny crystals of mineral that sparkled like falling stars in the renewed light. Steam billowed more thickly, carrying the intensified scent of hot stone and life. The warmth radiating from the pool deepened, becoming a palpable, enveloping embrace that chased away the last vestiges of cold from Finn's body. The wellspring wasn't just awake, it was alive, pulsing with renewed, vibrant energy. Finn watched, awestruck, tears of relief and wonder warming his cheeks. He had done it. He had rekindled the heart fire. The connection was restored. The journey back felt lighter, guided by the now unwavering warmth resonating from the earth itself. The spark, its task complete, remained a warm, comforting presence in his hand, its light steady and strong. The path seemed clearer, the cold less biting. He emerged from the deep fissure into the frozen hollow to find the frost receding, the air already less frigid. As he retraced his steps upwards through the old wood, he saw subtle changes. Frost melting faster from leaves, small creatures venturing out more boldly, their eyes reflecting the spark's light with less wariness. The sigh of the stones, the deep hum, followed him, a constant, warm vibration underfoot. He reached the hidden clearing, just as the first true stars began to pierce the twilight sky above the thinning canopy. The hearthstone pulsed with light. Not the flickering, struggling light he had left, but a steady, radiant, golden glow that filled the entire clearing, banishing the shadows and radiating profound warmth. The emberkin stood tall and bright within the hollow stump, its form vibrant, shimmering with powerful, joyful energy. Its light spilled out, painting the surrounding trees in hues of gold and amber, making the frost on their branches glitter like scattered jewels. Finn, the voice resonated in his mind, rich with warmth and overwhelming gratitude. You found the heart fire, you rekindled the memory, the warmth flows strong again. The emberkin flowed towards the edge of the stump as Finn approached, its light bathing him in pure, comforting heat. The forest remembers, the roots drink deep, the great chill will not claim us. Finn held up the spark. It showed me the way, and I remembered. He smiled, a true warm smile that chased away the last shadows of loneliness. I remembered the warmth. You carried it within you, little guardian, the emberkin pulsed. You shared it, that is the truest fire, it extended a shimmering limb. The spark has served its purpose. Let it return to the whole, carrying the echo of your journey. Finn nodded. He opened his hand. The spark floated up, glowing brilliantly, and merged back into the emberkin's radiant core. A wave of even greater warmth washed over Finn, carrying with it a profound sense of peace and accomplishment. He felt a gentle tug in his chest, a silent farewell. Then Birkin needed to tend the renewed hearthstone, to spread the rekindled warmth through the slumbering forest roots. "Go, Finn, finder of warmth," then Birkin's voice was soft, like embers settling. "Carry this feeling with you, the village awaits its frost festival. Go and share the true warmth you have found not just in hearths, but in connection, in quiet courage, in remembering." Finn looked back towards the village. Through the trees, he could see the warm, welcoming pinpricks of light from Hearthwood's windows. The pull towards home was strong now, but different. He didn't feel like the puzzle piece that didn't fit anymore. He felt like a bridge. He turned back to the Birkin, bathed in its golden light. Will I ever see you again?" The Birkin's light pulsed gently, affectionately. "Look to the hearth fire, Finn, see the dance of the flames, that is the forest breathing, feel its warmth, that is the heart fire shared. I am in every spark, in every comforting glow, and you carry the memory of the deep warmth within you now, you will always find me there." With a final, grateful nod, Finn turned and walked back through the trees, towards the village lights. He carried no physical ember, but his heart felt full, glowing with a quiet, steady warmth that radiated outwards. The loneliness was gone, replaced by a profound sense of belonging not just to the village, but to the whispering forest, to the ancient stones, to the intricate web of life he had touched and been touched by. He slipped back into Hearthwood just as the Frost Festival was beginning in earnest. The village square was alive with light and laughter. Lanterns hung from poles, casting pools of warm yellow light on the snow-dusted ground. A great bonfire crackled merrily in the center, its flames leaping towards the starry sky, filling the air with the sweet scent of burning pine. People laughed, talked, shared spiced cider and warm pastries. Music fiddles and pipes wove a cheerful tune through the crisp night air. Finn stood at the edge of the square for a moment, watching. He saw the baker laughing with the woodcarver, children chasing each other with sparklers painting trails of light, elders smiling by the fire. He saw the warmth not just from the flames, but in the connections, the shared joy, the simple act of being together against the winter's chill. It was the same warmth he had carried to the wellspring, the same warmth the forest now remembered. He walked towards the bonfire. As he drew near, a girl he sometimes sat beside in lessons, usually quiet like him, turned and saw him. Her eyes widened slightly, then she smiled, a warm, genuine smile. "Finn, you're back, we wondered where you'd gone. Come have some cider, it's hot." He held out a steaming mug. Finn took it, the warmth of the ceramic seeping into his hands. He looked into the mug, seeing the firelight reflected in the dark liquid. He looked up at the girl, then at the roaring bonfire, its flames dancing with wild, joyful energy. In their flickering shapes he saw the flowing form of the Birkin, the pulse of the wellspring, the watchful eyes of the forest creatures. He felt the deep, steady hum of the earth's warmth resonating within him. He smiled back, a smile that held the quiet wisdom of the deep woods and the simple joy of coming home. "Thank you," he said, his voice clear and warm. He raised the mug slightly towards the fire. "It feels just right." He took a sip, the hot, spiced cider warming him from the inside out, mingling with the profound, peaceful warmth glowing steadily in his heart. He settled onto a log near the fire, the crackling flames painting patterns on his face, the laughter and music wrapping around him like a cozy blanket. The Frost Festival wasn't just about the cold outside, it was a celebration of the warmth within and between them all. Finn closed his eyes for a moment, feeling the heat of the bonfire on his skin, listening to its cheerful crackle, the murmur of voices, the distant sigh of the wind through the pines, the forest breathing. He felt the deep, quiet hum of the earth beneath his feet, the echo of the wellspring's song. He was home. He was warm. And as the firelight danced and the stars shone cold and bright above, Finn, the boy who found lost warmth, finally let the peaceful rhythm of the flames and the forest sigh lull him towards a deep, contented sleep, right there by the crackling hearth of his village, under the watchful gaze of a million stars, dreaming of golden light and ancient, comforting warmth. The journey was done. The warmth was found, and all was well. The little village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where the stars seemed to hang just a little lower than anywhere else, and the air always carried the gentle scent of rain-kissed moss and honeysuckle. Each evening, as the great clock tower chimed 7 times, the villagers would light their lanterns, and the cobblestone streets would glow like pathways of fallen constellations. But lately, something peculiar had begun to happen. It started with the flowers. Old Man Hemlock's prized midnight blue petunias, which usually bloomed only under moonlight, began changing colors at odd hours, shifting to lavender at dawn, then butter yellow by midday. Then came the whispers about the stars. Young Finn, who loved stargazing from his attic window, was the first to notice. Each night, one more star seemed to be missing from the sky, as if plucked gently from the heavens like a berry from a bush. But the oddest happening of all was the way time seemed to flow backwards in small, harmless ways. Mrs. Gadberry's freshly baked apple pies would sometimes cool and return, unbaked, to their doughy state. Raindrops would occasionally pause mid-fall and drift upwards. No one was frightened, only deeply curious. In the heart of Willowbrook lived a quiet, observant young girl named Lyra. She noticed things others often overlooked, the way the morning dew clung to spiderwebs like tiny pearls, the particular rhythm of the wind chimes outside the bakery, and the hidden meanings in the nursery rhymes the elders sang. It was Lyra who first connected the strange events to an old verse sung by the village children. When petals dance in daylight hue, and stars forget the paths they knew, when clocks unwind and pies unbake, the forest's heart begins to wake. Find the map the moon has drawn, before the final star is gone. Lyra decided to investigate. With a small satchel of ginger biscuits and a warm woolen cloak, she set out just as the first drops of a gentle rain began to patter against the cobblestones. The sound was soothing, like 1,000 tiny fingertips tapping lullabies. Her first clue led her to the village library, where ancient maps hung faded and forgotten. The librarian, a kind woman with spectacles perched on her nose, showed Lyra a map of the valley drawn on what looked like moth-wing parchment. This map, the librarian whispered, is said to change with the phases of the moon. And indeed, as Lyra looked closely, she saw that the illustration of the forest seemed to shift ever so slightly, as if breathing. Following a trail of silver moss that only appeared under rain-soaked moonlight, Lyra ventured into the whispering woods. The trees here grew close together, their leaves forming a canopy that shimmered with trapped starlight. Wind chimes made of seashells and copper hung from low branches, tinkling softly in the breeze. Deep in the woods, she met a badger wearing a tiny waistcoat, who was muttering to himself as he tried to remember where he'd buried his favorite teacup. This, Lyra thought, must be a red herring, a distraction. But being empathetic, she helped the badger search, and together they found not only the teacup, but a hidden grove where the flowers grew in perfect spirals, each petal holding a dewdrop that reflected a missing star. "Thank you, dear child," said the badger, sipping tea from his recovered cup. "You know the stars aren't missing, they're hiding, they're afraid." "Afraid of what?" asked Lyra softly. But the badger only shook his head and offered her a lavender biscuit before shuffling away. Lyra continued her journey, now following a path of glowing mushrooms that pulsed in time with the distant clock tower chimes. She met other creatures along the way, a family of squirrels knitting scarves from dandelion fluff, an owl reading a book of poetry upside down, each offering small clues that seemed like distractions but instead revealed wonderful secrets about the forest. Finally, she reached the heartwood glade, where the oldest tree in Willowbrook stood. Its bark was etched with markings that mirrored the constellations. And there, curled at the base of the tree, was a small, shimmering creature no bigger than a hare, with fur like melted starlight and eyes that held the deep blue of twilight. It was trembling. Lyra approached slowly, her steps silent on the velvety moss. "Hello," she whispered. "I'm Lyra. Are you the one who's been borrowing our stars?" The creature looked up, its eyes wide. "I am," it said in a voice like wind through pine needles. "I am a starling. My family lives in the constellations, but our youngest sibling fell to Earth weeks ago. I've been trying to find them, and I thought if I took stars from the sky one by one, I could build a ladder back up. But I grew lonely and afraid, and my magic began to unravel. That's why time flows strangely and the flowers change color. My sorrow affects the world around me." Lyra sat beside the starling. "We can't help you look," she said gently. "You don't have to do this alone." That night, Lyra returned to Willowbrook with the starling hidden in her cloak hood. She gathered the villagers in the town square, where lanterns swung gently in the drizzling rain. She explained everything, and the community decided to help. Using the old nursery rhyme as a guide, they deciphered the moon-drawn map together and realized the fallen star was not lost at all. It had been sleeping in the clock tower, nestled among the gears, lending its light to make the chimes sound sweeter. With the help of the badger's teacup, which turned out to be a magnifying glass, the squirrel's dandelion scarves, which could catch starlight, and the owl's upside-down poetry, which contained a forgotten constellation chart, they reunited the starling with its sibling. As the two stars embraced, their light swelled, filling the sky with a brilliance that returned every missing star to its rightful place, and added one more, shining even brighter than the rest. The strange happenings ceased. The flowers bloomed in their proper colors, time flowed forward once more, and Mrs. Gadberry's pies stayed perfectly baked. But Willowbrook was changed in the best of ways. The villagers now took time to gaze at the stars together, to share stories, and to help one another with even the smallest of tasks. And Lyra. She became the village's gentle guardian of mysteries, always ready to listen, to observe, and to remind everyone that even the most peculiar problems can be solved with empathy and friendship. Now, as the clock tower chimes echo softly through the valley, and the wind whispers through the chimes, the stars above Willowbrook shine just a little brighter, knowing the village below is full of kind hearts ready to welcome wonder in each other. The soft hum of their emergency pod's engines faded into the twilight as Kip, a lanky human botanist with perpetually dirt-smudged glasses, stumbled onto the mossy surface of an uncharted planet. The air smelled of lavender and ozone, and the sky rippled with curtains of emerald light that made his wrist computer flicker uselessly. He'd been collecting atmospheric samples near their Andromeda belt when his shuttle malfunctioned, and now his only company was the chirping of unseen creatures and the uneasy knowledge that his oxygen reserves would last precisely 72 hours. 3 valleys away, a small amphibious being named Tull pressed all 6 of her suction-cupped hands against the cracked windshield of her own crashed vessel. Her people communicated through bioluminescent patterns that danced across their skin, but the swirling colors beneath her opalescent scales had dimmed to a worried gray. The Gretharians had warned her about solo missions to primitive worlds, yet how could she resist studying the rumpled green planet that local traders called the world where time naps? Now her translation pendant was shattered, her hydration tanks were leaking, and the strange pink sun made her gills itch. Their meeting happened at dawn near a crystalline stream, where Kip was testing edible fungi and Tull was seeking biocompatible water. When the human tripped over a half-buried rock and sent his specimen jar clattering into the shallows, Tull's frilled head emerged from behind a waterfall, her neck spines flaring cobalt blue with alarm. Kip froze, one hand hovering near his rusted multi-tool. Back on Earth, first contact protocols had been a mandatory seminar, but nothing had prepared him for the reality of a 4-foot-tall alien resembling a cross between a seahorse and a living watercolor painting. Hello," Kip ventured, palms raised. Tull blinked her lidless eyes, the patterns on her skin stuttering between cerulean curiosity and sunflower yellow caution. She trilled a series of notes that shimmered in the air like liquid glass, then gestured emphatically at the stream. When Kip didn't respond, she huffed a bubble of iridescent mist and pointed at his spilled jar, then at a cluster of violet mushrooms growing nearby. "You know about fungi." Kip adjusted his glasses, heart racing. Slowly he reached into his pack and withdrew his prized possession, a terraforming manual with pictographic diagrams. The pages fluttered open to an illustration of symbiotic root systems. Tull's scales bloomed peach pink. She waded ashore, water cascading off her translucent robes, and tapped a three-fingered hand against the diagram. With the other 5 limbs, she began sculpting the damp soil into a miniature landscape, her touch making the dirt sparkle faintly. Kip watched in awe as mushrooms sprouted from her sculptures, releasing spores that glowed in time with her skin patterns. Their first misunderstanding came at sunset, as Kip attempted to share his protein rations. Tull recoiled from the offered meal bar, her scales flushing deep indigo, a color Kip would later learn signaled profound disgust. In her haste to retreat, she knocked over their collaborative soil model, destroying hours of work. That night, as twin moons rose, they sat on opposite sides of the stream, Kip nibbling his rejected snack and Tull sulking in a self-made bubble of briny mist. The breakthrough arrived via rainstorm. When fat, warm droplets began pelting the valley, Kip scrambled to waterproof his oxygen recycler, only to notice Tull standing perfectly still, her frills spread wide to catch the downpour. Where water touched her, the gray streaks in her scales revived into peacock hues. Emboldened, Kip placed his water collection tarp beneath her, multiplying the rainfall's effect. Tull's resulting chromatic display, swirls of gratitude in gold and silver, made his chest ache with unexpected joy. Over the next 2 days, their survival dance became a language. Tull taught Kip which lichens could purify air, her 6 hands demonstrating filtration techniques with ballet-like precision. Kip rigged a solar still from his shuttle's wreckage, grinning when Tull used the distilled water to grow an edible coral garden. They developed inside jokes. Tull would mimic the beeping of Kip's failing oxygen sensor, scales flashing crimson alarm, while Kip invented silly names for the planet's odd creatures, fluffle snoots for the fuzzy marsh dwellers, glow rumps for the bioluminescent tree climbers. The crisis struck on the 3rd morning. While exploring a cave system, Kip's foot plunged through what appeared to be solid ground. Tull lunged, gripping his wrist with 3 hands, while anchoring herself to a stalagmite with the others. As the human dangled over a bottomless crevasse, he noticed the cave walls were breathing, pulsing gently like a colossal lung. "Let go," Kip gasped. "You'll fall too." Tull's scales blazed ultramarine determination. With a sound like wind chimes made of ice, she hauled him upward inch by inch, her muscles quivering. When they finally collapsed onto safe ground, Kip's glasses sat crookedly on his nose, revealing tears he'd never admit to. Tull's normally iridescent skin had dulled to the color of weathered stone. That afternoon, as they limped back to camp, Kip noticed Tull's gills flaring irregularly. Her steps left faint scorch marks in the moss. Remembering his botany training, he gathered armfuls of the jelly-like lichen she'd shown him, pressing it against her overheating skin. Tull responded by sculpting an emergency oxygen extractor from clay and glowing spores, her movements sluggish but precise. As the planet's green auroras danced overhead that final night, their inventions hummed in harmony, Tull's bioreactor cleaning the air while Kip's jury-rigged cooling system regulated her temperature. They sat shoulder to frill, passing Kip's sketchbook back and forth. He drew the constellations as seen from Earth, She painted their patterns in bioluminescent algae. When Tull began sketching a star map with trembling fingers, Kip finally understood. Her people navigated by scent trails in the solar winds, and she'd been trying to chart a path home. The rescue came at dawn's first light, though neither expected it to arrive simultaneously. A Grotharian scout ship descended in a whirl of perfumed mist, just as a human salvage cruiser broke through the atmosphere. The companions stood between their respective rescuers, the ground beneath them carpeted with flowers that had bloomed overnight in response to Tull's restored health. Kip pressed the lichen-purified water capsule into Tull's primary hand. "For your next adventure," he said, knowing she couldn't understand the words but hoping she'd catch the meaning. Tull responded by plucking a scale from her wrist, a Grotharian gesture of kinship, and embedding it in the cover of his sketchbook. Where it touched the paper, tiny star maps bloomed like silver ink. Years later, when Kip's students asked about the framed scale in his laboratory, or Tull's crew inquired about the odd Earth book in her navigation suite, neither could fully explain the bond forged in those 3 days. But every harvest moon, when Earth's atmosphere rippled with auroras and the Grotharian scent trails aligned, they'd meet on that repaired planet, now officially named Silentung's Bridge, to replenish the lichen gardens and add another page to their shared sketchbook beneath the naps of time. In the cozy village of Willowbrook, nestled between amber hills and a forest where leaves whispered secrets, autumn painted the world in cinnamon and gold. Young Lily, with her patchwork cloak and wide, curious eyes, lived in a cottage with a mossy roof. For days, small, puzzling things vanished, her grandmother's silver thimble, the baker's favorite wooden spoon, and even the tiny copper bell from the village notice board. No one felt frightened. Willowbrook was too kind for that, but a gentle mystery settled over the chimneys like morning fog. Lily decided to unravel it. She began by observing. Kneeling in the damp earth near her garden fence, she noticed tiny, glittering footprints no larger than acorn caps, leading toward the whispering woods. The prints shimmered like crushed starlight, vanishing at the roots of ancient trees whose leaves rustled soft warnings. "Follow, but listen closely," they seemed to sigh. Lily remembered old Mr. Thistledown, who lived in a crooked tower of stacked teacups and knew the forest's oldest tales. With a basket of honey oat cakes, she visited him. Mr. Thistledown, his beard braided with dried lavender, welcomed her warmly. "Ah, little seeker," he chuckled, stirring a pot of chamomile tea that smelled of sunshine. "When small things disappear, smaller friends are often near. Look for what remains, not what's lost." He gifted her a magnifying glass made of dew-frosted crystal. "And when dusk falls, ask the glimmerbats, they see what moonlight hides." That evening, Lily waited by the forest's edge, as twilight painted the sky plum and apricot. Soon glimmerbats emerged, tiny creatures with wings like stained glass, casting soft pools of blue and violet light. They fluttered around her, drawn to her calm presence. "Have you seen who takes our things?" she whispered. One bat, its wings shimmering like sapphires, nudged her toward a hollow oak. Inside, Lily's crystal glass revealed a clue, a single iridescent scale, softer than a moth's wing, clinging to the bark. Following the glimmerbat's luminous path, Lily crept deeper into the woods. The air grew cooler, filled with the scent of pine and damp soil. Under a canopy of moonlit branches, she heard faint, frantic chirping. Peering through ferns, she gasped. A family of moss fairies, no taller than her thumb, with wings like spun moonlight, were struggling to build a nest. They'd gathered the missing treasures. The thimble gleamed as a rain catcher, the spoon balanced as a bridge over a tiny stream, and the copper bell hung above their nest, chiming softly in the breeze. But their scales, shed during nesting season, lay scattered, leaving them shivering in the cold. The eldest fairy fluttered forward, wringing her hands. "Forgive us," she piped, her voice like wind chimes. "The frost comes early, we needed warmth, and your things were so bright and strong." Lily's heart swelled. the thievery was an act of desperate love. Remembering Mr. Thistledown's wisdom, she offered her basket of oat cakes. "Keep what helps you," she said softly. "But let's find something better than scales for warmth." Together they gathered tufts of thistledown and cobweb-soft milkweed floss. Lily sang a lullaby her grandmother taught her, her voice blending with the glimmerbat's gentle hums. As she worked, the fairies wove the down into cloaks as warm as sunbeams. By dawn, the nest glowed with comfort, and the fairies returned every missing item with shy gratitude. The bell, they insisted, should stay, a symbol of new friendship. Back in Willowbrook, Lily explained the tale. The baker chuckled, carving a new spoon from cedar. Lily's grandmother smiled, her thimble now holding a sprig of fairy-given heather. That night, as the village slept, the copper bell chimed in the woods, a sweet, soothing sound carried on the breeze. Lily curled under her quilt, the scent of honey and milkweed lingering in the air. The mystery had ended not with scolding, but with shared kindness, reminding everyone that even the smallest voices deserve to be heard. And in the gentle silence, Willowbrook felt cozier than ever, wrapped in the quiet magic of understanding. In the quiet village of Glimmerbrook, nestled between whispering pines and a silver-threaded river, there existed a peculiar sort of magic, the kind that lingered in the scent of rain-soaked earth and the soft chime of crystal wind charms hanging from every eave. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the tree line, the villagers would light their lanterns, and the sky above would bloom with stars so bright and near, one felt they could almost pluck them like ripe berries. But one autumn evening, as the air grew crisp and the scent of wood smoke and baked apples sweetened the breeze, something unusual occurred. The stars began to vanish. It started with the smallest ones, the tiny, shy pinpricks of light that usually dusted the edges of the great celestial tapestry. Then night by night, larger stars began to disappear as well, leaving behind dark, empty patches in the heavens above. The village clock tower, an ancient structure of stone and oak, chimed each hour with a deeper, lonelier tone, as if mourning the loss of its celestial companions. The people of Glimmerbrook grew uneasy. Whispers rustled through the cobblestone lanes like dried leaves. Some blamed mischievous forest sprites, others feared a great shadow beast was swallowing the stars one by one. But no one knew for certain, until a young woman named Kaelin decided to uncover the truth. Kaelin was the village stargazer and keeper of tales. She spent her evenings perched on the mossy roof of the library, charting constellations and humming old nursery rhymes her grandmother had taught her. She noticed the vanishing stars before anyone else, and rather than fret, she observed. She saw that the stars did not disappear all at once, but in a pattern, almost like a trail leading deep into the whispering woods. With a warm woolen cloak wrapped around her shoulders and a lantern swinging gently in her hand, Kaelin set out one twilight, guided by the soft, persistent ringing of the wind chimes that lined the forest path. Her steps were quiet, her heart calm. She believed that most mysteries, if approached with kindness and careful attention, would soon reveal their secrets. As she walked, she hummed an old rhyme her grandmother used to sing. When the silver thread runs thin, and the starlight fades from up within, follow the path where the blue moths gleam, to find the heart of the stolen dream. Kaelin had always thought it nothing more than a sweet lullaby, but now the words echoed in her mind with new meaning. She paused where the path forked. One way led to the old stone bridge, the other deeper into the woods, where bioluminescent blue moths sometimes danced at dusk. Choosing the latter, she soon arrived at a small clearing where the flowers seemed to shiver with inner light, their petals shifting slowly from violet to soft gold. In the center of the clearing stood a child, a little girl Kaelin had never seen before. She was gathering something in a small silken net, her movements quick and furtive. "Hello," Kaelin said softly, so as not to startle her. The girl looked up, her eyes wide and luminous. In her net, Kaelin saw not fireflies or dewdrops, but tiny, shimmering stars, the very ones missing from the sky. "I'm not stealing," the girl whispered, her voice like the rustle of birch leaves. "I'm mending." Kaelin knelt so they were eye to eye. "Mending what?" she asked gently. "My grandmother's cloak," the girl replied. "It's all tattered and lost its light. She's the keeper of the northern lights, you see, and without her cloak the colors have begun to fade. I thought if I borrowed some stars, just for a little while." Kaelin's heart softened. She looked at the girl's small, earnest face and the silken net full of glimmering starlight. "What's your name?" she asked. "Lyra," the girl said. "I live beyond the 7th hill, where the rivers flow backward and the clocks tick in reverse." Kaelin smiled. She had heard tales of that place, a realm where time was gentle and forgiving. "Lyra," she said, "you have a kind heart. But the stars belong to everyone. See how the villagers miss them. How the night feels lonely without their light." Tears welled in Lyra's eyes. "I didn't mean to make anyone sad. I just wanted to help my grandmother." Just then a soft rain began to fall, not a storm, but a gentle shower that kissed the leaves and petals, each drop carrying the scent of damp soil and night-blooming jasmine. Kaelin held out her hand. "Come," she said. "Let's find another way." Together they retraced their steps to the village, where the worried murmurs had grown into a low, anxious hum. The villagers gathered in the square, their faces illuminated by lantern light. When they saw Lyra and the net full of stars, some gasped, others frowned, but Kaelin raised her hand gently. "There is no thief here," she said, her voice clear and calm. "Only a granddaughter who loves her grandmother deeply." She explained Lyra's plight, and as she spoke, the suspicion in the villagers' eyes melted into understanding. An old woman named Lyra, who wove tapestries from moonlight and memory, stepped forward. "There is another way," she said. "A forgotten way. My own grandmother spoke of it, how starlight can be woven not from the sky itself, but from reflections, from shared memories and kindness." So that very night the villagers gathered in the square, each bringing a mirror, a basin of clear water, or simply their open hands. They sang the old nursery rhymes, the very ones Kaelin had hummed, and as they did, something magical happened. The stars above, though fewer, seemed to glow brighter, and their light reflected in the mirrors and water, gathering like liquid silver. Lyra held out her grandmother's cloak, and together they dipped it into the pooled starlight. Slowly, patiently, the fabric began to shimmer, not with borrowed light, but with a new, gentle radiance born from shared hope and compassion. When the last thread was mended, Lyra hugged each villager, her small arms wrapping tightly around them. "Thank you," she whispered again and again. Then she turned to Kaelin. "I will return the stars tonight, and I'll never take them again." Kaelin smiled. "You are always welcome here, Lyra, you and your grandmother both." That night, as the village slept, the stars returned to the sky, not all at once, but one by one, each settling into its rightful place with a soft, sighing gleam. The next morning, the people of Glimmerbrook awoke to find not only their stars restored, but the northern lights dancing brilliantly at the edge of the horizon, brighter and more beautiful than ever before. And from that day on, whenever the children of Glimmerbrook sang the old nursery rhymes, they added a new verse. When the stars seem faint and far, remember the light in who you are. For kindness mends both cloak and sky, under the moon's gentle eye. The wind chimes still sing their crystalline songs, the clock tower chimes with a warmer tone, and the blue moths still dance where the forest path divides. But now the people of Glimmerbrook know, the greatest magic isn't in the stars themselves, but in the shared light of a caring heart. And as you drift into dreams, may you too feel that gentle glow, woven from kindness, reflected in love, and shining softly through the dark. Deep in the heart of the Whisperwood, where ancient trees stood as sentinels of time and moonlight pooled like liquid silver on mossy clearings, the boundaries between the ordinary and the magical dissolved like sugar in tea. Here the rustle of leaves carried secrets older than rivers, and the air hummed with the quiet harmony of unseen lives. On this particular evening, as autumn's amber light faded into twilight, a young hedgehog named Pippin scurried along a root-ribboned path. His spines glistened with dew, and his nose twitched at the earthy perfume of decaying leaves and sweet, damp soil. He was late for his lesson with Elder Rowan, the great oak whose bark was etched with centuries of wisdom. Pip, 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 chirped a voice from above. Bramble, a squirrel with fur the color of toasted acorns, leaped from a sycamore branch, landing softly beside him. Elder Rowan's waiting said it's about the frost whisper, the first winter wind that's late this year. Bramble's tail flicked anxiously. The forest feels too still. Pippin nodded, his small paws crunching through fallen maple keys. I know, the cricket stopped singing days ago, and the river's voice is thinner than spider silk. He paused, sniffing the air. Beneath the familiar scents of pine and loam, something cold and sharp lingered, a scent like frozen starlight. It was unnatural, a discordant note in the forest's symphony. They found Elder Rowan in a moon-drenched clearing, where the oak's gnarled roots cradled a circle of velvety moss. Fern, a sturdy badger with gentle eyes, already sat listening, her striped fur silvered by the moonlight. The great oak's voice rumbled like stones tumbling in a distant brook. Children, he began, leaves rustling softly, tonight we speak of the heartstone, the gem of seasons buried deep beneath our roots. It spins the wheel of the year, spring's bloom, summer's warmth, autumn's sigh, and winter's rest, but the frost whisper has not come. The heartstone sleeps too deeply, trapped by ice that should not be. As Elder Rowan spoke, Pippin closed his eyes, imagining the heartstone, a luminous crystal pulsing with the colors of cherry blossoms, sunflowers, maple flames, and snowdrifts. He felt its rhythm in his own heartbeat, a steady drum echoing through the soil. Long ago, the oak murmured, when the world was young, the forest's creatures learned that balance is held by harmony. If one season overstays, the others weaken. This endless autumn, it starves the roots of rest. The berries shrivel, the burrows grow cold, and the magic fades. Suddenly, a shiver ran through the earth. Frost flowers bloomed across the moss, sparkling like shattered glass. The air grew biting, and the moon's glow dimmed as if veiled. The ice spreads, Fern whispered, her breath misting. It's reaching for the heartstone. Pippin's spines bristled. What can we do? The legends say, Elder Rowan replied, his voice a low, steady anchor, that three things can melt unnatural ice, the warmth of friendship, the light of courage, and the memory of summer's song. You must journey to the stone's chamber beneath the crystal falls. But beware, the path is guarded by the shiverwillows, trees that feed on fear. With Bramble's nimbleness, Fern's strength, and Pippin's keen senses, they set off at dawn. The forest, once vibrant, now felt hushed and watchful. Leaves, frozen mid-fall, hung like amber tears. They followed the river upstream, where water murmured beneath a brittle skin of ice. Pippin led them through thickets of frost-rimed ferns, their fronds chiming like tiny bells when touched. Smell that, he whispered, like cold metal and lost things. The scent grew stronger near the falls, a cascade frozen mid-plunge, its icicles gleaming like dragon's teeth. Beneath the falls lay a hidden entrance, veiled by curtains of ice. As they approached, the shiverwillows awoke. Their branches, bone-white and leafless, creaked as they bent low, whispering voices like wind through cracks. Turn back, they hissed. The cold is kind. It stills the pain of growing, the ache of changing. Fear prickled Pippin's paws, turning them heavy as stone. Fern stepped forward, her voice steady. But without change there is no bloom, without rest, no awakening. She hummed a low, resonant sound her grandmother had taught her, the song badgers used to soothe their cubs in deepest winter. The willows shuddered, their whispers softening. Bramble darted up a frozen trunk, scattering hoarded nuts like tiny suns. "Remember summer," he called. "Warm rain on your leaves, bees in the clover." The nuts glowed faintly, casting buttery pools of light. Pippin closed his eyes. He thought of Elder Rowan's stories, of fireflies waltzing in June meadows, of sun-warmed earth under his paws. He thought of Bramble's laughter as they raced through bluebell carpets, of Fern sharing honeycomb in her cozy den. A warmth kindled in his chest, fierce and bright. "We carry summer inside us," he said softly. His spines began to glow, a soft, golden radiance that spread like dandelion fluff. The shiverwillows sighed. Their branches uncurled, forming an archway. "Pass," they whispered, now sounding weary, almost sad. "Remember us when the thaw comes." Inside the cavern, the air was still and crystalline. At its center, on a pedestal of roots, sat the Heartstone. But it was encased in ice thicker than oak bark, its light smothered to a feeble flicker. Frost crackled over the walls, and the cold bit deep, stealing their breath. "Now what?" Bramble chattered, his fur frosted white. "The legends spoke of a song," Fern said. "But how do we sing for summer?" Pippin touched the ice. It burned with cold, but beneath it he felt the Heartstone's faint pulse, a memory of heat. "Together," he whispered, like Elder Rowan said. He began to hum Fern's lullaby, low and steady. Bramble joined, his voice a bright chitter like sun on streams. Fern rumbled the deep notes of the earth. Their voices wove together, rising and falling like the forest's own breath. Pippin poured his warmth into the song, his glowing spines reflecting in the ice like captured sunlight. Slowly the ice wept. Drips became trickles, then streams. The Heartstone's light swelled, first a blush of dawn, then the gold of noon, finally the fiery crimson of autumn's last leaf. With a soft chime the ice shattered, falling like diamond rain. The stone pulsed once powerfully, and warmth bloomed through the cavern. Above, the frozen falls groaned. Ice cracked and fell in great sheets, and water roared free, tumbling into the river below. Sunlight, true buttery sunlight, pierced the cavern entrance. Outside, the forest sighed. Frost melted from leaves, revealing emerald beneath. Snowdrops pushed through the soil, and somewhere a cricket tentatively chirped. They returned to Elder Rowan as heroes. The great oak's leaves shimmered with dew, not ice. "You've done more than mend the seasons," he rumbled, his voice rich with pride. "You've woven your courage into the forest's memory. Now rest." That night, as the first true snowflakes of winter drifted down, soft, fat, and gentle, the creatures gathered. Pippin, Bramble, and Fern curled in the mossy hollow beneath Elder Rowan. The snow muffled the world, wrapping them in a blanket of silence. Fireflies, woken by the Heartstone's warmth, danced in the pines like living stars. Pippin breathed in the scent of wood smoke from distant burrows and cold, clean snow. He felt the forest's heartbeat in the earth beneath him, steady and strong. "Balance is not stillness," Elder Rowan murmured, his branches creaking contentedly. "It is the dance of giving and receiving, of waking and sleeping. Remember this when seasons change, little ones. Carry summer in your hearts, and winter will always be kind." As sleep claimed them, the frost whisper finally sighed through the trees, a soft, lullaby wind carrying the promise of spring in its chill. And in the heart of the whisperwood, where magic and reality embraced, all was warm, all was safe, and all was deeply, peacefully well. Silas tended his moon-petal garden with trembling hands, the silver blossoms shimmering like captured starlight under the twin moons. For years, these flowers had bloomed in perfect, unchanging harmony, their steady glow a comfort against life's uncertainties. But tonight, whispers rustled through the valley. The great bloom was coming. a rare event where all magic surged and shifted, transforming the land overnight. Silas's chest tightened. Change felt like uprooting delicate roots, leaving tender things exposed. Steady as stone, he murmured, repeating his father's old adage, though the petals quivered at his touch as if disagreeing. Near the garden's edge stood Grand Willow, an ancient tree whose bark held constellations of soft amber light. "Your fear trembles the soil, little gardener," rumbled the tree, voice like wind through autumn leaves. "The earth knows when we cling too tightly." Silas sighed, brushing dirt from his knees. "What if the bloom ruins everything, my moon petals?" "Ah," hummed Grand Willow. "But what if they become something new?" Before Silas could reply, a chime-like giggle danced through the air. Pip, a firefly with wings like liquid sunshine, zipped toward him. "Silas, the crystal frogs are singing by Mistfall Pond. They say the bloom's magic is bubbling up already." Pip's light pulsed with excitement, casting warm dapples on Silas's worried face. "Come see." Reluctantly, Silas followed. At Mistfall Pond, the water glowed cobalt, and crystalline frogs chorused in harmonies that made the reeds sway. But as Silas knelt, his reflection rippled, not with his familiar frown, but with vines curling through his hair like living emerald threads. He stumbled back. "The magic's touching me already." "Not touching," corrected Grand Willow gently. "Responding." Over the next days, Silas's resistance painted the garden in melancholy hues. Moon petals drooped, their light dimming. Where he walked, moss grayed beneath his boots. Even Pip's glow flickered when Silas sighed, which was often. "Change is a storm," Silas fretted, patting a wilted bloom. "It breaks things." Pip landed on his shoulder, light warm as a candle's kiss. "Remember when my wings were dull brown? I hated it, but Grand Willow said, 'Be patient. Your light needs time to find its song.'" The firefly whirled joyfully. "Now I weave sunbeams, storms water new beginnings, Silas." That night, the first wave of the great bloom arrived. Not with chaos, but a soft sigh. Moon petals dissolved into shimmering mist, and from the soil sprang slender stalks crowned with buds like spun opal. Silas cried out, but Pip nudged him toward Grand Willow. "Trust," whispered the tree. As Silas hesitantly touched a bud, magic hummed up his fingers. Vines spiraled around his wrists, blooming into tiny star-shaped flowers that pulsed with his heartbeat. Terrified, he tried to shake them off. "They're part of you now," Grand Willow murmured. "Breathe." Silas closed his eyes. Instead of fighting, he imagined the garden not as loss, but possibility. Slowly, warmth spread through him. The vines glowed brighter, and the opal buds unfurled into luminous bells that chimed in the breeze. Where his feet touched the earth, violets and lavender sprang up, weaving through the silver grass. Pip danced above them, scattering light like golden pollen. "You're growing with it," she chimed. By the bloom's peak, Silas stood transformed. Living flowers cascaded from his hair, roots curled lovingly around his ankles, and his hands glowed with gentle bioluminescence. The garden flourished in radiant layers, no longer just moon petals, but a tapestry of singing irises, floating dandelion clocks, and trees with leaves like stained glass. Where fear had grayed the moss, now emerald pathways shimmered with dewdrop fairies. Grand Willow's branches lowered, brushing Silas's cheek. "You tended sameness like a fortress. Now see, you've built a bridge instead." Silas laughed, the sound making nearby petals flutter. "I thought change was an ending, but it's a conversation." He cupped a chiming bellflower, its melody harmonizing with Pip's hum. "The magic didn't force me. It waited for me to say yes." As the twin moons set, painting the sky in peach and lilac, Silas sat with Pip beneath Grand Willow's luminous canopy. The tree's roots cradled them like old friends sharing stories. Courage isn't fearing the storm, Silas realized aloud, stroking a vine that now curled contentedly around his wrist. It's learning to dance in the rain. Pip nestled in his flower-crowned hair. And what beautiful music your dancing makes. The garden sighed happily, a living symphony of growth and light. Where Silas's tears fell, tears not of sorrow but wonder, tiny glowing mushrooms bloomed, guiding fireflies through the gentle night. He'd arrived not at an ending, but a tender beginning. And as sleep beckoned, the magic whispered back, "Rest now, gardener. Tomorrow's blooms will be even sweeter." In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy overhead swayed like a sea of emeralds, there thrived a hidden world that few humans ever glimpsed. This was a place where sunlight dripped through the leaves like golden honey, where the air was sweet with the perfume of wildflowers and the earthy scent of moss. Here, the world pulsed with the quiet rhythm of life, orchestrated by the soft whispers of the wind and the gentle rustling of creatures unseen. Among the inhabitants of this enchanted realm were the Sylvans, gentle beings as old as the forest itself. They were small, with skin that shimmered like the bark of birch trees, and hair that danced in colors of autumn leaves. The Sylvans were the forest's caretakers, guardians of the delicate balance that nurtured all life within. In this haven of tranquility, the Sylvans lived in harmony with the creatures of the woods. Deer with eyes like pools of melted chocolate grazed alongside them, and birds with feathers of sapphire and emerald sang songs that wove through the branches like ribbons of melody. Each creature knew its place in the intricate web of life, guided by the wisdom passed down through countless generations. One such Sylvan was a young guardian named Lyra. Her eyes reflected the deep greens of the forest, and her heart beat in tune with the ancient trees. Lyra had always been fascinated by the changing seasons, each one a story written in the language of nature. Her favorite time was the gentle transition from summer to autumn, when the forest donned its cloak of fiery hues and the air was crisp with the promise of change. It was during this time of transition that a peculiar phenomenon began to occur. The wind, usually a playful presence that danced through the trees, began to carry a murmur of distress. The leaves whispered of an imbalance, a disruption in the harmony that sustained their world. The forest, once vibrant and thriving, seemed to hold its breath, waiting for something to set it right. Lyra, with her deep connection to the forest, felt a stirring in her heart. She knew that the answer lay somewhere within the whispers of the wind and the rustle of the leaves. Gathering her courage, she set out to seek the wisdom of the elder oak, the oldest and wisest tree in the forest, whose roots delved deep into the earth and whose branches reached for the sky. The journey to the elder oak took Lyra through paths carpeted with fallen leaves, their colors a tapestry of gold and crimson. The air was filled with the sound of crunching beneath her feet and the occasional scurry of woodland creatures. As she walked, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a crystal note in the symphony of the forest. When Lyra finally stood before the elder oak, she felt a sense of awe and reverence. The tree towered above her, its bark etched with the stories of ages past, its branches stretching wide as if to embrace the entire forest. Lyra placed her hand against the rough bark, feeling the life that thrummed beneath her fingertips. "O wise elder," she whispered, "the forest is troubled. The balance has shifted, and I seek your counsel." The elder oak's response was a soft rustling, a language that Lyra had learned to understand through years of listening. "The seasons are the breath of the forest," the tree seemed to say. "When one breathes too deeply, the others must adjust. The balance is delicate, like the web of a spider after rain." Lyra pondered these words, letting them settle in her heart. She realized that the forest's harmony was not just a matter of nature's rhythms, but of understanding and cooperation among all its inhabitants. With newfound clarity, Lyra returned to the Sylvan village. She gathered the creatures of the forest, the deer, the birds, the squirrels with their bright eyes and bushy tails. Together, they listened as Lyra shared the elder oak's wisdom. "We must work together," she said, her voice as gentle as the breeze. Each of us plays a part in maintaining the balance. The wind, the rain, the sun, and the soil, each has a role, and so do we. The creatures nodded, understanding that they were part of a greater whole. They set about their tasks, guided by Lyra's gentle leadership. The birds carried seeds to new places, ensuring the forest's renewal. The deer pruned the undergrowth, allowing light to reach the forest floor. The sylvans tended to the trees, nurturing the saplings that would one day stand as tall as the elder oak. As the days passed, the forest began to breathe easier. The murmur of distress faded, replaced by the harmonious song of life. The balance had been restored, not by force but by understanding and cooperation. And so the seasons continued their dance, each one a chapter in the forest's story. Lyra, now wiser and filled with a deeper connection to her home, knew that the lessons of the elder oak would guide her and the generations to come. Under the canopy of stars, as the forest settled into the embrace of night, Lyra sat beneath the elder oak, feeling the warmth of the earth and the cool kiss of the breeze. She closed her eyes, letting the peace of the forest fill her soul, knowing that she was part of something beautiful and eternal. In this ancient forest, where magic and reality intertwined, the hidden lives of natural creatures thrived in harmony, their stories woven into the fabric of the world. And as the gentle night wrapped its arms around the forest, all was as it should be, balanced, peaceful, and whole. Once upon a time, nestled in a grove where the forest whispered secrets to the wind, there stood a small, ivy-covered cottage with a roof that sloped as if in a perpetual nod of welcome. Inside lived a gentle soul named Clara, known far and wide for her skillful weaving. Her tapestries, vibrant with colors that seemed to shimmer like the surface of a river under the moonlight, were admired by all who saw them. Yet Clara herself felt like a loose thread in the fabric of her own life. Clara loved the predictability of her days, the rhythmic clatter of loom and shuttle providing a comforting cadence. But lately she sensed a quiet discontent weaving its way through her heart, like a shadow threading through sunlight. She yearned for something more, a change she couldn't quite articulate. One autumn afternoon, as the leaves blushed with gold and russet, Clara stepped outside, her fingers wrapped around a mug of warm cider. The air was crisp and full of the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Just beyond her garden, where the wildflowers nodded in agreement with the breeze, stood an ancient oak tree, its branches sprawling like a welcoming embrace. As she wandered closer, Clara noticed something peculiar. At the base of the oak, where its roots curled like fingers through the earth, lay a small, forgotten door. It was weathered and carved with intricate runes that danced in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity fluttered in her like a new leaf unfurling, and with a gentle push, the door swung open with the softest sigh. Inside, the air shimmered with possibilities, and Clara found herself in a space that was both familiar and wondrously new. This was the realm of the forest folk, beings of gentle magic who nurtured the land and all its creatures. Their haven was alive with colors more vivid than any Clara had ever woven, a tapestry of life itself, unfurling in every direction. The forest folk welcomed Clara with smiles that glowed like the first light of dawn. Leading the way was Alder, a wise elder with eyes that twinkled like stars caught in a canopy of leaves. "Welcome, dear Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "We've been expecting you." Clara's heart fluttered with both excitement and trepidation. "Expecting me?" she asked, her voice a whisper among the leaves. "Indeed," Alder replied, gesturing for her to follow. "It's time for you to discover what's been growing inside you, like a seed waiting for spring." As Clara walked with Alder and the other forest folk, she noticed how the path beneath her feet seemed to transform with each step, a mosaic of stones and moss that mirrored her swirling thoughts. They guided her to a glen where the air hummed with a gentle magic, and the sky was a quilt of twilight hues. In the center of the glen stood a loom, unlike any Clara had ever seen. It was crafted from silver birch and moonlight, its threads spun from the dreams of the woodland creatures. "Here," Alder said, "you will weave a tapestry not with your hands, but with your heart." Clara hesitated, her fingers brushing the ethereal threads. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, the scent of pine and possibility filling her senses. As she began to weave, the threads responded to her emotions. each strand a reflection of her inner world. At first, the tapestry was a chaotic jumble of colors, a storm of uncertainty and fear of the unknown. But as Clara continued, she felt the presence of the forest folk surrounding her, their warmth and encouragement flowing into her very being. Slowly, she began to see patterns emerge, shapes that spoke of growth and transformation. With each pass of her hands, Clara wove her fears and doubts into something beautiful, a landscape of change filled with small, shimmering stars of hope. She realized that change, though daunting, was a natural part of life, much like the turning of seasons or the growth of a tree from a tiny acorn. The forest folk watched as Clara's tapestry grew, their gentle smiles reflecting her blossoming confidence. "You're doing wonderfully," Alder murmured, his voice carrying the same warmth as the sunlit glen. As the final thread slipped into place, Clara opened her eyes to behold her creation, a tapestry of her journey, vibrant and alive. It was a piece of art that mirrored her own transformation, capturing the beauty of embracing change and the strength found in vulnerability. With a newfound sense of peace, Clara thanked the forest folk for their guidance. "You've shown me that change is not something to fear, but something to welcome," she said, her voice filled with gratitude. As she stepped back through the door into her own world, Clara felt the autumn breeze brush her skin, carrying with it a whisper of the magic she had discovered within herself. The forest, once a backdrop to her life, now seemed a living tapestry of its own, vibrant and welcoming. Back in her cozy cottage, Clara returned to her loom with a heart full of inspiration. Her tapestries now carried the essence of her journey, each piece a reminder of the beauty that could be found in embracing the unknown. And so, as the days turned to weeks and the forest donned its winter cloak, Clara's heart remained open, her spirit woven into the very fabric of the world around her. She had found her place within the tapestry of life, where change was not an ending, but a beginning, a magical transformation that would continue to unfold with each new day. And so under the gentle watch of the stars and the whispering leaves, Clara's story of personal growth and magical transformation became a lullaby sung by the forest itself, a testament to the power of embracing one's true self. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of emerald moss and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived creatures unseen by ordinary eyes. Here the air hummed with a quiet magic, woven from the turning seasons and the deep, harmonious breath of the earth itself. Among the gnarled roots and beneath the velvet ferns thrived Thistle, a young hedgehog whose spines shimmered with dewdrops in the dawn light, and his dearest friend, Fern, a quick-witted squirrel with eyes like polished acorns. Their world was one of intricate balance. The fireflies painted constellations on warm summer nights, their light fueled by the fragrance of blooming night-blooming jasmine. The brook songbirds, feathered in iridescent blues and greens, sang melodies that coaxed the river into gentle, laughing currents, its water crystal clear and tasting of cold stone and wild mint. In autumn, the wise willows shed leaves imbued with whispered memories, gathered by the diligent moss sprites to weave into the soft blankets lining burrows against the coming chill. Winter brought the frost weavers, tiny, shimmering beings who spun delicate lace from frozen mist, adorning bare branches and silencing the forest under a blanket of profound, peaceful quiet. Spring belonged to the bloom whisperers, unseen forces that coaxed buds into vibrant life, their arrival heralded by the first warm rain that smelled of damp earth and sweet promise. Thistle and Fern learned this rhythm from Bramblebur, an ancient badger whose fur was silvered with age and whose deep, rumbling voice carried the weight of countless seasons. He lived beneath the sentinel oak, the oldest tree in the woods, its bark deeply carved with patterns that seemed to shift and flow like liquid history. Bramblebur taught them the forest song, not a melody sung aloud, but the subtle symphony of interconnected life. The rustle of a vole stirring dry leaves, signaling the approach of a hungry fox, the particular scent of ozone whispering of a distant thunderstorm long before clouds gathered, the way the mushrooms glowed faintly blue along the paths where the underground streams flowed strongest. "Listen with more than your ears, little ones," Bramblebur would murmur, his voice blending with the crackle of the small, enchanted hearthstone that warmed his den, its light casting dancing shadows. Feel the forest breathe, taste the wind, see the stories written in the moss and the bark. Harmony is the greatest magic, and it is woven thread by fragile thread. One crisp autumn afternoon, as thistle and fern were gathering the last sweet hazelnuts, a tremor ran through the forest. It wasn't an earthquake, but a disturbance in the very fabric of their world. The vibrant reds and golds of the maple leaves seemed duller. The air, usually crisp and fragrant with decaying leaves and wood smoke, carried a faint, acrid tang like damp metal. Most unsettling of all, the laughing river grew quiet. Its usual cheerful gurgle faded to a sluggish, mournful sigh. The water, once clear as polished quartz, took on a murky, listless hue. Fern scampered to the river bank, her bushy tail twitching with worry. Thistle, look, the brook songbirds, they're barely singing. Indeed, the usually vibrant birds perched listlessly on gray branches, their feathers ruffled, their songs reduced to thin, sorrowful chirps. The water felt strangely tepid and greasy against Thistle's paws when he dipped them in. They hurried to Bramblebur. The old badger was already waiting, his expression grave. He held a single, perfect maple leaf, its brilliant crimson hue fading to a sickly brown at the edges. "The balance is wounded," he rasped, his voice thick with concern. "Something heavy and cold has settled upstream near the Stoneheart Falls. It poisons the river's spirit, silences its song, and weakens the season's turn." He explained that the Stoneheart Falls were where the river plunged over ancient, moss-covered rocks, creating a natural basin that acted as the forest's heartwell. Pure magic drawn from the deep earth and the changing skies pooled there, feeding the seasonal cycles and the life of all creatures. "If the poison spreads," Bramblebur warned, his eyes reflecting the hearthstone's worried flicker, "winter will not weave its quiet magic, spring may not wake, the frost weavers will freeze solid, the bloom whisperers will slumber too deeply. The forest will fall into an endless, silent gray." A council was called under the sentinel oak. Fireflies glowed with anxious light, moss sprites shivered in their woven cloaks, and even the usually stoic owls hooted softly in dismay. Fear hung thick as fog. Some creatures whispered of fleeing. Others argued pointlessly. Thistle, remembering Bramblebur's lessons, stepped forward, his small voice surprisingly steady. "Grandfather Bramblebur says harmony is woven thread by thread. Maybe we need to weave it back together." Fern nodded vigorously, adding, "We need to find the source. We need to help the river remember its song." Their courage sparked a fragile hope. It was decided Thistle and Fern, small and quick, would journey upstream towards the Stoneheart Falls, guided by their knowledge of the forest paths and the subtle signs. Bramblebur entrusted them with a precious gift, a small, smooth river stone warmed by the hearthstone. "This holds the memory of pure water," he said, "and a fragment of the forest's warmth. It may help you." Their journey was fraught with the growing imbalance. Autumn seemed to stall. Leaves that should have fallen clung desperately to branches, brittle and dry. The air grew colder than it should, biting with an unnatural dampness that seeped into their bones. Magical phenomena flickered erratically. Patches of frost formed in the afternoon sun, only to melt into sluggish, gray puddles. Strange, sourceless sighs echoed through the trees, chilling their blood. They navigated treacherous paths slick with unnatural slime, the comforting sense of earth and leaf mold replaced by the metallic tang of decay. They crossed trembling bridges of woven vines over streams that bubbled sluggishly. Their courage was tested by shadows that seemed to cling too long, and whispers that weren't the wind. Fern's sharp eyes spotted safe paths where the moss still glowed faintly green, a sign of lingering health. Thistle used his keen nose to avoid patches of air that smelled stagnant and wrong, guiding them towards the cleaner, though still troubled, scent of pine needles higher up. Finally, after a perilous climb over slippery rocks slick with unnatural frost, they reached the Stoneheart Falls. The sight stole their breath not with beauty, but with profound sorrow. The majestic cascade was reduced to a thick, oily trickle. The basin below, usually a swirling pool of luminous, clear water reflecting the sky, was choked with a viscous, dark sludge that shimmered with a sickly, iridescent sheen. It smelled like rust and forgotten graves. Embedded in the sludge near the base of the falls was the source of the poison. A massive, jagged chunk of cold, dark iron, a piece of something forgotten and unnatural that had tumbled down from the distant, unseen mountains beyond the forest's edge. It pulsed with a dull, malevolent chill that seemed to leach the warmth and life from the very air. "This is it," Fern whispered, her voice trembling. It's killing the Heartwell." Thistle felt despair wash over him. How could they move such a monstrous thing? He clutched the warm river stone Bramblebur had given him. It felt small and insignificant against the oppressive cold emanating from the iron. He remembered the badger's words, "Help the river remember its song, remember." Looking around desperately, Thistle's eyes fell upon the moss-covered rocks surrounding the basin. Within the thick ancient moss, preserved like jewels in amber, were tiny fragments of perfectly preserved bluebell petal from a long-ago spring, a delicate fossilized dragonfly wing, a vibrant red autumn leaf caught mid-fall. These were memories woven into the very fabric of the place by generations of moss sprites and the magic of the falls. An idea sparked, fragile but bright. Fern the memories, the forest remembers its harmony. Bramblebur's stone remembers pure water, maybe if we remind the Heartwell together. Fern understood instantly. We need all the memories, we need the forest's song. Thistle placed Bramblebur's warm stone gently onto the cold, sludgy surface near the edge of the basin. It sank slightly but glowed with a soft, determined light. Fern scrambled up the rocks, chattering urgently. She found a cluster of glowing moss holding a shimmering dewdrop, a perfect memory of morning freshness. She nudged it free and it rolled down, landing with a soft plink near Thistle's stone. He found a patch of moss cradling a tiny, perfectly formed acorn, a symbol of potential and growth. He carefully pried it loose and added it to the growing collection. They worked feverishly, their small paws trembling but determined. They gathered a snowflake pattern preserved by a frost weaver, a fragment of a bloom whisperer's first spring song caught in a bead of sap, a single luminous scale shed by a brook songbird. Each precious memory fragment, when placed near the warm stone, glowed brighter, pushing back the oppressive grayness in a tiny circle. But it wasn't enough. The dark iron pulsed, its chill deepening. The sludge seemed to thicken. Thistle felt a wave of exhaustion and despair. They were just two small creatures against a vast, unnatural cold. Then a soft rustling came from the path below. Bramblebur emerged, moving slowly but steadily, followed by a procession of forest folk. The fireflies had come, forming a constellation of soft light around the basin. The moss sprites arrived, carrying pouches woven from spider silk filled with collected memories, pressed wildflowers, tiny polished pebbles from the riverbed, fragments of sun-baked bark. Even the listless brook songbirds had mustered their strength, perching on nearby branches and beginning a soft, hesitant hum. The owls watched silently from high above, their presence a solemn vigil. They had followed, drawn by the faint pulse of hope emanating from the children's efforts. Without a word, they added their offerings to the growing circle of light around Thistle's stone and the gathered memories. Moss sprites gently pressed their treasures into the sludge at the basin's edge. Fireflies hovered, their light intensifying, bathing the scene in a gentle, golden radiance. The brook songbirds' hum grew stronger, weaving into a fragile, beautiful melody that spoke of clear currents and sun-dappled pools. The warmth grew. The circle of light expanded, pushing against the thick sludge and the chilling aura of the iron. Thistle, moved beyond words, placed his own, offering a single tear that had fallen onto his paw, a tear born of fear, effort, and love for his home. It landed on the warm stone, which flared with a sudden, brilliant light. A deep, resonant thrum vibrated through the rocks, shaking the sludge. It wasn't a sound of destruction, but of awakening. The gathered memories began to glow intensely. The bluebell petal radiated spring's promise. The dragonfly wings shimmered with summer's energy. The autumn leaf blazed with fall's vibrant fire. The snowflake pattern glittered with winter's quiet magic. The warm stone pulsed like a tiny heart. The dark sludge at the edges of the glowing circle began to soften, then to flow. It wasn't washed away, but transformed. The greasy sheen dissolved, replaced by the clear, cold luminescence of pure, enchanted water. The transformation spread slowly but surely, like ink dispersing in clear water, driven by the combined warmth, light, and song of the forest's gathered heart. The viscous murk receded from the basin, revealing the smooth, clean stones beneath. The oily trickle over the falls thickened, cleared, and then, with a sound like a sigh of relief, the laughing river found its voice again. Clean, cold, magical water cascaded over the stone heart falls, plunging into the now pristine basin, churning it into a whirlpool of sparkling, luminous life. The oppressive cold vanished, replaced by the crisp, clean chill of true autumn air, scented with pine and wet stone. The dark iron chunk, now inert and harmless, was gently pushed aside by the renewed current, tumbling harmlessly into a deep crevice where the forest's roots would slowly reclaim it. A collective sigh, warm and alive, rippled through the gathered creatures. The brook songbirds burst into full, joyous song, their melodies echoing the river's laughter. Fireflies danced in jubilant patterns. Moss sprites wept tears of pure, clear water that sparkled like diamonds on their cloaks. Bramblebur placed a heavy, gentle paw on Thistle's and Fern's shoulders. "You wove the threads back together," he rumbled, his voice thick with pride and relief. "You remembered the song and helped the forest remember itself." As they made their way back downstream, the transformation was evident. The dull leaves released their hold, falling in a gentle, golden rain that smelled sweetly of earth and change. The unnatural frost retreated. The air lost its metallic tang, replaced by the rich, comforting scent of damp soil and decaying leaves returning to the earth. The river sang alongside them, its waters clear and cold once more, carrying the renewed magic through the veins of the whispering woods. Winter came, but it was the true winter of the frost weavers. They spun their intricate lace with renewed vigor, draping the forest in a blanket of sparkling silence that felt peaceful, not dead. Under the snow, the earth held the warmth of the forest's collective memory, waiting for spring. And when the bloom whisperers finally stirred, coaxed by the first truly warm rain that smelled of renewal, the forest erupted in a profusion of color and scent more vibrant than anyone could remember. Thistle and fern often visited the Stoneheart Falls. The basin shimmered with pure magic, and embedded in the moss around its edge, alongside the ancient memories, were new additions. A tiny, smooth hazelnut, a single, bright squirrel's tail hair caught in the sunlight, and a small, perfectly round stone that always held a gentle warmth. Bramblebur taught them how to listen even deeper, to hear the faint echoes of the forest's song of healing, woven into the rustling leaves and the bubbling streams. And on quiet evenings, as fireflies painted the dusk and the scent of night-blooming jasmine filled the air, Thistle would tell younger creatures the story beside Bramblebur's hearthstone. He described the unnatural cold, the silent river, the fear, and the perilous journey. But most of all he'd speak of the warmth of the stone, the brilliance of the gathered memories, the strength of the shared song, and the deep, resonant thrum of harmony restored. "Remember," he'd murmur, his voice blending with the crackling hearth and the gentle sigh of the wind in the sentinel oak, "the greatest magic isn't in grand spells, but in the threads that connect us all to each other, to the earth, to the seasons, and to the memories we keep and share. Listen for the forest's song, feel its breath, tend its harmony, for it is the song that sings us all to sleep and welcomes us back with each new dawn. And as the young ones drifted off, nestled in moss-lined burrows, the whispering woods breathed its deep, contented sigh, a living lullaby of perfect, peaceful balance. In the velvet hush hour between twilight and true night, where fireflies scribble secrets across the air, there existed a village called Bramble Hollow. Its cobblestone streets wound like cinnamon threads between cottages with roofs of living time, windows glowing with lanterns shaped like tulip blossoms. Yet something peculiar had begun unfolding beneath the crescent moon's silver nail. Every morning, villagers awoke to find their doorknobs frosted with salt, their milk pitchers filled with lavender instead of cream, and their weather vanes pointing insistently toward whispering wood despite the absence of wind. Young Tansy, whose freckles held the exact pattern of the Orion constellation, first noticed the pattern. While her neighbors tutted about mischievous pixies, she observed the salt formed tiny arrowheads pointing north, the lavender milk never soured, and the weather vanes trembled like compass needles near something magnetic. On the third night, armed with a pocketful of blackberry tarts and her late grandmother's magnifying glass, whose lens revealed the fingerprints of magic, Tansy followed the clues toward the wood's edge. Beneath ancient oaks wearing beards of lichen, she found a badger in a waistcoat pacing between toadstools. "Late," he muttered, polishing his monocle. "Dreadfully late." His name was Professor Thistledown, scholar of celestial mechanics and part-time keeper of twilight harmonies. When Tansy showed him the magnifying glass, its handle carved with the same spiral symbol on his pocket watch, the badger's whiskers quivered. "Ah, you're Matilda Weatherby's descendant. She and I once calibrated the village dream clock after the great snooze of 1723. The mystery deepened as Thistledown revealed the salt was stardust, the lavender a remedy for nightmares, and the weather vanes detecting a rip in the quiet fabric between realms. Together they trekked to the Chronoglade, a clearing where time pooled in amber puddles and fireflies carried tiny hourglasses in their tails. There they discovered the source, a young nightingale, her feathers shimmering with trapped starlight, caught in a web of fractured moments. "She's a tempest singer," Thistledown breathed. "Her songs stitch tomorrow to yesterday, but see how her wings are tangled in snapped timelines." Tansy, recalling her grandmother's stories, gathered four things: spider silk for mending, dewdrops from dawn's first hour for clarity, a thimble of shadow borrowed politely from a passing moth, and laughter stored in an acorn cap. As Thistledown conducted the moonbeams like golden violin strings, Tansy carefully wove the materials into a glimmering net. The nightingale's fearful chirps softened as the net lifted her gently, untangling the knotted hours. With a triumphant trill, she soared upward, trailing ribbons of mended time. The village awoke next morning to ordinary doorknobs and creamy milk, but also to something new. Every garden bore a night-blooming flower whose petals shifted colors like a twilight palette, and children found their dreams lightly embroidered with helpful clues for the day ahead. In the square, a sundial now graced the fountain, its shadow shaped like a bird in flight. Years later, when thunderstorms growled at the horizon, villagers would smile at the salt patterns appearing on their windowsills, not arrows now, but spirals, the ancient symbol of time's gentle unfolding. And if you walk through Whispering Wood when the clocks strike 13, you might hear two voices, one bright and curious, one gruff but kind, discussing the best way to brew starlight tea, or how to politely ask autumn to arrive a week early for the apple festival. But that, my dear listener, is a story woven from tomorrow's threads, and tonight's tale is complete. Let the scent of time and the hum of mended time carry you to dreams where badgers quote poetry and cookies never crumble. All is well in Bramble Hollow. In a little cottage nestled at the edge of a great whispering forest, where the chimney smoke curled into the sky like a lazy gray ribbon, there lived a young girl named Anya. The cottage was built of honey-colored stone and worn timber, and on cold evenings its windows glowed with the warm, buttery light of a well-tended hearth. It was on just such an evening, with a chill wind sighing through the pine needles, that our story begins. Anya was sitting by the fire, a thick woolen blanket wrapped around her shoulders. She was mending a small tear in her favorite sock, her needle moving in and out of the yarn in a rhythm as old and comforting as the crackle of the logs. Her grandfather dozed in his armchair opposite, his spectacles perched precariously on the end of his nose, a forgotten book open on his lap. The only sounds were the pop of the fire, the gentle snore from the chair, and the soft whisper of thread through cloth. But then a new sound joined the chorus. A faint, persistent tapping, like a tiny knuckle rapping on glass. It came from the window behind her. Anya set her mending aside and went to the pane, wiping away the fog her breath had created. Pressed against the cold glass was the most peculiar sight, a small, russet-colored fox. It wasn't trying to get in, nor did it look frightened. It simply sat there, its intelligent eyes fixed on hers, and it tapped the glass once more with a careful paw. Then it turned and trotted a few paces into the dark garden before looking back, as if waiting for her. A curious feeling, not of fear, but of quiet intrigue, settled over Anya. She pulled on her boots and her heaviest cloak, and slipped outside into the nipping air. The fox was still there, a darker shadow in the moonlight. When it saw her, it gave a soft, chuffing sound and began to lead the way, not deeper into the wild forest, but along a narrow, almost invisible path that skirted its very edge. The world was painted in shades of silver and blue. Frost crunched under her boots, and her breath plumed before her like a ghostly companion. The fox moved silently ahead, pausing every so often to ensure she followed. They walked for what felt like both a moment and an age, until the lights of the cottage were far behind them, and the only illumination came from the moon and the strange, ethereal glow of lichen on the ancient trees. Finally, the fox stopped before the gnarled, massive trunk of an ancient oak, its roots sprawling over the earth like the limbs of a slumbering giant. There, nestled within a hollow at its base, was a soft, pulsating light. It was a gentle, warm radiance, the color of a banked fire's heart, of a peach at the peak of ripeness. It pulsed slowly, in a rhythm that felt like a sleeping heartbeat. The fox nudged the object with its nose, and Anya knelt down. It was a stone, smooth and oval, but it was not cold. It was warm to the touch, and it glowed from within. As her fingers closed around it, the light within flared gently, and a wave of profound, peaceful warmth flowed up her arm and settled deep in her chest. It was a feeling of coming home, of a forgotten memory suddenly recalled. The fox looked at her, then at the stone, and then it turned and vanished into the shadows, its task seemingly complete. Anya stood there, holding the warm, glowing stone. She knew with a certainty that surprised her that she could not leave it. Cradling it in her hands, she made her way back to the cottage, the stone lighting her path with its gentle, ember-like glow. Her grandfather was awake when she returned, stirring the fire. He looked at the stone in her hands, and his old eyes widened not with surprise, but with a deep, knowing recognition. "Ah," he said, his voice a soft rumble. "The hearthstone, I wondered if it would find its way back." He told her then, as they sat by the fire, a story his own grandfather had told him. It was a tale of the Glimmerwood, the true name of the forest that bordered their home. It was a place not just of trees and animals, but of old, gentle magic that slept in the roots and stones. The hearthstone, he explained, was a piece of that magic. It did not belong to anyone. It was a guardian, a tiny sun whose warmth nurtured the hidden, slumbering heart of the forest. But it was also a traveler. Every generation or so, it would grow dim and cool, and it needed to be found by a kind heart and brought back to a true hearth, to be rekindled by the simple, steady warmth of a home's fire. "It has chosen you, little one," her grandfather said, his hand gentle on her shoulder. "It trusts you to help it remember its own light." And so began Anya's quiet guardianship. She kept the hearthstone on the mantelpiece where it glowed softly, filling the cottage with a deeper, more comforting warmth than any fire could provide. Plants on the windowsill seemed to lean toward it, blooming out of season. The bread her grandfather baked rose higher and tasted sweeter. And at night her dreams were filled with gentle, dappled light and the feeling of deep, earthy roots. But after a week she noticed a change. The stone's glow, which had been steady and strong, began to flicker. Its warm pulse became irregular, like a sputtering candle. A faint chill crept back into the corners of the rooms. The stone was cooling. Remembering her grandfather's words, she knew what she had to do. The stone needed to return to the forest, to the place from which it came. It had been rekindled by the hearth's love. Now it needed to share that warmth with the sleeping world. The next morning, with the hearthstone wrapped in a soft cloth and tucked safely in her pocket, she ventured into the Glimmerwood. This time she went alone. The forest was different in the daylight. Sunbeams slanted through the canopy, painting shifting patterns on the mossy floor. The air smelled of damp earth, pine resin, and decaying leaves. It was alive with sounds, the chatter of squirrels, the distant knock of a woodpecker, the rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth. She walked for hours, following no path but the gentle, magnetic pull she felt from the stone in her pocket. It grew warmer as she walked in what felt like the right direction, cooler if she strayed. It was her compass. As the afternoon wore on, the forest grew deeper and quieter. The trees were older here, their trunks thick and twisted, their branches forming a cathedral ceiling high above. She came to a clearing where a small, crystal-clear stream bubbled over smooth, gray stones. Sitting on a log by the stream, looking small and forlorn, was a young boy. He was perhaps a year or two younger than her, and he was crying quiet, hopeless tears. Anya approached slowly. "Hello," she said softly. The boy looked up, startled. His face was smudged with dirt, and his eyes were red-rimmed. "I'm lost," he whispered, his voice trembling. "I was following a butterfly, it was so blue, and I turned around and everything looked the same." Anya's heart ached for him. She sat down on the log beside him. "What's your name?" "Leo," he sniffed. "I'm Anya. I think I'm a little bit lost too," she said, which was not entirely true, but it made him look at her with a little less fear. "But I have a friend who's helping me find my way." She pulled the cloth from her pocket and unwrapped the hearthstone. In the deep shade of the clearing, its light was stronger, a brave, warm beacon in the green gloom. Leo's tears stopped. He stared at the stone, mesmerized. "It's warm," he said in wonder, reaching out a tentative finger to touch it. "It is," Anya agreed. "It's a special stone. It likes to help." As he touched it, the stone's flickering steadied, and its glow intensified, as if soothed by his need. A new certainty settled in Anya's mind. Her journey was not just about returning the stone. It was about helping Leo, too. "Come on," she said, standing up and offering him her hand. "My friend will show us the way." Together, they followed the stone's guiding warmth. The forest seemed less intimidating with two. They shared the apple Anya had brought, and Leo told her about his village on the other side of the wood and the fierce wooden sword he was carving. The hearthstone pulsed in a slow, contented rhythm as they walked, its light pushing back the shadows. As dusk began to paint the sky in hues of lavender and rose, the stone in Anya's hand grew suddenly, intensely warm. It glowed so brightly that it cast their long shadows ahead of them on the path. They had arrived at the base of the same ancient oak tree where the fox had led her. The hollow in the roots was there, waiting. But something was wrong. The area around the tree was unnaturally still and silent. The moss that should have been emerald green was tinged with brown. The air held a lingering, unseasonal chill. The heart of this place was ailing. Anya knew what to do. She knelt and gently placed the hearthstone back into its earthy cradle. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a deep, resonant hum seemed to emanate from the tree itself. The stone's light, which had been a contained glow, began to bleed outwards. It flowed like liquid sunlight along the roots, seeping into the soil. It traveled up the trunk in delicate veins of light, tracing the patterns of the bark, until the whole tree was faintly illuminated from within. The brown tinge faded from the moss, which now looked plush and vibrant. Tiny bioluminescent fungi that they hadn't even noticed began to sparkle on nearby logs like scattered constellations. The air lost its chill, becoming fresh and sweet. The forest around them sighed, a sound of deep contentment, and the normal evening chorus of insects and birds resumed, louder and more joyful than before. The stone's light slowly receded from the tree, drawing back into itself until it was once again a softly pulsing ember in the hollow. Its job was done. The warmth was shared. Leo gasped, his eyes wide with awe. It fixed it, he breathed. It was then that they heard the voices, frantic, calling Leo's name. Torchlight flickered between the trees, and a moment later, a group of villagers burst into the clearing, led by a man and woman with faces etched with worry who ran to sweep Leo into a tearful, joyful embrace. As the family was reunited, Anya's grandfather emerged from behind the villagers. He must have followed her, keeping a distant, watchful eye. He walked over to her and put an arm around her shoulders, looking down at the peacefully glowing hearthstone. "You did well, Anya," he said, his voice full of pride. "You helped it remember its light, and then you helped it share it. That is the truest magic of all." The villagers, having heard Leo's excited story of the glowing stone and the kind girl, looked at Anya with newfound respect and gratitude. They offered to escort them both back to their cottage, their torches pushing back the night. As they prepared to leave, Anya took one last look at the hearthstone. It seemed to pulse once brightly in farewell. And from the shadows near the great oak, two intelligent eyes gleamed for a moment in the torchlight. The russet fox gave a slow, deliberate blink before melting back into the forest, its watchful duty complete for another generation. The walk home was filled with the comfortable murmur of voices and the friendly dance of torch flames. Leo walked beside Anya, his hand in his mother's, no longer a lost little boy, but a young adventurer with an incredible story to tell. When they finally reached the familiar site of their cottage, its windows dark but promising warmth and rest, the villagers said their grateful goodbyes and turned for home. Anya and her grandfather went inside. He lit a single candle, and its small flame was enough to make the room feel instantly like home. There was no grand celebration, no fanfare. There was only the simple, profound peace of a task completed, a friend helped, and a balance restored. Anya felt different somehow. The journey had left a quiet mark on her soul, a new steadiness and a deeper understanding of the subtle connections that weave the world together. The warmth of a hearth, the trust of a wild creature, the kindness offered to a stranger. Her grandfather made 2 cups of chamomile tea sweetened with honey, and they sat together in the quiet, dark cottage, listening to the settling sounds of the night. "The stone will sleep now," her grandfather said softly, sipping his tea. "And its warmth will seep deep into the roots of the glimmerwood, keeping it safe and healthy until it is needed again, long after you and I are gone. And someone else will find it, and their journey will begin." Anya nodded, the warmth of the tea spreading through her, just as the stone's warmth had spread through the forest. She was tired, but it was a good tiredness, the kind that comes from a day spent well. She went up to her little room under the eaves and climbed into bed. The moon shone through her window, casting a silver square on the floorboards. As she drifted towards sleep, she thought not of grand adventures, but of small things. The feel of the warm stone in her hand, the sound of Leo's relieved laughter, the trusting blink of the fox. And outside the great forest stood watch, its leaves whispering secrets on the wind, its roots cradling a gentle, glowing light, dreaming deep, earthy dreams, until the next time it would be called upon to warm the world. And in her cozy bed, Anya drifted into a sleep as deep and peaceful as the forest itself, her own heart glowing with a quiet, steady light all her own. The storm had raged for 3 nights, pounding the cliffs of Pebbleton with fists of salt and wind. When dawn broke on the 4th morning, the sea lay exhausted, surrendering treasures it had swallowed centuries ago. Among the splintered wood and barnacled chains, young Finn discovered the compass. Not brass or iron, but carved from driftwood as pale as moonlight, its glass face clouded like a sleepy eye. When Finn touched it, warmth spread through his fingers, and a voice like wind chimes whispered, "Seek what is hidden." Finn lived in a cottage where the chimney smoke curled like gray cats into the sky. His grandfather, a fisherman with hands like knotted ropes, warned of the sea's hunger. "It swallows dreams," he'd rumble, mending nets by firelight. But the compass pulsed against Finn's palm, humming a melody only he could hear, a song of caves where starfish glowed and tides danced to moon song. That night, as waves lulled the village to sleep, the compass glowed. Its needle spun wildly before settling not on north, but on the jagged silhouette of Devil's Maw, a sea cave where children dared each other to venture, and none ever did. Gathering his courage and a lantern, Finn crept past sleeping cottages. The path to Devil's Maw was treacherous, slick with kelp and secrecy. At the cave's entrance, waves hissed like angry serpents. Yet the compass glowed brighter, casting liquid gold light on the walls. Deeper he went, through tunnels dripping with phosphorescent algae, until the air turned sweet with salt blossoms, flowers that bloomed only in eternal darkness. Here the needle quivered and stilled. Before him yawned an abyss, but not of rock. It was a curtain of liquid sapphire, shimmering like a mirage. The compass whispered, "Trust." Heart drumming, Finn stepped through. Cold kissed his skin, yet he breathed easily. He stood in an underwater cathedral. Coral spires rose in candied pinks and blues, schools of fish like living jewels darted through kelp forests, and lantern jellies bobbed, casting soft bioluminescent blooms. This was the Sea of Whispers, where currents carried secrets and anemones sang in chorus. Yet something felt amiss. The coral bore gray scars, the fish moved sluggishly, and the water hummed with a discordant note, a deep, grieving thrum. A shadow darted behind a brain coral. Finn followed, compass aloft, until he cornered a creature unlike any he'd imagined. It had the slender body of an otter, but shimmering scales instead of fur, and wings like spun sea foam. Eyes like liquid amber widened in fear. "You're dry," it gasped, voice like bubbles rising. "I'm Finn," he said, bowing slightly. "The compass brought me." He showed the driftwood artifact. The creature tilted its head. "I am Tidal, you hold the Heartseeker. It chooses only those pure of intent." She explained the Sea of Whispers was dying. The Pearl of Tides, a living stone that pulsed in harmony with the moon, had cracked. Its 3 shards, scattered by a quake, dimmed the sea's magic. Without them the coral would bleach, the songs fade, and the sea would become a silent tomb. Finn's journey unfolded in 3 trials. The first shard lay in the Garden of Echoes, where sentient anemones guarded it with hypnotic songs. "They reflect your fears," Tidal warned. As Finn waded through, the anemones swelled, projecting visions. His grandfather's boat capsizing, the village mocking him as a fool. The compass warmed, whispering, "Courage is truth," sung loud. Finn sang back, a simple shanty about mending nets under stars. The anemones stilled, then harmonized, revealing the shard nestled in a conch shell. The second shard rested in the Grotto of Lost Things, guarded by Kalin, a giant crab whose shell was crusted with centuries of shipwrecked treasures. "Many come to take," he clacked, pincers snapping. None listen. The compass murmured, wisdom is in stillness. Instead of fighting, Finn sat recounting tales of surface world wonders, how autumn leaves blazed, how snow silenced mountains. Kalen's eyes softened. I had forgotten beauty, he rasped, gifting the shard, a chip of opal fire from his hoard. The third shard proved hardest. It lay in the abyssal well, where the water thickened with sorrow. Here the source of the discordant thrum emerged, an ancient leviathan, its body woven from midnight and sorrow, tangled in ghost nets. It mourns its kin, hunted to extinction, Tidal whispered. The compass glowed fiercely. Compassion is the deepest tide. Finn swam closer, ignoring the beast's mournful roars. With trembling hands he cut the nets, singing the lullaby his mother once crooned. The leviathan stilled. A tear solid as pearl fell from its eye, the final shard. At the heart of the sea of whispers, they placed the shards upon the cracked pearl. Light erupted, not blinding but gentle as dawn. Coral flushed vibrant, fish darted in joyous spirals, and the water thrummed with a pure, resonant chord. Tidal pressed her forehead to Finn's. You mended more than the pearl, you wove two worlds with kindness. As Finn returned through the sapphire curtain, the compass dimmed. Back in Devil's Maw, dawn painted the sky peach and gold. In his pocket he found not the driftwood compass, but a smooth moonstone, Tidal's parting gift. That evening, as fishermen grumbled about empty nets, Finn stood on a dune. The sea isn't hungry, he declared. It's grieving. He showed them Moonstone, which glowed when held over poisoned waters. Skeptical, they followed him to a cove choked with refuse. Where the Moonstone shone, fish returned in silver clouds. Pebbleton changed. Nets were woven wider to spare young fish, boats skimmed trash from waves, and children planted salt blossoms on cliffs. Finn's grandfather, mending nets one twilight, chuckled. That compass of yours, it sought a different north, didn't it? Finn smiled, touching the Moonstone. It sought the heart's true harbor. Years later, Finn captained his own boat. On still nights, he'd anchor near Devil's Maw. Sometimes a shimmer would breach the waves, a fleeting glimpse of seafoam wings. And in his dreams the Sea of Whispers sang, its melody a promise. Where kindness flows, no world is ever truly hidden. The Moonstone, warm against his chest, hummed back in perfect harmony. For Finn had learned that the greatest magic lies not in compasses or pearls, but in the courage to listen, and the wisdom to heal what others cannot see. Title: The Whisper of the Willow. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and the edge of a vast, whispering forest, lived a gentle young girl named Lyra. Her days were filled with the hum of bees in the meadow, the scent of wildflowers on the breeze, and the comforting embrace of her grandmother's stories by nightfall. Lyra's world was one of serene beauty, yet she harbored a yearning for something more, a spark of magic to ignite her heart's deepest dreams. The village was surrounded by legends of the Enchanted Forest, a place where the old trees told tales to those who would listen, and the streams sang lullabies to the moon. But the heart of these stories was the ancient Willow of Whispers, a tree said to hold the power to reveal one's true path in life. Many sought its wisdom, but few returned unchanged, for the forest had a way of showing each visitor not only who they were, but who they could become. Lyra often wandered to the forest's edge, her fingers brushing the soft moss that clung to the trunks of the trees. Her grandmother's stories painted images in her mind, of brave explorers and wise creatures, but the Willow of Whispers remained an enigma, a mystery she longed to unravel. It was on one such day, with the sun dappling through the leaves and a gentle breeze rustling the branches, that Lyra felt the forest calling to her more strongly than ever before. With a heart full of anticipation and a small satchel packed with essentials, bread, cheese, and her grandmother's knitted shawl, Lyra stepped into the forest. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of pine and damp earth. As she ventured deeper, The trees seemed to lean closer, their boughs whispering secrets that only the forest knew. Lyra felt a tingling at the back of her neck, a sensation both thrilling and comforting, as if the forest was welcoming her into its embrace. As the path wound deeper into the forest, Lyra met a curious friend, a small, bright-eyed squirrel named Pip. His fur was a tawny gold, and he chittered merrily as he bounded from branch to branch beside her. "Where are you headed, young traveler?" Pip asked, his voice a soft, musical note in the forest symphony. Lyra smiled, her heart lightened by the squirrel's friendly demeanor. "I'm seeking the Willow of Whispers," she replied, her eyes alight with determination. Pip twitched his whiskers thoughtfully. "Ah, the willow," he said, nodding. "Many have sought its wisdom, but it is not easily found. The forest has a way of testing those who desire its secrets." "I am ready," Lyra declared, her voice steady with resolve. "I believe the willow will guide me." With Pip scampering alongside her, Lyra continued her journey. The forest was a tapestry of colors and sounds, each step revealing new wonders. Birds sang sweetly in the canopy above, their songs weaving through the leaves like a gentle lullaby. The sunlight danced across the forest floor, painting patterns of light and shadow that seemed to shift with every breath of wind. As they walked, Pip told Lyra tales of the forest's inhabitants. A wise old owl who knew the stars by heart, a family of foxes who danced under the moon, and a mischievous sprite who played tricks on unwary travelers. Lyra listened with delight, her imagination painting vivid pictures of these magical creatures. Yet, as the day wore on, the path grew more tangled and overgrown. Vines draped like curtains across their way, and the underbrush thickened, whispering against Lyra's legs as she pushed forward. The air grew cooler, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. "Do not be discouraged," Pip chirped, sensing her unease. "Every journey worth taking has its trials." Lyra nodded, brushing aside a strand of ivy. Her determination was unwavering, her heart guided by the stories her grandmother had woven, a tapestry of courage, kindness, and the endless potential within. At last, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the forest in hues of gold and amber, they arrived at a clearing. In its center stood the Willow of Whispers, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, its branches sweeping gracefully to the ground like a curtain of leaves. The air around the tree shimmered softly, as if infused with magic. Lyra approached the willow with reverence, her steps slow and deliberate. She felt the weight of the forest's silence, a sacred hush that enveloped the clearing. Pip perched on a nearby rock, watching with bright, curious eyes. With a deep breath, Lyra reached out to touch the willow's bark, her fingers brushing against its rough, ancient surface. As her hand made contact, a gentle warmth spread through her, and she closed her eyes, allowing the magic to wash over her. In the stillness, Lyra heard the whisper of the willow, a soft, melodic voice that seemed to come from the very heart of the tree. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, a tapestry of memories and dreams. She saw herself as she was, a young girl filled with wonder and longing. But she also saw glimpses of what could be, a future shaped by choices and courage, by kindness and discovery. The willow showed her paths that twisted and turned, each leading to a different version of herself. As the visions faded, Lyra opened her eyes, her heart brimming with understanding. The willow had not given her clear answers, but it had shown her the possibilities, the power of choice, and the strength within her to forge her own path. Pip hopped to her side, his eyes gleaming with approval. "You have the heart of a true adventurer," he said, his voice full of warmth. Lyra smiled, her heart light with newfound clarity. "I see now," she said softly. "The journey is as important as the destination. It's not just about finding answers, but about discovering who you are along the way." With the willow's wisdom nestled in her heart, Lyra and Pip began their journey back through the forest. The path seemed brighter now, the forest's secrets a little less mysterious. As they walked, Lyra felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that she was not alone, that the forest, with its whispers and wonders, would always be there to guide her. As they emerged from the trees, the village lay before them, bathed in the soft glow of dusk. The familiar sense of home wrapped around Lyra like a comforting embrace, and she knew that she was forever changed by her journey. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of 1,000 stories. Lyra embraced her, feeling the warmth of love and belonging. That night, as she lay beneath the stars, Lyra closed her eyes and listened to the forest's lullaby, her heart full of gratitude and dreams yet to be realized. The Willow of Whispers had shown her the way, but it was her journey to walk, her story to write. And so, with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the night, Lyra drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the forest and the endless possibilities of tomorrow. The twin moons of Zephyria cast soft silver beams through Lyra's cracked cockpit window, illuminating swirling motes of stardust as her escape pod settled into the mossy embrace of an uncharted world. Outside, the air hummed with the scent of night-blooming star vines, sweet as honeyed tea, cool as mountain springs. Lyra, a human botanist stranded light-years from Earth, trembled not from cold, but from the profound silence. Until a chime echoed through the violet ferns, a melody like glass bells kissed by wind. There, refracting moonlight into rainbows, stood Kaelin, a crystalline being from the planet Shard, limbs of shifting quartz, eyes like liquid opal. Kaelin recoiled, facets dimming. To Lyra, its staccato light flares seemed aggressive, blinding strobes against the gloom. To Kaelin, Lyra's frantic gestures and metallic scanner were violent tremors in its vibration-sensitive world. When Lyra reached for a tool, Kaelin pulsed crimson alarm, shattering a nearby geode. "I only wanted to share water," Lyra whispered, offering her canteen. Kaelin mistook the glinting container for a weapon, retreating into shadows. That first night, loneliness wrapped around them both like frost. Dawn revealed their shared peril, the great Ion storm, a celestial tempest painting the sky in electric amethyst. Deadly to Lyra's fragile biology, lethal to Kaelin's light-based essence. Sheltering in a cavern, they huddled beneath a canopy of glow mushrooms, their bioluminescence painting the walls sapphire and gold. Kaelin trembled as storm static threatened to fracture its form. Lyra, recalling her grandmother's tales of kindness, hummed an old lullaby, low, steady vibrations. Kaelin's panic stilled. Tentatively, it echoed the tune in shimmering harmonics, the cave filling with a duet of human voice and crystal song. Misunderstanding melted like ice in sunlight. Lyra learned Kaelin's light language, soft green for curiosity, warm gold for friendship. Kaelin attuned to Lyra's heartbeat, recognizing its steady rhythm as safety. Together they foraged for ship repairs, Lyra guiding them past venom spore thickets, Kaelin sensing subterranean mineral veins with seismic pulses. When a rockslide trapped Lyra, Kaelin focused sunlight through its body, melting the debris. When corrosive rain threatened Kaelin, Lyra wove starvine fibers into a shelter, her hands bleeding but determined. "You're my beacon," Lyra murmured, bandaging Kaelin's stress-fractured arm with thermal gel. Kaelin responded with a constellation-patterned glow, "You are my resonance." The storm passed, leaving the world jeweled in dew. Lyra's repaired pod hummed, ready for launch. Beneath the twin moons they stood forehead to facet, warm skin against cool crystal, sharing memories like treasures. Lyra's earth forests mirrored in Kaelin's prismatic recollections of Shard's singing canyons. No grand speeches, only quiet understanding. As Lyra ascended, Kaelin gathered starlight, projecting a luminous bridge across the sky, a temporary road between worlds. Now, when Lyra tends her interstellar greenhouse, she nurtures crystalline flowers that chime in the dark. And on Shard, Kaelin treasures a vial of earth soil, its vibrations humming Lyra's lullaby. Across the void their friendship glows, a quiet promise that in the vast, cold cosmos, warmth blooms brightest when unlike hearts choose to listen. The stars outside your window tonight. They're winking with shared secrets. Rest now, little dreamer. Somewhere a crystal being is singing you a lullaby in light. Deep within the whispering woods, where the moon poured its silver milk through the canopy of ancient pines and oaks, there lay a world that only the night knew. This was a realm of soft shadows and softer light, where the air hummed with a quiet, ancient magic. The forest floor was a tapestry of velvety moss and fallen leaves that crunched with a satisfying, gentle sigh under the lightest of footsteps. Here the nocturnal creatures held counsel not in words, but in the shared understanding of rustles, scents, and the subtle shifting of the air. On this particular night, a young hedgehog named Pip was feeling unusually restless. His cozy nest of dried ferns and thistledown felt too small, his thoughts too loud. A peculiar stirring in his heart, a gentle tug, pulled him from his burrow and into the cool, starlit air. Above, the constellations spun their slow, glittering dance, and the forest seemed to breathe around him, a great, slumbering giant with a heartbeat of rustling leaves. Pip trundled along a familiar path, his tiny claws making faint clicking sounds on the smooth, moss-covered stones that lined the way. To his left, a brook babbled secrets over polished pebbles, its voice a constant, soothing murmur. He paused, dipping his snout into the cold, clear water, and listened. The water didn't just babble, it spoke. It told of mountain snows melting, of journeys through dark earth and sun-dappled meadows, of carrying wishes from the high peaks to the sleepy valleys below. It was a language of movement and memory, and Pip understood it in the way one understands a lullaby, not with the mind, but with the soul. Further he wandered, drawn by the soft, ethereal glow ahead. He entered a starlit clearing where the magic of the forest gathered in visible wonder. Here bioluminescent fungi clung to fallen logs like scattered constellations of their own, pulsing with a gentle, greenish light. Fireflies drifted lazily, their golden flashes weaving patterns in the air like living embroidery. Even the leaves of the silver willow trees at the clearing's edge seemed to drink the moonlight and glow from within, their pale undersides shimmering with every sigh of the wind. It was here that Pip saw her, the great oak, eldest of the forest. She was not merely a tree, she was a monument of time itself. Her bark was deeply grooved with the stories of centuries, and her branches reached toward the stars as if in quiet conversation with them. Nestled in a comfortable hollow where two great roots embraced the earth was Seraphina, the elder owl. Her feathers were the color of twilight and wisdom, and her large, knowing eyes held the patience of the moon. She was preening a feather softly, the sound a faint, rhythmic whisper that blended with the night symphony. "You are awake when you should be dreaming, little Pip," Seraphina said, her voice a low, melodic hoot that vibrated through the stillness like the lowest note of a wooden flute. It was not a scolding, but an observation filled with gentle curiosity. Pip approached, his restlessness making him shuffle his feet. "I couldn't sleep, Elder. There's a humming in the earth, a feeling, as if the forest is holding its breath." Seraphina's eyes gleamed. "Ah, you feel it too. That is the turning. The season is preparing to shift its weight." She shifted slightly, and the wind chose that moment to stir the leaves above, creating a sound like 1,000 soft voices whispering in unison, the secret language of the trees. They spoke of deep roots drinking from hidden streams, of sunlight stored in broad leaves, of the gentle ache of change as autumn approached. "The trees are sharing their memories," Seraphina explained softly. "They remember the warmth of summer sun and are preparing to let go, to rest. It is not an ending, little one. It is a necessary breath out before the next breath in." As if on cue, a gentle rain began to fall, not a storm, but a blessing of droplets that pattered softly on the leaves above, on the moss below, on Pip's own spiny back. The sound was a natural ASMR, a cascade of tiny percussion that layered over the babble of the brook and the whisper of the wind. Each drop that landed on the glowing mushrooms made them shimmer more brightly, and the scent of petrichor, the earthy perfume of rain on dry soil, rose up to fill the clearing. "Watch the stones," Seraphina murmured. Pip looked down. The rain had darkened the mossy stones around the great oak, and now, as the water traced their contours, they began to gleam with a faint, internal light. It was the magic of the quartz and mica within them, awakened by the water, speaking their ancient, silent language of patience and permanence. They remember every step that has ever been taken upon them, the owl said. Every creature, every season, they hold the memory of the forest in their cool, solid hearts. They teach us that to be still is not to be idle, it is to be deeply present. Pip felt his restlessness begin to melt away, replaced by a profound sense of wonder. He was part of this great, breathing, whispering tapestry. His tiny life was a thread in the grand story of the Whispering Woods. "What is my part in the turning?" he asked, his voice small. Seraphina blinked slowly. "Your part is to listen, to feel, to trust the cycles. Just as the stream trusts its path to the sea, and the leaf trusts its fall to the earth, you must trust that your restlessness is not without purpose. It is the forest speaking through you, reminding you that you, too, are part of the great cycle of rest and renewal." She then told him a story woven from the very sounds around them. She spoke of the first autumn when the forest learned to let go, and how the bioluminescent fungi first bloomed to light the way for the creatures who mourned the loss of the sun's long hours. She described the winter not as a time of emptiness, but as a time of dreams sleeping beneath the frost, waiting for the spring's gentle call. Her words were not a lecture, but a weaving, blending with the patter of rain and the rustle of leaves, until Pip could hardly tell where the story ended and the night began. As the moon began its slow descent, painting the clearing in long, silver streaks, Pip's eyelids grew heavy. The humming in the earth had not ceased, but now it felt like a lullaby, a promise that change was natural, beautiful, and safe. "Remember, little one," Seraphina said as Pip prepared to return to his burrow, her voice now barely a whisper. "Magic is not always a flash of light or a powerful spell. Often it is the quiet understanding between the stream and the stone. It is the trust of the leaf as it falls. It is the courage to rest so you may grow again." Pip nodded, his heart full and peaceful. He trundled back through the clearing, now watching the forest with new eyes. He heard the secret language everywhere, in the drip of water from a leaf, in the crunch of a twig, in the distant hoot of another owl answering Seraphina's. The forest was alive with conversation, with story, with magic. He reached his burrow just as the rain softened to a mist. Curling into his nest of ferns, he listened to the final drops tapping on the earth above, a gentle, rhythmic goodnight. The bioluminescent glow of the clearing seemed to linger behind his eyes, and the wisdom of the ancient oak felt like a warm blanket around his spirit. Outside, the whispering woods settled into a contented sigh. The stream continued its endless story, the stones held their silent vigil, and the trees whispered dreams to one another in the language of rustling leaves. High in her hollow, Seraphina closed her eyes, a faint smile on her beak. Another soul had learned to listen. And in the gentle, magical darkness, the cycle of rest began anew, cradled by the moon and the endless, loving patience of the ancient forest. The village of Bramble Hollow nestled in a valley where twilight lingered like a contented sigh. Every chimney puffed cinnamon-scented smoke, and lanterns shaped like dandelion seeds cast buttery light on cobblestone paths. Young Milo, with eyes like polished acorns and a patchwork satchel always at his side, first noticed the strangeness one dewy morning. Overnight, every front gate in the village had sprouted identical clusters of moon-pale mushrooms not harmful, but perfectly circular, glowing faintly as if storing starlight. Like tiny fairy tables. Mrs. Gable whispered, brushing flour from her apron as villagers gathered, murmuring in puzzlement. 2 nights later, the mystery deepened. All the copper wind chimes hanging from porches played the same 3-note lullaby at dawn, though no breeze stirred. Old Man Hemlock's prize-winning sunflowers now faced west instead of east, their golden heads bowed as if sharing a secret. A gentle unease settled over Bramble Hollow. "It's not mischief," declared Milo, tracing a glowing mushroom cap with his fingertip. "It feels thoughtful, like someone's trying to say hello but forgot how." Milo decided to solve the riddle. That evening he packed his satchel with a honey cake wrapped in wax paper, a woolen blanket, and his most important tool, grandfather's magnifying glass, its brass rim warm with memory. He nestled beneath the ancient whispering willow by the duck pond, its leaves sighing advice only patient ears could hear. As moonlight silvered the pond, ripples formed without wind, swirling into intricate spirals. Suddenly, a small creature emerged no taller than Milo's hand, with skin like river-smooth pebbles and hair of woven reeds. It carried a hollowed acorn cup, dipping it delicately into the water. Milo held his breath. A water nymph. Grandfather's stories were true. The nymph froze, eyes wide as dewdrops. Milo slowly unwrapped the honey cake, breaking off a crumb and placing it on a lily pad. The nymph tilted its head, then skated across the water to claim it. With gestures as fluid as the current, it pointed toward the northern woods, then mimed, dropping tiny seeds. "You're planting the mushrooms," Milo whispered. The nymph nodded, then vanished beneath the surface, leaving only a shimmer. The next clue came from Orla, the moss-bearded tortoise who napped by the library's warmth vents. "Saw shimmer dust near the wind chimes," she rumbled, blinking slowly. "Not pixies, too quiet." Following her advice, Milo sprinkled fine oat flour around Widow Peony's porch that night. At dawn, delicate, webbed footprints glowed in the flour, leading straight to the hollow oak near the sunflower patch. Inside the oak's knotted trunk, Milo found his mentor, Thistle, an ancient hedgehog whose spines held fragments of quartz that caught the light. "Ah, young observer," Thistle rasped, brewing pine needle tea over a glowworm lamp. "You seek the pattern weaver. She's shy, that one. Came from the crystal caves after the great rumbling shifted her home." Thistle explained the nymph was only helping a lonely friend who adored Bramble Hollow's cozy order, but didn't understand human ways. She rearranges things to make them more beautiful, by her lights. Armed with understanding, Milo prepared. He left gifts where the footprints appeared, a smooth blue marble by the wind chimes, a spool of silver thread near the sunflowers. That night, under a plum-colored sky, he saw her. Perched on a sunflower, a tiny figure with moth-wing sleeves hummed softly. As her fingers brushed a wind chime, it chimed the same 3 notes, a melody Milo suddenly recognized as the village's bedtime bell. She was copying what she loved. "Hello," Milo whispered, holding out a mushroom-capped plate with a single blueberry. The sprite, her skin like opal, eyes like liquid amber, gasped but didn't flee. "Your patterns are lovely," Milo said gently. "But our gardens, they're like stories we've written ourselves." He sketched Bramble Hollow's map in the soil, showing how each garden was cherished just as it was. The sprite, whom he learned was named Lumina, trembled. "I only wanted to help the pretty sounds and colors stay," she chimed in a voice like tinkling ice. The solution came at dawn's first blush. Milo gathered the villagers. "Lumina needs a place to weave her patterns," he announced. In the communal meadow, children offered smooth stones, gardeners donated seeds and misses. Gable baked seed cakes. Together they built Lumina a glittering mosaic courtyard, stones arranged in spiraling constellations, wind chimes tuned to her lullaby, and soil where moon mushrooms could glow freely. Lumina wept shimmering tears that sprouted into tiny, glowing flowers. "You made me a story," she whispered to Milo. Now, Bramble Hollow's twilight hums with new magic. Lumina's mosaics shift daily, telling tales of starlight and deep earth. The wind chimes sometimes play her lullaby just for sweet dreams, and sunflowers turn to watch children's laughter dance across the meadow. And every night, as Milo drifts to sleep, he sees a tiny opal hand placing a perfect, glowing mushroom cap on his windowsill, a silent thank you glowing in the dark, a secret shared between friends under the watchful, kind stars. All is calm, all is understood, and Bramble Hollow dreams on, cozier than ever before.